Welcome to Heavenly Panels, your gateway to the most exciting manhwa and manhwa stories. From overpowered heroes and legendary cultivators to epic Murim battles, regressions, reincarnations, and fantasy adventures, we bring you the best story recaps and highlights. Subscribe and join our journey through incredible worlds, powerful characters, and unforgettable adventures. New stories are waiting for you every day, right here on Heavenly Panels.
The wise do not speak of ghosts and gods, yet who can truly make sense of this world? I remember that day. The boy who went to pick herbs returned, only to witness a horrifying scene. His grandfather was dead, his body hacked clean in half. Though his grandfather was his only kin, faced with this grisly sight, not a single tear could he shed. He felt not a shred of grief. He had no idea what was wrong with him. Thinking back to when his grandfather lived, the boy showed him not grass from the valley. A clump this big should fetch 5 silver. Yet the boy cared little for it. He simply set his basket down. I found a fox den near where I dug herbs. No mother, only the kids. Hearing this, the old man's expression shifted. So you killed the kids? The boy asked, bewildered. What's wrong? When the mother returns and sees them dead, she will be heartbroken. Hearing this, the grandfather breathed a sigh. You did well. Put those away and go eat your dinner. Just as the boy picked up his basket, his grandfather suddenly stopped him. Junior, can you make me a promise? The boy turned back to look at him. His grandfather spoke with gravity. Whatever dark nature hides within you, you must never show it to anyone, ever. But now, the boy has a few words to say. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I can no longer keep that promise. With that, he reached for his sickle and charged forth like a demon. Zhongliang County was a modest little town, built around a central avenue. The houses mirrored each other, mostly courtyard compounds. The courtyards were lush with greenery. Right now, the streets bustled with crowds. The prison carriage creaked loudly. The onlookers all glared with gnashing teeth. Look at those freaks. They've caught every last mountain bandit. Such pests deserve to die. Some even cursed aloud, go to hell. Such spineless scum. Meanwhile, a warrior-dressed man sat quietly on the second floor of a tavern, drinking. His attention was drawn to a boy, locked inside a prison cart. This fellow looks awfully young, about the same age as our young master. The man in yellow chuckled lightly. Young, but not to be underestimated. He's the most vicious of the lot. The warrior nodded slightly. No wonder he gets a cart to himself. The yellow-robed man ordered wine, then turned to the warrior. You don't usually deal with martial artists. If you knew how many he killed with a sickle, it'd soc you. They call this little monster the Lin Killer. The Lin Killer? The yellow-robed man asked the warrior's business. The warrior was looking for someone, preferably young, whose death goes unnoticed. Just then, a stone struck the boy on the head. Crimson blood instantly splattered everywhere. It was thrown by a civilian. Clearly, he harbored a deep hatred for criminals. Yet upon catching a glimpse of the boy's face, the yellow-robed man laughed loudly. Who'd have thought this Lin Killer was a looker? The warrior, however, stood up. This commission is cancelled. And so, amidst the man's baffled shouts, Gan Hui silently walked out. As he passed the cart escorting the boy, he muttered quietly to himself. Found him. He's the perfect candidate. Night fell over Jinyu Pavilion in Zhongliang's inner city. As a high-risk criminal, the Lin Killer received special attention. Inside his cell, the boy replayed his ordeal. He had found his grandfather's killer, only to discover he was a martial artist. Before he could strike, he was captured. That bastard was far too strong. A rematch would end the exact same way. Back then, no matter how he racked his brain, he could find no way to kill him, and nearly met his end right then. After all, a brat who knew no martial arts, no matter how talented, could never met a martial artist. A sudden thought occurred to the boy. If I mastered martial arts, perhaps I could defeat him. Yet I am a condemned prisoner now. Do I still have that chance? Just then, a faint mist drifted into the cell. Having spent years gathering herbs with his grandfather, sniffing scents and tasting roots, he instantly identified its ingredients. Tripwire grass, angelica, and valerian. It was slumber incense. Simultaneously, the prisoners and guards drifted off to sleep. The boy slowly lowered his head. Then, with a crisp snap, the cell door was pushed open. Gan Hui appeared in the doorway. What on earth is he planning? Late at night, slumber incense fills the jail. The warrior who watched the Lin Killer by day makes his move. Just as Gan Hui unlocked the shackles and prepared to take him away, the boy suddenly snapped his eyes open. The brat hadn't fallen asleep. Caught off guard, Gan Hui was ambushed, who slammed him back against the lintel. The boy seized the chance to flee. No idea what's going on, but this is my only chance. Lucky this slumber box was cheaply made, or I'd have been done for. Yet the next second, Gan Hui struck his pressure points, and he was paralyzed. This only fueled his craving for martial arts. So this is true martial arts. With a heavy thump, the boy was slammed against the wall. At first, he thought it was the killer. Yet that man had a scar across his eye. Though the man before him dressed similarly, he was definitely someone else. As the boy sank into deep thought, a lavishly dressed young master appeared. Gan Hui, is this him? With that, he stepped into the prison. Gan Hui cautioned the young master. It's dangerous here. Be safer outside. The arrogant noble brushed it off. I've never seen a prison, I'm curious. It stinks to high heaven. Still, it's not so bad. So you're the one. Lift your head up. Let me get a look. Bring me a chair. Gan Hui brought a chair for the master. Then shoved the immobile boy against the wall. Taking in the boy's features, the young master burst into laughter. We look like spitting images of each other. In a situation like this, to find someone who looks identical, what a bizarre twist of fate. The boy opposite looked equally astonished. He stared wide-eyed at the young master. The young noble chuckled lightly. You're a condemned prisoner, due to be quartered in 2 days. Correct. The young master sighed in pity. Such a hard life. We see the exact same face. Yet one is a master, the other a prisoner. The boy stayed silent. The young master continued. Since your life is so miserable, I'll offer you a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Seeing the boy's perplexed gaze, the young noble wore a look of bestowal. That is, to become the third young master of the Ranmo sword manor, a body double. The boy murmured under his breath, a chance. The young master nodded. It's easy enough. Stay in the manor. Eat fine delicacies, be served by beauties, sleep on soft beds, and enjoy the luxury you've never known. Once everything is settled, I'll give you a sum of money, and you can lie comfortably elsewhere. If you agree, swallow this. The boy stared at the crimson pill in Gan Hui's palm. Poison. Gan Hui replied, you're a death row inmate. Why should we trust you? Once you finish as a body double, we'll give you the antidote. What is your choice? Knowing this was his second chance. Under the gaze of Gan Hui and the young master, he swallowed the poison without hesitation. Only this way could he avenge his grandfather. The boy looked up in eager anticipation. Will you grant me this chance now? The young master was satisfied. You've made the right choice. With that, he had Gan Hui released the boy's pressure points and cuffs, sandwiching the boy between them. They walked out of the cell. Just as they reached the prison gate, Gan Hui saw a blood-curdling sight. The young master's neck was snapped. With a thud, the corpse slumped down. This sight terrified Gan Hui. Yet the boy merely wore a wicked smile. Oops, he chuckled. My sincerest apologies, Gan Hui. The fake is dead, what shall we do now? This was the night the Lin killer emerged. Roaring flames engulfed the compound. The boy swung his sickle wildly. Harvesting lives lie the grim reaper. Cries of agony and miserable shrieks echoed endlessly. On this single night, the boy slaughtered everyone connected to his grandfather's death. At first, after killing dozens, he felt a rush of pure joy. But as the slaughter neared its end, his face twisted in hysterical laughter. Wasn't this the nature Grandpa spoke of? Never let your true nature be revealed. Pity that it's all too late now. The very last soul remaining faced the boy closing in step by step. The legend of the Lin killer officially took the stage. Cruelty may be the boy's true nature, but he had no leisure to care now. First, he had to finish off the victim. Just as the final victim was to die, an unexpected turn occurred. A martial artist in wanderer's garb kicked the boy flying with one blow. With a loud bang, the boy crashed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of dark blood. Seizing the chance, the survivor bolted. The warrior looked surprised. The brat is still breathing. Then he sneered coldly, his hand gripping his sword hilt. Struggling to his feet, the boy realized the man before him was extremely dangerous. Noticing the boy's reaction, the warrior knew he lacked martial arts. Yet he wondered how he survived his blow. In the next instant, the warrior flashed before the boy and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him high. The boy never expected that the warrior could cross such a distance in a flash. He began to doubt if the man was human. Meanwhile, the warrior remarked, interesting. Who was snooping around? Just a brat who knows no martial arts. Hearing the word snooping, the boy's mind clicked into place. Before he could process it, pain tore his gut. The warrior's sword had pierced straight through his belly. A gush of blood spewed from his mouth. With detachment, the warrior ripped his blade. His eyes burned with murderous intent. No martial arts, yet you survived. You cannot be left alive. I'll kill you to cut the roots of trouble. With a squelch, his sword pierced his chest. The bloody tip protruded from his back. The warrior continued speaking. Such arrogance courting your own death. Wasn't it better to lie quietly? The boy's consciousness was fading. Yet he felt overwhelming bitterness. I finally found the killer. Yet I haven't avenged Grandpa. Am I really going to die like this? Perhaps it wasn't his time to die. The boy miraculously survived, only to end up a death row inmate. He swore silently to himself, if another chance ever comes, I will grip it tight and never let go. Which brought him to that cell. Mu Jinyan was dead. The boy smiled wickedly at Gan Hui. Gan Hui, the fake is dead now. What are we going to do? The next second, a furious Gan Hui grabbed his neck, glaring with a ferocious scowl. You lunatic son of a bitch. You actually killed the young master. Have you lost your mind? The boy merely let out a chuckle. Shouldn't it be the opposite? A substitute takes all the danger. If I follow you obediently, isn't that just walking to my death? Guard Gan never expected the boy to see through their plan. But he didn't want to be at a disadvantage. Didn't it occur to you I might kill you? A cold smile curled on the boy's lips. If you wanted to kill me, you'd have done it earlier. You actually hate your master, don't you? Those words struck a nerve in Guard Gan. He roared, nonsense. He slammed the boy down with a throw. A sharp dagger was drawn from its sheath, ready to kill the boy. I'll kill you right now. But the boy showed no panic. He glanced at Guard Gan from the corner of his eye. Do you need to kill me? Guard Gan's face burned with rage. Why can't I kill you? The boy gave an honest reason. Because I've taken poison. Without the antidote, I'll die. I have no choice but to obey. Lie a demon, the boy tempted Guard Gan. Isn't this a golden opportunity? The third young master who killed his master is now your dog. Hearing this, Guard Gan was tempted. But he still had some pride. So you want me to betray my master, and let you, his killer, be my puppet? The boy's eyes seemed to see through hearts. Guard Gan's expression shifted. Finally, he stabbed the dagger downward. Greed is the most primal lure. Sure enough, Guard Gan didn't kill the boy. The dagger struck the ground before the boy's eyes. A warning, and a compromise. Then it returned to its sheath. Guard Gan released the boy, and said, from now on, you are Mu Jinyan. Hearing this, a smile spread across his face. He knew he'd bet right, and seized his chance to survive. To avenge his grandfather, to learn martial arts, all required staying alive. Thankfully, he took Mu Jinyan's identity. But Guard Gan didn't seem to want him near the Ranmu Sword Manor people. He warned him not to pull tricks, or he'd kill him on the spot. Seeing the boy's innocent eyes, Guard Gan was annoyed. He gave him the neutralizing pill, because every 12 hours, if he didn't take the pill, he'd die from the poison. After Guard Gan left, the boy sat by the window. He took a bite of the pill. What luck! My chest was stabbed through, yet I'm alive. That's a miracle. And on top of that, I'm a death row prisoner. But I got a great chance. Grandpa, are you telling me it's not my time to die? At that thought, he smiled. Don't worry. I won't die before I get revenge. Speaking of revenge, he remembered the scar-faced man. That guy must think I'm dead. He's likely found the body by now. The boy looked into the distance. This is where I learn martial arts. The martial arts clan, Ranmu Sword Manor. I'll pose as the third young master. Find who killed Grandpa, and make him taste being cut in two. That would be wonderful. After getting familiar, the boy understood his situation. Though he'd miraculously survived, and had a chance to train at Ranmu Sword Manor, Guard Gan had him watched, which was starting to annoy the boy. The watcher was Guard Gan's junior, named Gu Kan. He was unhappy about being assigned to watch the boy. A kid who can't do martial arts. What's there to keep an eye on? At first, hearing he killed Mu Jinyan, Gu Kan was shocked. When he asked Guard Gan the plan, Guard Gan yelled at him. After all, walls have ears. If overheard, it'd be bad. Then Guard Gan told Gu Kan to watch the boy as planned, giving him no chance to escape. Meanwhile, he'd find a new master. Abandoning the boy, Gu Kan didn't understand his senior. After all, hadn't the boy already taken poison? He shouldn't dare defy orders. He'd obey obediently. But Guard Gan disagreed. He felt the boy wasn't ordinary. Which death row prisoner could, in that situation, think of killing Mu Jinyan and taking his place, and pull it off flawlessly? An ordinary person would only think of survival. Dangerous. The longer we keep him, the worse. After hearing Guard Gan, Gu Kan still couldn't understand. He didn't see what was special about a kid who took poison, no skills. But he couldn't disobey his senior, so he just banged his head against the door to vent his frustration. Hearing the banging outside, the boy was startled, then continued eating his meal. Meanwhile, his mind was racing. Guard Gan never told me why Mu Jinyan needed a substitute. He left one person to watch me, and left himself. I've been here a few days, but I've figured out the situation. From what I can tell, Ranmu Sword Manor isn't dangerous enough to need a substitute. Since it's so safe, does that mean he needs the substitute for something else? At that thought, the boy realized something. When a substitute is needed, does he want to stay silent? He wants to change masters. So that's his real gone. The next moment, as Guken outside was dozing off, the boy pushed the door open. Guken asked, "Where are you going? Need the toilet?" The boy chuckled. "No, I'm going out. I have something to ask you. Come with me." Guken didn't want trouble. He pointed at the room. "If you don't want to die, stay quietly inside." But the boy just smiled. "You're Guken, right? As long as we both keep our mouths shut, nothing will happen." Seeing the boy ignore orders, Guken grabbed his collar. "Have you forgotten your situation? If you push me too far, you won't get any good out of it. Stay in the room obediently." But the boy just stared. Then blurted out something strange. "You are weaker than Gargon." The next second, while Guken was stunned, the boy grabbed his arm and threw him over his shoulder. Exactly like Gargon had done. Then Guken was pinned to the ground. His arm twisted behind his back, and pressure points were struck. This shocked him. Could the boy have been hiding his skills? No one would expect an ordinary kid to know strikes. It made Guken question his life. Was this kid hiding his martial arts? And the boy, seeing Guken wasn't immobilized, was also puzzled. "I did what Gargon did. So why can you still move?" Little did he know, those words shocked Guken even more. He learned it just from watching. This kid really is, as Gon said, truly dangerous. But despite his SOC, Guken showed little fear. He glared at the boy. "You haven't forgotten the poison. Without the neutralizing pill, you'll die painfully, bleeding from all orifices." But the boy didn't care. He pinched Guken's mouth shut, bit his own finger, and dripped blood into his throat. As the blood went down, Guken sensed the poison in it. He clutched his neck, trying to circulate his chi to expel the poison. Then the boy's voice rang out. "When I was young, I gathered herbs with my grandpa. I ate all kinds of poisons. At some point, my blood became toxic. With a taste or a sniff, I can tell what herbs are used. Ordinary poisons don't work. I don't need any antidote." Hearing this, Guken's face fell. The boy's eyes widened. "Didn't I say I have a question? Can you tell me about the situation at Ranmo's Sword Manor now? Only I can cure the poison in my blood. You might be useful later." Guken had no words for the boy before him. He was a demon. Meanwhile, at the Manor Lord's Hall of Ranmo's Sword Manor, Lord Murinden lay unconscious in bed, in agony. The physician was at his wit's end. He'd racked his brain and tried every herb, but he wasn't getting better. He couldn't find the cause. The physician resented Murinden. "My lord, why didn't you name an heir in advance? Ranmo Manor has 4 masters. Now that the lord is ill, the manor has fallen into darkness before the storm. If the lord passes away, then to fight for the lord's seat, the brothers will battle to death, killing each other. The first madam especially dotes on the eldest young master, so who knows what Lady Sure might do to make her eldest son inherit the lord's position." Speak of the devil. Lady Sure came to see Murinden. She walked to the bedside, then gave a light cough. "Physician Xia, how is the lord?" Xia said, "Forgive my incompetence. My skills are lacking, I can't tell. The illness is too strange." Lady Sure rubbed her brow. "Just as I expected. Since this illness is strange, and can't be treated with medicine, we'll have to rely on sorcery." Physician Xia tried to dissuade her. "Sorcery is only for divination. It has no basis at all. How can you use such a method?" Lady Sure shot him a glare. "So you'd have me watch him die?" Then Physician Xia was dismissed by Lady Sure. She'd already invited a skilled sorcerer, so he wasn't needed. After Physician Xia left, Lady Sure looked at Murinden. "From now on, sorcery will be used to expel the lord's illness. So no one is allowed into the lord's room during this time. No one may come near." After hearing Guken, the boy pondered briefly. "Let's go out now." Guken looked at him. "Where?" The boy looked outside. "To see the manor lord." And so, the two walked out one after another. The boy clapped his hands. "So you're saying, Mu Jingyun and Gargon found me as a substitute, just to bring the eldest and second young masters together, so the 3 of us would tear each other apart?" Guken nodded honestly. That's right. That was the best plan they could think of. The transition of power often comes with bloodshed. Now the old lord of Ranmo's Sword Manor, Murinden, is near death, and his 4 sons have already started fighting each other. Entering as Mu Jingyun, the sturdy boy looked at the documents in his hand. Eldest Mu Yinghao, around 20, has a birthmark on his left cheek, indulges in wine and women, and visits the tavern almost every other day. Of the 4 Mu brothers, he's the most incompetent, greedy, and cruel. Second Mu Yingping, around 30, is cunning and treacherous. With eyes lie the first madams. To become the head, he'll stop at nothing. The reason Mu Jingyun and Guard Gon found a substitute was to find a chance to provoke Mu Yingping, getting him to kill the substitute, and the eldest would surely take advantage of the second removing the substitute. Attack when they let their guard down. Then the brothers kill each other. That's the mantis stalking the cicada, with the oriole behind. The fisherman reaps the reward. No matter who survives, both will be kinslayers, losing their right to inherit. Then Mu Jingyun, in the shadows, unscathed, reappears, and instantly stands unbeatable. Hearing Gu Kan's Otsao, the young master smiles. He played a clever trick, but I killed Mu Jingyun, which threw their plan into chaos. Gu Kan asks the young master, but young master, why visit the sect master? The young master shreds the papers. From what you've said, the sect master's life is tied to mine. Of course I had to trek. Gu Kan hesitates, then speaks. If senior brother Gon learns. The young master tosses the scraps. Gu Kan, I trust you'll keep this quiet. Gu Kan curses. Damn it, he has no choice but to comply. He's not his own man. Meanwhile, Madame Shi waits for Miao Fengshi. Miao Xian ascends the steps. She looks at the madam. Can I see the sect master? Madame Shi sizes up Miao Xing. They say Miao Fengshi is mighty. I'll trust you this once. Miao Xing chuckles. Thank you. The longer the possession lasts, the worse it gets. Please give the order. Everyone to withdraw 30 zhang. One slip and they'll be tainted. Madame Shi nods slightly. I've already arranged it. Except guards at the door. Everyone's withdrawn. Miao Qin glances at her. You must also retreat 30 zhang. Madame Shi reminds her. You haven't forgotten my task. Miao Xian chuckles. Rest assured. Sect master's seal and manual. I'll get them for you. Madame Shi drives the carriage away. Find those two things, and I'll pay you 320 silver. After striking the deal, Madame Shi orders the guards away. Without her summons, no one may approach the sect master's room, though Madame Shi scorns such sorcery. She has no choice but to use her now. After retreating 30 zhang, she spots a figure she hates. Mu Yutian, the fourth master, son of a lowly courtesan. If the master just toyed with her, fine, but he wanted such a base child to inherit the seat. That, Madame Shi cannot tolerate. From this, one can see Mu Rinden's coma may be her doing. As Madame Shi turns to leave, the young master and Gu Kan pass from the other side. He notices Mu Yutian training. Despite his excellent skill, he never slacks in practice. His character mirrors the master's. So he's the favored son, right? But he cares more about technique. So that's how one trains. Gu Kan shows a horse stance. It builds lower body strength. All martial arts need a solid base. The young master muses. I see. Gu Kan, could I kill Gan Hui if I trained? On one side, his senior. On the other, his life holder. Gu Kan doesn't know how to answer. The young master glances back. Didn't you hear me? I asked, if I cultivate martial arts, could I eliminate Gan Hui? Gu Kan frowns deeply. Why is he asking this? Does he know we'll abandon him? This kid isn't just clever, he's a scheming prodigy. Survival is the root of plots. Facing the young master's query, Gu Kan can only answer again. Young master, arts start with cultivation. The young master hears it for the first time. Inner cultivation, Gu Kan nods. It means breathing. The art of respiration, circulating natural qi in the body to build inner power. Once it accumulates, your strength grows. But inner power can't be built in a day. To met senior brother Gon, an expert. Even if you trained, you couldn't win anytime soon. He has half a century of power. 30 years of it. And his martial skill is superb. The young master's look shifts. You mean, not in the short term? Gu Kan says respectfully, debt. But inwardly he sneers. To be precise, you'll never beat senior brother Gon. The key to inner cultivation is timing. Ages 5 to 9 are best. Without starting young. Excess turbid qi in the body prevents inner power formation. In other words, you can never build it. Gu Kan gloats inwardly. Get it? No matter how arrogant you are, you're just a frog in a well. But then the young master spins, pinches Gu Kan's cheek, and speaks with chilling calm. Your eyes roll so temptingly. I'm tempted to pluck them out. Gu Kan's blood runs cold. The young master smiles. Gu Kan, from now on, you're my man. Hearing Gu Kan agree, the young master turns back. He thinks to himself, so I can't get rid of Gan Hui. But he doesn't trust me, so I can't win him over to my side. Gu Kan comforts his own eyes, then reminds him, forget that. You should leave here now. The young master asks, why? Gu Kan whispers. The fourth young master hates the real third young master. The young master presses on. What's the grudge between them? Gu Kan answers honestly. 2 years ago, the third insulted his mother. He got beaten badly for it. The young master snickers. That old demon's kind-hearted. At least he didn't chop his limbs. Gukan doesn't know whether to nod. He can only urge again. Let's just go. Staying here will cause trouble. This time, he doesn't argue. He follows Gukan away. At the same time, Miao Xian sets the array in the room. Red threads and coins crisscross, tied to Mu Rinden's limbs, seeing purple marks on his chest. Miao Xing frowned slightly. At first, it looks like poison, but this is baleful qi. An ordinary man hit by this would have been devoured long ago, yet he's held on till now. Impressive, for a martial master, but he's been possessed too long. His survival chance is only half. I just need to finish the task. Whether he lives is not my concern. Miao Xian takes out cinnabar and paper, and begins writing talismans. She chants, heaven and earth. Wear celestial armor, ward off ghosts. Let them perish, immortal breath. 10,000 ghosts, hide away. Great sage, collect, ghost stars, arm. After the incantation, Miao Xian casts the talisman. It sticks to his chest, and golden light blazes forth. Then Miao Xian uses the Flin and Bing seals. She forms hand signs. Pure elixir, mystic guardian. Manifest golden form and armor. War god, slay the thunder demon. Iron, bronze, chains, water. For ghosts, slay the fiend. Descend to the underworld, cry to heaven. Wood and fire, open 7 steps. But the next second, Miao Xian senses trouble. This baleful qi is too strong, so she chants the Zhe seal. True words, wind and clarity. Crane guardian, water comes. Slay demons, divine soldiers, command. As Miao Xing casts her spell, Sect Master Mu Rinden's eyes open, but they're blood red. His body begins to tremble. Then, footsteps echo outside the room. Miao Xian's heart jumps. Who's coming? Is it the madam? No. If I'm disturbed mid-ritual, something terrible will happen. Sure enough, trouble strikes. Miao Xing is blasted back by the baleful qi. The young master pushes the door. Gukan is stunned by the scene. Whoa, I found a big secret. The young master walks to the bed and bows with clasped hands. Father, your son pays respects. The liveliest place in the manor is definitely Mu Rinden's room. Miao Xing glares at Gukan and the young master. I don't care if you're his son. Get out right now. Didn't you get the madam's notice? Gukan blocks Miao Xing with his body. Who are you, old man? Why are you doing this? As the young master studies him, Miao Xing shouts. I was exorcising the spirit, but your sudden intrusion made the baleful qi surge back. Makes the fiend grow stronger. Gukan is stunned. Baleful qi. You're a sorcerer. Miao Xian is nearly in tears. Please, just get out. One mistake. Before she finishes, a sudden change occurs. Mu Rinden seems possessed by something. His body floats in the air, screaming hysterically. Miao Xing mutters, damn it. The fiend has devoured him. You too, help me. Grab the master. Don't let him break the ropes. Gukan hesitates. Grabbing him is a grave offense. Miao Xian urges loudly. Move now, or it's too late. The next moment, Gukan and the young master grab Mu Rinden's arms. Miao Xing presses a talisman. Emperor of the North, grant me power. Strike the 4 ghosts. Seal with divine script. Suppress and seal in the underworld. As Miao Xian chants, the fiend inside Mu Rinden senses danger. It makes him struggle violently. Gukan's wrist is seized. He howls in pain. Then, great purple baleful qi creeps up Mu Rinden's arm toward Gukan. Gukan nearly wets himself. Miao Xing warns him. The fiend's strong. Endure. If it transfers to you, your life's in danger too. Gukan is nearly in tears. What? It can transfer to me. What am I supposed to do? At that critical moment, the young master draws his sword. He slashes through the air and severs the arm gripping Gukan. Blood gushes forth. From the stump lie a fountain. Gukan and Miao Xing stare. Then the young master, caught up in the frenzy, raises his sword again. Gukan shouts to stop him. But in the end, the whole arm is cut off. Gukan is terrified. This madman cut his arm off. A moment later, Miao Xian seals the fiend in a severed arm with a talisman. Gukan bandages Mu Rinden's wound. Miao Xian's face falls. This is bad. Not only did I fail the task, but the masters lost an arm. Before they pin it on me, I need to escape now. Patch things up and leave here. But the youth's sword hit her neck. Miao Xian turned to look at the youth. What are you doing? Gukan asked the youth's intent. The youth made a shush gesture. Then he glanced at Mu Rinden. Is this why the Lord's been ill? Miao Xian answered with a shrug. You saw it, isn't it clear? The Lord's corrupted by a spirit, and it's not dealt with yet. One slip and he's dead. I really don't have time to waste with you. Do you want the Lord dead? The moment those words left his mouth, Miao Xin realized his mistake. The youth seized the point. Who else wants him dead? Did the first madam hire you? Miao Xin surrendered. You misunderstand. The youth pressed the blade closer to Miao Xion's neck. I've got a sword at your throat. If you want to lie, tell the truth. Miao Xion sensed his killing intent. He had to confess. The madam said, don't bother saving the Lord. I just need to use the spirit to find the manual and the Manor Lord's seal. The youth was taken aback. The manual and the Manor Lord's seal. Guken broke out in cold sweat. The first madam would dare such a bold act. The seal nearly fell to the first master. Anxious, Guken urged the youth. Young master, we must save him. We have to stop the first young master from inheriting. Otherwise, you're the next target. The youth thought it over. Fair. I've gotten in her way. Miao Xian seized the chance. Young master, I can save him. I will save the Manor Lord. Seeing the youth lower his sword, Miao Xian thought he'd agreed to treat him. The youth shocked everyone. Keep trying to find out where the manual and seal are. Begin. When he heard the youth tell him to keep controlling him, and ask where the items were, Gu Ken was dumbfounded. This madman isn't trying to save the Manor Lord. He's continuing the madam's plan. What is he thinking? Miao Xian turned to the youth. If the spirit possesses him again, the Manor Lord will die. But the youth was unmoved. He urged Miao Xian to act. Miao Xian took out a puppet. He explained it was a medium. If he touches the spirit directly, he really will die. So using this to connect, the evil spirit will think this is the Manor Lord. Miao Xian tied the puppet with string, then placed it on his chest. He chanted as the puppet shifted. Heaven and earth shift, spirits heed. All that I hold, gods obey. Urgent as the law commands. A giant hand of dark energy rose from the chest, and grabbed the puppet. Mu Rindan let out a demonic howl. As Miao Xian kept chanting, the giant hand squeezed harder. The puppet creaked and cracked. Miao Xian was alarmed. This dark energy is too strong. If this continues, the spirit will break free. But that guy won't listen. What do I do? Miao Xian hatched a vicious plan. He spoke to the youth respectfully. Young master, I've got the evil spirit under control. But is it cool for him to stay? Guken thought to himself. Standing here listening really isn't right. So he pushed the door and left. Young master, I'll wait outside. Once Guken was gone, Miao Xian began his real scheme. He formed hand seals with both hands, and spat out rapid incantations. Mu Rindan, possessed by the spirit, began to change. He opened his mouth and spoke haltingly. Who is awakening me? Miao Xian shouted. It worked. Then kept up his gestures. Urgent as the law commands. Spirit, answer my question. Mu Rindan asked. What question? Miao Xian went straight to the point. Where are the manual and seal? Mu Rindan's face twisted. In the Ding chamber under the hall. So they're hidden in the Ding stone chamber beneath the medicine hall. But the next second, things spiraled out of control. The puppet was crushed to pieces. Tiny hands crawled up the string. Miao Xian shouted an order. Young master, cut the string. The evil spirit is taking the Manor Lord. The youth swung his sword and cut the string. But then something terrifying happened. Dark hands crawled from the ground up his legs. In an instant, his whole body was covered in dark energy. Miao Xian dropped the act. It was all his doing. The youth became the spirit's new puppet. Only when a yellow talisman hit his forehead did Miao Xian breathe a sigh of relief. This evil spirit's energy is too strong. It was bound to break free eventually. Transferring it to that guy now was a stroke of genius. Now I've completed the commission, and removed the one in my way, killing two birds with one stone. As for the other little problems, I'll just pin them all on him. Done. Meanwhile, the spirit inside the youth was furious. You dared deceive me with a puppet, unforgivable. Then it sized up its new vessel. So this is the one who tricked me. So young. Perfect. I don't want that old man anymore. I'll take over your body. Sink into your inner world and sleep forever. The youth's consciousness returned to his grandfather's mountain home. The grass and trees were lush, and the spring babbled. He fetched spring water here every morning. How could he forget? But after filling the bucket, he felt confused. Why did this place feel off this morning? What is this uneasy feeling? With that unease, the youth let out a sigh. I feel I've forgotten something. But before he could think further, flames and smoke in the distance caught his eye. No, that's the direction of my home. Grandpa's in danger. He dropped the bucket of spring water and ran desperately toward the fire. He had only one thought. Please, Grandpa, don't let anything happen to you. But the tragedy from before replayed. His grandfather, his lower half gone, lay in a pool of blood. The youth desperately tried to wake him, but it was all in vain. His heart was filled with killing intent. His true nature quietly surfaced. "Grandpa, stay with me. Who did this? I'll avenge you." So much grief, yet not a single tear fell. His grandfather's death awakened the youth completely. Only at that moment of death did the youth truly understand what his grandfather meant to him. How precious a family he was. Everything the youth was experiencing was part of the evil spirit's scheme. Its only goal was to make him sink into endless despair. Next, the evil spirit reached out its hand, and dark energy struck the youth's body. Soon, dark markings spread across his face. His grandfather's voice woke his consciousness. "What are you sitting there for? Come help me with the work." The youth didn't know why he was alive again, but he was truly overjoyed. So he rushed into his grandfather's arms. His grandfather was startled. "You brat, you'll knock me over. What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" The youth said it was nothing, but his eyes were welling up. He truly didn't want to lose his grandfather again. He was the one who should have died long ago. His grandfather was his reason to lie. Seeing the grandfather and grandson embrace, the evil spirit grew more pleased. "Dead, this is it. Drown in the past you cherish, in the lost memories and in eternal happiness." As the youth helped sort herbs, he asked the question on his mind. "Grandpa, why did you name me Zheng?" Before his grandfather could answer, the spirit's seductive voice whispered in his ear, "Stay here with your grandfather forever. Never lose what's precious again." But the next second, something unexpected happened. Under the spirit's stunned gaze, the youth noticed something. He turned and grabbed the spirit's head. His cold voice rang out. "You made me remember unpleasant things. You dared toy with me using my grandfather. You've made me angry." The evil spirit hadn't expected the youth to notice its presence. How did he manage it? But what the youth said next infuriated it. "Also, you seem to have misunderstood. If you want to talk about my wishes, then you should show me this. I don't want to resurrect my grandfather. I want to tear apart his killer." At that moment, the tables turned. The youth's dark intent flooded the spirit's mind. His most primal desires, his purest killing intent, a malice so pure even spirits fled. Looking at the demon-like youth, the spirit questioned its existence. Can a human have such emotions? But the youth seemed bound, unable to release all his intent. The spirit couldn't understand why. And then his grandfather answered him. "You're asking why I named you that. You're different from others, a special child, but I hope you grow up like everyone else, kind and upright. So I named you Zheng, meaning righteousness. Just like that name. I hope you never go astray. Be a kind and upright person." The spirit seized the chance to break free and ran for its life. The youth grabbed a sickle and chased it. The spirit now realized it had run into a madman. It had to go deeper into his mind. "Luckily, I've already eroded his body. Don't rush. Just go deeper and take over his consciousness." But the spirit found itself in a grassland. Is this the deeper part of his mind? Then it saw a sealed gate. Could his memories be sealed? No matter. Just open this door, erode deeper into his mind, and devour it all. Suddenly, thick black smoke appeared. The spirit found itself bound in place. Black branches rose from the ground, and dragged the spirit downward. The spirit knew that if this continued, it would be devoured by the youth. But no matter how it struggled, the outcome was inevitable. And so, with a gulp, the screaming spirit was swallowed by the youth. Meanwhile, Miao Xian was packing up his things. The youth suddenly opened his eyes. He ripped the talisman off his forehead. Miao Xian shouted, "Impossible!" But worse was yet to come. Behind the youth appeared a demon monk from hell. The monk bowed to the youth, as if paying homage to a master. Beneath the calm night, danger lurked. Zhang Mingren, the inner hall master of Ranmu Manor, sat on the steps, muttering, "Is this really alright?" Manor Lord Mu Rindan was a true hero. Zhang Mingren admired him deeply. He believed everything he did was right. Zhang Mingren and Mu Rindan met 19 years ago while suppressing pirates in the Haiyan region. Back then, Zhang Mingren was a famed swordsman near Shaoxing, Zhejiang. He and Mu were kindred spirits. Together they drove back the pirates. Zhang became the inner hall master, beginning to serve Mu Rindan, recalling the past. A troubled Zhang looks at the sky. But how did things come to this? Earlier, the first madam found Zhang Mingren. "Do you believe letting that low-born child inherit the Burning Wood Sword Manor is right? This is all for the future of the Burning Wood Sword Manor. You just need to leave temporarily. Use sorcery to find the seal and manual, then come back." What troubled Zhang was, though for the peace of the Burning Wood Sword Manor, I decided to turn a blind eye. I still feel uneasy. Could the sorcery be a cover? Are they trying to drug the manor lord to control him? After much deliberation, Zhang finally stood up. This still won't do. I once swore loyalty to the lord. This goes against reason. I should go trek. At the same time, Miao Xian looks at the demon monk in terror. This is no ordinary spirit. It's an extremely powerful evil spirit. Yet the youth now wears a smile, then gives the demon monk orders. Demon monk, go kill that sorcerer. The moment these words were spoken, the demon monk attacked without hesitation. Miao Xian uses the 9-character mantra, while exclaiming in SOC, is he commanding a spirit lie a servant? Impossible. This fiend is a vengeful ghost. Calling it a disaster is no exaggeration. How could it obey human commands? Yet reality played a huge joke on Miao Xian. The spirit truly obeyed the youth. Gradually, due to the gap in their strength, Miao Xian slowly fell into a disadvantage. The demon monk's huge hand drew closer to his body. Then the next second, with a bang, Miao Xian was sent flying by a strike. Then the monk cornered Miao Xian bit by bit. Countless hands grabbed Miao Xian's body. Miao Xian begged for mercy in terror. To survive, he would pay any price. Yet the youth only said 4 words. No need. Miao Xian thought it was about his deception. That made the youth hold a grudge. But the youth said that wasn't it. He crouched down before Miao Xian and gave a reason. Because you overheard about the manual. Hearing this, Miao Xian screamed in fury, you bastard. Yet in the face of absolute power, all words are futile. The hands around Miao Xian multiplied until they completely engulfed him. His only thought before death was that the youth intended to silence him. A moment later, Gu Kan was called into the room. He was startled by Miao Xian's state. Is the sorcerer dead? The youth said they'd discuss that later. Then he picked up the sword, while instructing Gu Kan, come help me move the body first. In the time that followed, the youth swung the sword around the room. The Shitari goes like this. The sorcerer went mad and swung the sword, even cutting off the manor lord's arm. We came to pay respects and subdued him. Hearing this, Gu Kan was stunned. He turned to look at the youth. You intend to cover up the truth? The youth nodded. Any problem? Gu Kan scanned the room. Though it sounds plausible, but will they believe it? The first madam is not easy. She'd never believe such a lie. With that thought, Gu Kan looked at the youth. Young master, such a trick won't fool her. It'll only make them suspicious. The youth also surveyed the room. You think it's not thorough enough? Gu Kan nodded slightly. Even if the sorcerer went mad, and we subdued her, the madam who hired her won't believe it. The youth thought for a moment. Then we need to make it convincing. So the next second, under Gu Kan's shocked gaze, the youth switched the sword to his left, and stabbed it into his own thigh. After cutting off the manor lord's arm, the sorcerer tried to kill me. With a thud, blood sprayed in all directions. Gu Kan's eyes went wide, but the youth casually tossed the sword. A wild grin spreading across his face. Now is it more believable? Never had he seen such a protagonist, not only ruthless to his enemies, but even to himself. Watching the youth stab his own leg, Gu Kan's wariness rose another level. So the next second, Gu Kan wisely offered to stop the bleeding. But the youth shook his head. Because he felt a pale face would be easier to believe. Hearing this, Gu Kan felt a chill. He had only one thought now. Never become an enemy of this youth. Just then, Zhang Mingren, inner hall master of the Burning Wood Sword Manor, pushed open the door. When he saw the state of Mu Rendan and the sorcerer Miao Xian, he immediately roared. What have you people done? Gu Kan, sweating, tried to explain. Inner hall master, you misunderstand. While the youth looked staggeringly weak, he stumbled as he moved, and waved at Zhang Mingren. Go trek on the manor lord first. But no sooner had he said this, than he collapsed with a thud. Zhang Mingren could only question Gu Kan. What exactly happened here? Why is the third young master here? Gu Kan stammered for a long time, and could only follow the youth's plan. But when he noticed the smile at the corner of the youth's mouth, a thought immediately struck him. Could this guy be putting on an act? A moment later, the youth, his leg wound bandaged, lay on a bed in the medical room. The smell of herbs in the room felt soothing to him. Then he recalled the info from Mu Rendan. The manual and seal are hidden in the Ding Stone chamber beneath the medicine hall. He hadn't expected to actually end up right where the manor lord mentioned. Looks like luck is on his side. Too bad there are too many eyes around. The youth decided to search at night. Then Gu Kan, with one arm injured, came to find the youth, and took out 2 books from his chest. These are the sorcery books, young master. The youth asked, only these 2? Gu Kan nodded slightly. I hid these before they could burn them. The youth was surprised. Burned? Gu Kan recalled the scene. They burned the sorcerer's items, likely to destroy evidence. The youth lamented the loss. He checked the books in hand. Yin-Yang Arts and Strange Arts, muttering to himself. Only these 2 remain. After a moment of silence, the youth thanked Gu Kan. Gu Kan looked like he wanted to say something. Under the youth's questioning, he voiced his confusion. Young master, I don't understand why you need these books. The youth pointed outside. What do you see out there? But in Gu Kan's view, the window showed nothing. Little did he know the demon monk was staring right back at him. Then Gu Kan was left utterly bewildered by the youth's words, while the youth flipped through the 2 books. At that moment, the first madam, ignoring the guards, barged into the room where the youth was recovering, then swept her gaze over him like a blade. "Let's talk." Seeing this, the youth said nothing. He knew trouble had arrived. The next moment, Gu Kan bowed to the first madam. This subordinate greets the first madam. The youth assessed her. "So this is the first madam, from the martial Jinhua Shijichuang family." "Madam, sure. Guard Gon warned me repeatedly to be very careful. He also said that, born into a martial family, she's highly skilled in martial arts, and an extremely cunning, troublesome woman, even more dangerous than the eldest, Mu Ronghao." Following the principle of utmost caution, the youth clasped his fists. "Greetings, first madam. Due to my leg injury, I cannot bow properly. Please forgive me, first madam." Gu Kan quietly watched the first madam's expression, his heart full of anxiety. "As long as there's no flaw and we handle it well, nothing should go wrong." The first madam looked down at the youth. "I'm not here for your health." The youth wondered what she intended, but the next second, the first madam showed her purpose through action. She struck the youth's thigh with a blade in one hand. With a crack, the youth's bandaged wound burst open instantly. Blood sprayed everywhere. Gu Kan moved to intervene, but the female guard the first madam brought held a sword to his neck. The first madam looked down at the youth, wincing in pain. "So you really are injured, working hard to cover tracks. You even thought to wound yourself deliberately. Too bad you fooled the inner hall master with your smooth words. But one thing you don't know." With that, the first madam's face twisted into a sneer. "A skilled sorcerer would never be backlashed by evil energy when casting spells. The protagonist's plot armor doesn't work in every shituri. The first madam of the Burning Wood Sword Manor is a highly intelligent villain." She sneered at the youth, mocking, "A skilled sorcerer would never be backlashed by evil energy when casting spells. Yet you claim Miao Xan went mad. How ridiculous." Then the first madam attacked without another word, slapping the youth's face. "How dare you toy with me using such a cheap lie." With a loud crash, the youth was slapped off the bed by the first madam. The first madam shook her slightly numb hand. "I won't repeat myself. Where did you see these things?" But the youth, leaning against the wall, burst out laughing. A wild, unrestrained laugh. The first madam felt a chill run down her spine. Has he lost his mind? Then a smirk curled at the corner of the youth's mouth. He pointed behind the first madam and commanded the demon monk, attack. In an instant, a fierce wind seemed to sweep through the room. The first madam felt something fly past her. Then the maidservant, possessed by the demon monk. A heart-wrenching scream. Everyone was shocked by the sight. The maidservant looked almost exactly like the dead sorcerer Miao Xian, filled with the same terror and dread. Seeing this, the first madam frowned deeply. "This is evil possession." The youth quietly moved behind the first madam. "Don't you need the manual? Then you should negotiate with me properly, instead of threatening me." Hearing this, the first madam wished she could tear the youth apart. The youth chuckled. "Believe me, I have no interest in the manor lord's position. But you're not the only one who wants to be manor lord. Since you treated me so, I'll see my second brother." These words struck the first madam's weak spot. The youth continued. "Don't forget, the fourth brother is highly skilled in martial arts. We don't get along, so I'll give the manual to him as a gift, and make peace with him along the way." The first madam gritted her teeth in fury. The youth walked barefoot across the floor. "You should understand by now who holds the upper hand. It's getting cold. Be careful on your way back." A moment later, back at Huihua Hall, the first madam vented her rage wildly in her room. Who knows how much furniture she smashed. That brat dares to defy his superior. The guard tried to console. "Madam, please calm down." The first madam roared. "Calm down? Do I look like I can be calm right now? I worked so hard to come up with this plan, and that brat snatched it." Hearing this, the female guard didn't know what to say. The first madam rubbed her brow. "Even the wise can err. Damn it, because that brat was always a useless fool. This time I truly let my guard down. I thought intimidation would scare him senseless and make him spill all. Why is she acting so strangely all of a sudden? It's like she's turned into a completely different person. Could he have been deliberately hiding his true nature all along?" Thinking about this, Madame Sure recalled the past. Come to think of it, Mu Jinyan was indeed often praised for his intelligence when he was young, but ever since his mother passed away and her maternal family declined, he gradually turned into the good-for-nothing he is now. Still, maybe it was just to protect himself that he played the fool. Madame Sure was somewhat annoyed now. Even if he is no threat, I shouldn't have relaxed. At that moment, the female guard suddenly suggested, before the third young master tries any weird dark arts, let me get rid of him. Madame Sure shook her head in refusal. Don't make rash moves. If the manual and the seal fall into someone else's hands, that spells trouble. Besides, I have no intention of letting her lead me by the nose. Inform the Shadow Pavilion that Feng Miaoxing is dead. Hearing, Shadow Pavilion, the female guard's expression changed drastically. That was an assassin organization belonging to Feng Miaoxing. Madame Sure's cold laughter was bone-chilling. Mu Jinyan, I will never let you get your way. At the same time, at the Midnight Pharmacy, the young man absorbed knowledge bit by bit from ancient yin-yang texts. When people whose yin and yang are out of balance die, they turn into wronged spirits and transform into evil apparitions. Depending on different conditions, the grades of evil apparitions also vary. The first kind is the Crimson Spirit, a bound earth spirit. It only gives living people goosebumps or makes them feel a chill. The second is Zhu Spirit. It can possess bodies, making people feel physically exhausted or fall slightly ill. The third kind is the Imperial Tomb Spirit. From the Imperial Tomb level onwards, exorcism is required. This type is dangerous. Ghosts at the Imperial Tomb level can turn into malevolent entities and take people's lives. Evil apparitions of different grades tend to possess vastly different abilities. The Crimson Spirit can give people goosebumps or mild pain. The Zhu Spirit can possess a person's body, making them feel heavy or fall slightly ill. Once it reaches the Imperial Tomb level, exorcism is necessary, because a ghost at that level turns into a malevolent entity, capable of taking lives. At that moment, the demonic monk walked out from the medicine cabinet. The young man figured the demonic monk must be an Imperial Tomb Spirit. However, he didn't dwell on it much, and went straight to the point. You found the place. Seeing the monk nod, the young man sprang into action. He found the hidden door. Since its switch was hidden inside a seldom-used medicine box. Here, one simply has to praise the perk of controlling the demonic monk. He can walk through walls to find the underground door and scout the situation. It is quite useful. But earlier, the demonic monk couldn't do a thing to Madame Sure and could only scare them using the maid behind her. However, when the young man tried it on guard Gukin later, it worked quite well. This differing result made the young man ponder quietly. Could it be because Madame Sure is a first-rate martial artist? Then against guard Gan, who is also a first-rate expert, the demonic monk probably won't work either. Thinking of this, the young man got the idea to acquire even stronger evil apparitions. Green forest spirits are wronged spirits that have wandered the mortal realm for decades. They can influence everything around them, and even cause living people to experience auditory hallucinations and mental confusion. To put it in one sentence, green forest spirits are extremely dangerous. If you encounter one, you must perform an exorcism. The next instant, the young man closed the bead in his hand. I've read pretty much enough of this yin-yang book for now. It's time to go look for the manual and the seal. Behind the medicine cabinet was a passage leading straight underground. The young man held a lantern and slowly walked down the steps. He hadn't expected them to dig such a deep cavern just to hide these items. But precisely because of that, everyone must be desperate to get their hands on these two items. The pattering of footsteps echoed continuously through the passage. The young man calmly continued forward. It seems getting my hands on these things early can only do me good. What's more, I know the demonic monk's power can't kill guard Gan at all. I need more methods I can utilize. The end of the passage was an iron gate. The young man pushed the door open and entered. In the empty cavern, there were 4 doors labeled A, B, C, and D. Based on the information obtained from sect leader Mu Renden's tomb, the young man walked over to the D stone gate. Then he pushed the stone door open. As a result, it was yet another long passage. This annoyed the young man a little. More walking. Is it necessary to? Before the young man could finish complaining, his foot triggered a trap on the ground. A massive stone came rumbling down from above. Seeing this, the young man swiftly shifted his body, just barely dodging the boulder's attack. However, his next landing spot triggered another mechanism. A barrage of arrows shot straight toward his face. The young man nimbly dodged the first wave of arrows, then whirled his lantern with blinding speed. He finally managed to deflect the iron bolts shot from the shadows. Who would have thought more danger lurked behind the arrows? A giant wooden stake crashed directly toward the young man's small body. If that hit, he'd be dead or severely mangled. The young man leaped onto the wooden stake, thinking to himself, true enough, the good show has only just begun. This deep underground cavern is riddled with traps. Is the manual that precious? Or is there something even more important hidden here? In the time that followed, the young man went through numerous trials and tribulations. All sorts of sabers, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, along with spiked maces and iron hammers. If anyone else had appeared here, they'd have been buried here. A short while later, the young man finally made it through the long, trap-filled path. Then what came into view was a wooden structure, a left-right symmetrical space. The young man looked over the environment here, and even saw traces of habitation. Could someone have cultivated here before? Well, even if someone did, it doesn't matter. The young man's current strength means he has nothing to fear. Then, a wooden box caught the young man's attention. The young man approached and opened it to take a look. 2 martial manuals inside. The Burning Wood Sword Manual and the Burning Wood Mind Technique. These must be what everyone was searching for. According to Gu Kan, the manual is divided into sword techniques and mind arts. The young man decided to take both books away. Yet for such a large space to hold only 2 manuals seemed like making a mountain out of a molehill. The young man had a gut feeling there were other treasures. Sure enough, after some searching, the young man noticed a wooden crate. It looked very heavy, and there were drag marks on the floor. Could it have been moved here just to cover something up? After going through thousands of hardships to have only acquired 2 manuals, the young man was not satisfied with this outcome. Besides, how could an empty cavern contain so little? The real treasure must be hidden in the shadows. Sure enough, the young man found a false bottom beneath the large chest. Inside was a wooden box sealed with talismans. Right after that, the young man picked up the wooden box, and his heart was filled with doubts. What on earth is this? It's even sealed up with talismans. This thing is exuding an ominous aura. Could it be that sect leader Mu Rendan wanted to hide not the manual? Or what is in here? Driven by curiosity, the young man reached out and opened the wooden box. At that moment, a gust of eerie wind seemed to blow past, and the candle flame in a nearby lantern suddenly went out. The entire space fell to absolute silence in that instant, leaving only the sound of pounding heartbeats. The young man's gaze was locked firmly on the object inside the box, because the box contained a book with a leather cover. Of course, this wasn't an ordinary book. Judging by the pungent smell, this book is made of human skin. At the same time, a certain room in Burning Wood Sword Sect was bustling with excitement. Second young master Mu Yingping stood there, surrounded by guests dancing, with endless flattery filling the air. At this moment, Mu Yingping burst into hearty laughter, then raised his glass to the window. Today, the main hall of Burning Wood Sword Sect looks exceptionally bright. It must be because I am one step closer to the position of sect leader. Saying this, Mu Yingping glanced out of the corner of his eye at guard gone behind him. All this is thanks to you joining me. Mu Yingping opened his arms to guard gone. Guard Gon cupped his fists. This subordinate pays respects to the second young master. Men have sorrow and joy, the moon waxes. Mu Yingping was overjoyed at his arrival. Sorry to keep you waiting so late. The talent I've yearned for has finally agreed to help. That's why I wanted to throw a grand banquet for you. But father is bedridden, and I cannot disregard his dignity. Can I, Guard Gon? Gon said respectfully, second young master, don't say that. That you welcome me like this makes me feel deeply honored. Afterwards, Mu Yingping led Guard Gon into the room, and the lively banquet with drums and gongs continued. Only the second young master suddenly asked a question. Has that brat Mu Jinyan lost his arts? Guard Gon said with a calm face, that's right. The real Mu Jinyan is dead. The fake one knows no arts, so saying this isn't technically lying to him. Besides, I have no intention of revealing he's an imposter. After all, if he found out I failed to protect our master and even ran away, I'm sure I wouldn't come out of it in one piece. That fellow saw through this, so he made a deal with me. But I won't let you win. So the next second, faced with the inquiry, Guard Gon nodded. Debt. Young Master Jinyan currently cannot use any martial arts at all. Of course, he added a sentence in his heart. You odious little brat. I'll use your head on a platter to show my loyalty to the second young master. Mu Yingping chuckled upon hearing this. That brat was a good for nothing. And now he's lost his arts. What a laughable fellow. I didn't expect to win so easily. Immediately after, Mu Yingping looked at Guard Gon with a full smile. Still, thanks to him, I managed to gain such outstanding talent. Should I thank them instead? As he said this, everyone burst into laughter. That laughter was as sarcastic as it could possibly get. Mu Yingping thought of something. Right, come to think of it. Can you not tell me why that brat lost his arts? Looking at the silent Guard Gon, Mu Yingping stepped over and sat in a chair. Even if it was your dereliction of duty, I won't hold it against you. After all, humans, mistakes are bound to happen. Hearing this, Guard Gon felt a slight stir in his heart. If this gets exposed, I'll be bound to you forever. As if I'd tell you. So he suppressed the fluttering in his heart, then cupped his fists. Master, I am deeply sorry. I still cannot tell you at the moment, but I can guarantee it will never cause you any adverse effects. Mu Yingping laughed heartily upon hearing this. Since you give your word, of course I must believe it. After all, you hail from that place as an assassin. Hearing those words, Guard Gon's body trembled. I thought this kid was just a little punk, but he was actually probing my background. Meanwhile, Mu Yingping stared straight at Guard Gon. Is this a secret too? Guard Gon knew he slipped up, so he hurriedly denied it. Mu Yingping let out a soft snort. I'll call you if I need you. You may take your leave now. In any large clan, the struggle for power and dominance. Watching Guard Gon leave, second young master Mu Yingping sneered repeatedly. Guard Gon is hiding something. Something happened to the third brother. He then gave an order to the burly man behind him. Zhao Yixiang, go trek on things. See what he's hiding. Also, Find out if the third brother really lost his martial arts. With your current level, approaching the initial first-rate realm, you should pull it off. Zhao Yixiang asked the question. Young master, am I just going to verify things? Mu Yingping chuckled. If you just look, where's the fun? Why don't you just take this opportunity to break his legs? Zhao Yixiang cupped his fists in acknowledgement, then left to execute the task. At the same time, the young man in the pharmacy basement examined the human skin book in his hand. Judging by the pulse transmitted through my fingertips, it doesn't seem to be my imagination. Yet what's contained inside is not a living creature, but clearly a heartbeat on the verge of death. At this moment, a doubt arose in the young man's mind. Why is this thing here? Filled with curiosity, the youth couldn't wait to open the prayer beads and see what was inside. But just then, as the demon monk appeared, the youth asked, "Something wrong?" A red light flashed in his eyes. He clasped his fists and knelt before the youth, his body trembling. The youth was stunned, then burst into joy. If the demon monk reacted so, this book hides something. Next, the youth placed the skin book back in the box. He looked toward the ground. The demon monk, who was watching outside with Gu Kan, came to me. That means someone's coming. In other words, trouble. At the same time, a disguised Zhao Yixiang parkoured across the rooftops. When he reached the tree outside the pharmacy courtyard, the first thing he saw was the yawning guard Gu Kan. This surprised Zhao Yixiang. Gu Kan is watching outside, not guarding the injured young master. Could he be hiding something? Then Zhao Yixiang crept silently to the second-floor window. When he peered inside, the youth lay peacefully asleep in bed. He slipped through the window, approaching quietly. What's this? If Mu Jingyun is sleeping, why is Gu Kan standing watch outside? I'll confirm his inner strength. But as Zhao moved to act, his attention was drawn to the books on the table, because it was a secret manual. Ranmu's Spy. After flipping through it, Zhao Yixiang couldn't help covering his mouth, afraid to gasp aloud. This manual is real. At that moment, Zhao Yixiang's mind raced. How does this manual end up with third young master Mu Jingyun? But that doesn't matter. With this, the second young master gains the upper hand. We've won. Little did he know, greed is when people let their guard down most. The youth, supposedly asleep, stood behind Zhao Yixiang. But Zhao Yixiang sensed no danger at all. The next second, tragedy struck. The careless Zhao Yixiang had his head slammed onto the table. The youth grabbed his scalp. Why come here so late? Did you come to sleep? If so, I'll tuck you in. After all, I'm very kind. Thud, thud, thud echoed. That was Zhao's face, having a friendly meeting with the table. Blood gushed from his mouth. He had only one impression of the youth. This kid is utterly ruthless. In the end, the youth nearly smashed Zhao Yixiang's face in. His vision went red, consciousness fading fast. After some time, when Zhao woke again, he saw the youth's face. The youth stared wide-eyed. You're finally awake. Zhao Yixiang had been brought to the underground chamber. He was hung from the beam by rope. Looking at the surroundings, he gasped, where is this? The youth showed no intention to talk. He waved a dagger before Zhao Yixiang's eyes, then stabbed the ground. A cruel smile crossed his face. All right, now let's talk. Seeing the blood-covered Zhao, guard Gu Kan admitted he was shocked. How did this guy end up in Mu Jingyun's room? The youth looked at Gu Kan. Do you know him? Answer. His name is Zhao Yixiang, one of the second young master's 3 trusted guards. The youth was surprised. The second? Then what was he doing here? Gu Kan lowered his head. I'm not sure either. But since he wore a mask and snuck into your room, he surely meant harm. The youth agreed completely. He hoisted Zhao onto his shoulder. Gu Kan urgently stopped him. You're going to interrogate him? No, I urge you to let him go. The second young master is famous for cherishing talent. If he learns you harmed him, he'll be furious. With a crack, Gu Kan's arm was twisted aside by the youth, making him howl in pain. The youth said, I'll consider it, then walked off. Kneeling on the ground, Gu Kan was nearly in tears. Young master, you can't just think about satisfaction. What you're doing is dangerous. Finally, Gu Kan sighed and gave up. He couldn't stop the youth, so he had to let it be. But he was still worried. I've said all I could. The master won't kill him, right? Though he seems carefree. He's a smart man after all. He handled the matter well. But this didn't ease Gu Kan's worry. He muttered softly, the young master won't kill Zhao Yixiang, right? Meanwhile, in the chamber, Zhao arrogantly demanded release. The youth asked, why? Hanging upside down, Zhao Yixiang spat out blood. Why? You saw my face, don't you get it? I came on orders from Mu Yingping. If you torture me, the second master will pay you back. With that, Zhao Yixiang grinned. Stop your nonsense. Hand over the manual now. If I put in a good word with Mu Yingping, I can guarantee your life. Though he said that, Zhao had his own scheme. You're trying to scare me. Force me to reveal plans. You think I'd fall for that? Hearing Zhao's words, the youth said, interesting. He picked up the dagger from the ground. So the second brother treasures men. Even in this state, you dare threaten me with him? Zhao's face changed. What are you doing? The youth sneered. I'm helping you loosen up. Zhao Yixiang beamed. Your decision is wise. I'll speak well of you to the second young master. But the next second, with a squelch, one of his fingers was sliced off. The youth waved the severed finger before him. I'll ask you a question. Whose finger is this? Though his finger was cut off, Zhao felt no pain at all. He couldn't move. Nor could he feel his inner strength. The youth explained. I used anesthetic powder. Zhao Yixiang, missing 2 front teeth, gaped. The youth continued. I made it from herbs in the pharmacy. Within an hour or 2, you'll be numb below the neck. Zhao Yixiang's face finally changed. The youth smiled. Now, I'll ask you questions. If you don't answer immediately, I'll cut off a finger. First question. Why did he send you here? Seeing the youth's cruel face and sharp dagger, Zhao tried to stall. But the time was up. Another finger was sliced off. The youth sneered, staring at him, not answering. I'll continue. The third and fourth fingers were cut off one by one. Though Zhao felt no pain, those were his body parts. No matter how he begged, the youth never stopped. When it reached the thumb, Zhao Yixiang's mental defenses finally broke. It was Mu Yingping who sent me to confirm whether the third young master truly lost his martial arts. Hearing this, the youth understood instantly. He chuckled inwardly. That guard switched sides fast. To verify this, he asked the second question. Did Guard Gon tell second brother that? After the first compromise came the second betrayal. Facing the questioning, Zhao Yixiang readily sold out Guard Gon. Debt, Guard Gon told the second young master. The youth lowered his head and chuckled. Guard Gon's mind works fast. I didn't expect him to hide it and speak so indirectly. Hearing this, Zhao Yixiang was shocked. What's going on? He saw through Guard Gon's betrayal. Was he always this smart, or did he suspect him from the start? Is Guard Gon a spy? No. If Guard Gon were a spy, then there'd be no need to interrogate me. He already knew. Zhao Yixiang pondered. The youth stood up and said something terrifying. There's nothing more I need to ask you. So what should I do now? To survive, one must show their worth. Zhao Yixiang understood well. The youth was no soft-hearted man. He shouted desperately. I swear to serve you. The youth was surprised. Zhao Yixiang continued. I was blind and foolish, not knowing how wise the third young master is. You are the one fit to be Ranmu's Sword Manor's lord. For the future of Ranmu's Sword Manor, please give me a chance to make the right choice. I will serve with my life. Please accept me. I'll do anything for you. To his surprise, the youth agreed readily. Zhao Yixiang was puzzled, but the youth smiled. I happen to have something for you to do. Can you help me now? Feeling he'd escaped death, Zhao Yixiang swore his loyalty fervently. Of course. Give your orders. But the dagger in the youth's hand plunged into Zhao Yixiang's neck the next second. Under his disbelieving gaze, the youth laughed mockingly. You'd sacrifice for me, right? With a tearing sound, Zhao Yixiang's carotid artery was slashed. Blood sprayed like a fountain. The youth looked sinister. I need to borrow your blood. Zhao Yixiang's plea was meant to survive, but the youth never intended to spare him. Until his final moment, he cursed in disbelief. Who the hell said I'd die like this? Having dealt with him, the youth turned to the book. Brute force can't break this. Just as I thought. This must be the seal mentioned in the Yin-Yang book. The book says it seals an unclean thing. The seal holds vital energy. Pouring filth weakens it. Its power weakens. He placed the book under the corpse. The blood of the wronged Zhao Yixiang, full of resentment, soaked the book and the beads. With this, the ritual is complete. As blood covered the book, the beads began to crack. Then, with a snap, the defiled beads shattered. The seal on the skin book was broken. As he anticipated the contents, something unexpected happened. The room filled with blood energy. Bone-chilling winds swept from all directions. The youth felt as if he were drowning in a sea of blood. Then, in his vision, a figure of blood energy slowly formed. What appeared was a white-haired beauty in a red robe. Cherry lips, curvaceous, long, shapely legs, flowers on her red robe. Her face was expressionless. The youth was shocked. Not a mere green spirit. It was the fifth spirit from the ghost pavilion in the Yin-Yang book. At this moment, the youth didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. He expected a green-level ghost, but hit the jackpot instead. Then, the next moment, the woman made her move. A mass of blood energy surrounded the youth. The woman in red lifts her veil. She takes off her hairpin. She flicks it at the boy casually. Foolish mortals, extract your souls. Offer your soul to me. The more critical the moment, the calmer you must stay. The boy recalls the intel he read. Qingling is a tier 5 ghost, a century-old vengeful ghost, causing massive local impact. It can even trigger auditory and visual hallucinations, making people miserable. Exorcism requires at least 10 masters. It's extremely dangerous indeed. This is Qingling's first change of expression. She looks at the boy in blood, then pauses. What's going on? Why isn't your soul extracted? You really are a slow mortal, aren't you? The boy frantically thinks of a countermeasure. The Yin-Yang manual says Qingling is deadly. Now I finally understand what that means. Still, this is quite fun. Hearing the boy say it's fun, Qingling looks confused. The boy looks up at Qingling. No matter how high or low your spirit rank, you all just want to possess human bodies. And I think your pathetic appearance is simply laughable. Without a physical body, spirits can't do anything. Qingling frowns upon hearing this. The boy forces himself to stand up. So if you want my body so badly, take it with your power. Qingling points her finger. A blood spike pierces the boy's body. The boy staggers and almost falls over. Qingling smirks. Foolish mortal, forcing me to use power. This time, Qingling is truly enraged. He raises his smoking pipe high, then waves her hand. Massive amounts of blood rush at the boy. The boy's left cheek is shredded on the spot. Qingling is very pleased with this result. She sneers at him. Do you understand now? You have no power to resist. Obediently hand over your soul. The boy endures with willpower. Seeing him panting heavily, Qingling is somewhat moved. I sliced half his face and carved out a piece of flesh. Yet this guy actually held on. Looks like you're no ordinary person. Driven by curiosity, Qingling suspends the boy in midair with blood ribbons. She chuckles. Alright, mortal, I'll give you a suggestion. As long as you obediently surrender your soul, and I'll grant one wish. The boy has no idea what Qingling's motive is. Why are you offering me this? Qingling flies before him. I'm taking care of you. Hearing this, disbelief is written all over the boy's face. Qingling explains the reason. If I keep forcing you, your soul will be damaged, and I won't benefit from it either. The boy looks straight at Qingling. What if I refuse? Qingling's tone turns icy. I'll kill you and find another. As the blood binding tightens around his neck, a hoarse voice escapes the boy's lips. I have one wish. She widens eyes, wearing a curious be-by-lie expression. Speak, what is your wish? Someone as vicious as you must not have lived an ordinary life. Did someone betray you, or did someone murder your beloved family? Tell me, no matter who they are, this deity will personally tear them limb from limb, and scatter their soul. Seeing him stammering, Qingling urges impatiently. Hurry up and speak. State your wish. Who knew the boy would sneer instead? My wish is for you to shut up and obediently become my Shikigami. These words completely infuriate Qingling. He grinds his back teeth in rage, then glares at the boy. Fine, if you have the guts, hold on, you foolish mortal. The next second, heaven-filling blood chi turns into sharp swords, sweeping toward him. The boy feels like he's in the 18th tier of hell. Meanwhile, Qingling's bewitching voice echoes. Can you really endure the pain of having your bones carved and limbs snapped? Too bad, doing this will also slightly damage your soul. At this moment, the boy sinks into a sea of blood. Though his body is in agony, his consciousness remains completely clear. This scent is redder than crushed dogwood, even more sticky, and carries a metallic iron tang. Though my senses tell me this is blood, it's different. As a ghost killer, I've tasted so many people's blood. What were the blood and the taste like back then? The beating of life, warmth, and heat. That was the feeling of being alive. But what I feel now is only death. At this thought, the boy seems to realize something. This is just an illusion. Hearing this, Qingling is instantly panic-stricken. Glass-like cracks multiply rapidly. This blood sea domain is finally shattered. His and the boy's figures reappear in the underground space beneath the medicine hall. Right after, Qingling takes heavy damage from the broken illusion, flying backward and crashing into the wall. Stabilizing herself, he looks at the boy standing firm like a pine tree, and her heart skips. No, this is impossible. Right now, a bizarre scene unfolds in the underground space. Qingling opens her hand, and a snow goose appears out of thin air. Then the snow goose flies straight toward the boy. He neither dodges nor avoids, as if he sees nothing. Finally, the blood goose turns into a pool of blood, splashing his face. Seeing this, Qingling's delicate brows furrow. Denying all cognition one can perceive is the only way to escape deception. The spell of sensory illusion in sorcery, though theoretically simple, even top-tier sorcerers struggle to deny reality. Yet this brat isn't a sorcerer. How could he pull this off? Could this guy have the talent of a sorcerer? Unexpectedly, the boy bursts into laughter. Qingling lowers her head upon seeing this. You escaped the inner world. But can you turn the tables? The boy glances at her. No, I just thought of something interesting. Qingling is slightly stunned. Something interesting. Yet the next second, Qingling's expression changes drastically, because the boy pulls out that book made of human skin. The Yin-Yang manual written by Zhu Zilf states, the longer spirits survive, the more they need a connecting and dwelling medium. So this book is your medium. As the boy madly rips the human skin cover with his teeth, Qingling wails in agony. A large mouthful of blood spews from his mouth. Realizing he was right, the boy uses both hands and teeth to keep tearing the human skin book. Qingling wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, cursing, "You damned mortal." At this moment, Qingling's eyes are filled with utter disbelief. Her mind is in turmoil. This is impossible. That book is imbued with demonic qi. No one has ever been able to directly damage the book. That's why top sorcerers could only barely seal it away. So how did this guy pull it off? Enraged, Qingling rushes to the boy in a flash, grabs him by the neck, and pins him to the wall. A smirk plays on her lips. If you have the ability, tell me this is an illusion. Then, Qingling's blood-red eyes ignite with flames. I don't need your soul. Go to hell. I showed mercy, but you didn't appreciate it. Blame yourself for being foolish. I'll tear you limb from limb. Yet the boy shows no sign of begging for mercy. Coughing a few times, he mutters, how strange. You could actually just snatch this human skin book back. Why not grab it? I knew it. You probably can't even touch this book, right? As soon as he says this, SOC washes over Qingling's face. He chews with all his might on the cover torn from the human skin book. This action infuriates Qingling even more. He tightens his grip around the boy's neck further, shouting furiously, what kind of freak are you? Daring to provoke me like this? Spit that out right now. With that, he injects a surge of blood into the boy's body. The boy swallows regardless. The blood that just seeped into his body, rampaging within him, feeling the blood reverse and tear through his entire body. This agony feels just like being dismembered. It's like the feeling of eating poison weeds for the first time. But the greater impact comes from the vengeful spirits. Their immense rage, the hatred towards someone just like him, and the urge for revenge. Seeing the boy grinning as he swallows the human skin book cover, Qingling's expression finally changes completely. He roars, you lunatic. She grips his neck tighter. The boy instinctively opens his mouth wide, and a large amount of blood coughs out. At this moment, human and ghost stare deeply at each other in the empty room. In Qingling's pupils, the boy appears, like a demon from hell. The next instant, the scene shifts abruptly. The boy suddenly appears in a world littered with corpses. A familiar red figure. It catches his attention. It's that tier 5 vengeful spirit Qingling, dressed in the same bright red robes. Qingling's state is quite terrible. Covered in blood all over, he props himself up with a sword like he's exhausted. His cold face is filled with exhaustion. Yet Qingling hasn't given up. He tears a red cloth strip from his clothes with his teeth, then binds the sword to his hand. Right after, he points his sword at the figure on the high platform, and keeps hurling curses. Though the boy can't hear what Qingling is saying, he can feel the intense fury. Following the boy's sight, we finally see the face of a figure on the platform. It is a horned man. Facing Qingling's rebukes, the man sneers dismissively. Qingling attacks with his sword, still shouting words that cannot be heard. Yet the next second, with a thud, the man's large hand punches right through Qingling's chest. Crimson blood seems to dye the entire world red. Every vengeful spirit often has an unforgettable obsession, and Tier 5 Qingling is no exception. In the illusion, he was hell-bent on killing the horned man on the platform, yet his heart was ripped right out by the opponent instead. Then his heart was crushed. Qingling crashed down, life unknown. Soon after, the man's subordinates surrounded Qingling with daggers. The whole world was stained blood-red at that moment. Qingling died with everlasting regret, eyes brimming with tears. Creaking sounds continued to ring out. When the boy walks to Qingling, Her body has already been hacked into wretched pieces. Torn red robes and disheveled white hair proclaim she once existed. Yet in the next second, a book made of human skin appears out of thin air. It's precisely the illusion book the boy obtained in the ruins. The vision stops abruptly. The boy's consciousness is shaken awake by screams outside. A red thread is seen tethered to his chest, while the other end is plugged into Qingling's heart. Qingling is filled with disbelief right now. This deity became a divine slayer. This must be a dream. Seeing this scene, the boy breathes a sigh of relief. Awesome. I've acquired a tier 5 Shikigami. Just as the boy is feeling proud of himself, Qingling, consumed by rage, grabs him by the neck and pins him to the pillar. Release this right now. Yet as Qingling increases the force in her hand, red marks actually appear on her fair white neck. It feels like she's suffocating. So Qingling has no choice but to let go immediately, releasing the boy with her delicate hand, then turning away to cough for half a day before recovering. At the same time, she curses under her breath. Damn it all. The boy rubs his slightly uncomfortable neck. I see. It seems a divine slayer shares pain with its master. Then he looks up. I almost lost my life just now. Where's the demonic monk? At the same time, the demonic monk is crying wailingly. Gu Kan is nodding off with his head down nearby. A moment later, the boy walks up to Qingling. We're supposed to fight side by side from now on. Let's introduce ourselves. I'm Mu Jinyan. And you, what should I call you? Seeing Qingling didn't reply, the young man chuckled. I'll give you a name. How about Red Road Beetle? Qingling glared at him. Are you freaking insane? How dare you toy with me? The young man laughed. Guess you don't lie that. Qingling turned away, sulking. The young man wasn't angry. Since you're not satisfied, then tell me your name. Qingling snorted. I won't tell a mortal what my name is. The young man was speechless. He rubbed his chin. I can't do anything with you. I'll just call you whatever. Since your rank is 0, I'll call you Qingling. Hearing that, Qingling snorted. He felt helpless. She's got quite the pride. I can't overpower her. But getting her wasn't pleasant. Nothing I can do about that. I'll just have to coax her slowly. Next, the young man picked up the human skin book. Speaking of which, this human skin book. Qingling, do you know what's inside? Qingling didn't look at him. Qingling? Who's that? I don't know. I'm busy. Don't bother me. He opened the book himself. Looking at the blood-red text. Is this written in blood? Human skin. Blood-written words. Don't know who made it. But it's interesting. The content is abstract and all meaningless words. The arrangement is strange. What does this mean? Qingling, watching the show, giggled. The young man read her smile. When did she look over? This woman won't tell me. She means if I want to know, I'll have to figure it out. Refusing to give up, he kept reading. Meanwhile, he muttered softly. 5 heroes, Wang Li Shu, suspicious acts. Heart yearns for old martial arts, impermanence. Wei Hall, demon clan, harm against the sea, boundless mystery. As he chanted the incantation, countless air currents gathered toward his body. Qingling's face changed. Finally, the human skin book stuck to his hand. Seeing this, Qingling gasped. Impossible. How do you know? Hearing that, the young man was stunned. What is that? Does it have to do with the book sticking to my hand? But then, something changed. The young man's body suddenly tensed up. Veins bulged on him. Qingling instantly had the same condition. He thought, this is bad. Then he shouted a warning. Hold your breath. In the empty room, the young man's face twitched. A cold voice cried in his ear. Mortal, hold your breath. Clear your mind. Don't think. Following her guidance, the young man quickly got into the zone. He closed his eyes and focused. The human skin book slowly peeled off his hand. Qingling was stunned. This kid broke free fast. The chaotic state. A guy who can't do martial arts. Can he really do this? Understanding that Xuanji already makes him a prodigy. With that thought, Qingling couldn't help but smile. I never thought I'd meet, after death, a prodigy after death. Unlike her excitement, the young man plopped down on the wooden steps. I couldn't breathe. I almost suffocated. What was that just now? Qingling explained. You didn't control the technique. That's why it happened. While using this technique, your breathing got erratic. The young man eyed Qingling with a smirk. Now you're willing to tell me. Qingling felt unappreciated. Her mouth twitched. Then she snapped. I didn't want you messing up and dragging me down. The young man grinned. Alright, I get it now. What is this technique? Qingling snorted proudly. It sucks things in and sticks them. It reverses your inner energy, giving it an adhesive property. The young man blinked in confusion. Suck things in and stick them. But why did my stomach suddenly hurt? My blood vessels felt tight. Qingling stared at him. There was nothing to absorb. You reversed your energy, but pulled nothing in. So the energy twisted. Pain in the body is only natural. Then Qingling pointed at Zhao Yixiang's corpse. Try it on him. The young man hesitated. Use it on this? Qingling nodded. Right. Place your hand on his dantian. But since he's already dead, his energy may have scattered. The boy asked. Dantian is below the navel. Qingling was speechless. Do I have to teach you that? The boy smiled sheepishly. Well, I don't know. In the next moment, he placed his hand on Zhao Yixiang's dantian as instructed. Qingling had him recite the technique's mantra again. 5 heroes, Wang Li Shu, suspicious acts. Heart yearns for old martial arts, impermanence. Wei Hall, demon clan, harm against the sea, boundless mystery. As he finished the mantra, a purple mist emerged from Zhao Yixiang's dantian, then flowed into the young man's palm. Warm energy traveled through his veins into his body. It circled his dantian, then warmly enveloped it. Qingling puffed her pipe. This technique can absorb anything and stick it to you. Even energy is no exception. Saying this, she glanced at him. Can you feel it now? That's the secret of this technique. The young man felt the change inside him. Warm energy surrounds my belly. This is the energy Gu Kan mentioned. According to Gu Kan, condensing energy takes a long time. But by absorbing others' inner power this way, can I condense energy quickly? I can get stronger fast. But the next second, that energy scattered. The boy was baffled. Qingling said it's natural. Energy naturally disperses. That's why you need special breathing to condense it. Only then will it not scatter and gather into the dantian. But condensed energy has properties, so it can't mix with others' energy. In other words, using this to condense is impossible. The boy looked disappointed. I thought I could get strong fast. Qingling chuckled. Becoming a master isn't easy. But don't be disappointed. Using it this way is already useful enough. Seeing his confused look, Qingling spoke up. This is only the first form, the foundation of 48 forms. But I can say, once you learn this move, you'll grasp its endless mysteries. Energy is still energy. Energy is still energy. Saying this, Qingling paused. Try to channel your energy. Gathering it into your hand. Gathering the absorbed energy into your hand. The young man blinked in confusion, asking a question that left Qingling speechless. What does channel energy mean? Facing a complete novice, she sighed softly. Then explained, channeling. She sighed softly. Do it through visualization. I really can't do anything with you. Visualization? She nodded. The young man blinked innocently. Visualization? Qingling nodded. Right. You can gather energy. Qingling glanced at him. Once you can do that, you can gather energy into your hand. Beginners can't channel. Even though I said that, he probably can't do it. Without the channeling technique, beginners can't channel at all. He clenched his fist. I can only hope he does it next time. And punched the pillar. Silently pondering Qingling's words, a faint purple energy slowly gathered in his palm. Then he quickly clenched his fist. A beginner channeled energy. The punch was powerful. A pillar as thick as a tree snapped in half. Qingling was shocked. Impossible. A martial arts beginner channeled energy without a technique. Who is this guy? No wonder people want martial arts, but never someone this talented. With it, killing is easier. The young man, meanwhile, was quite pleased. Pretty impressive. No wonder everyone wants to learn martial arts. With martial arts, killing gets easier. Hearing that, Qingling nodded inwardly. He sees the essence of martial arts clearly. All that, martial arts for enlightenment, is nonsense. The essence of martial arts is killing your opponent most efficiently, calming herself down. What's the second form of this amazing technique? You think I'll give you everything, but quickly caught herself. She turned and took a long drag from her pipe, calming herself down. Almost got tricked by you little brat. Qingling told him to be quiet. Qingling felt conflicted. Damn it, everything I say, he can do. Got me excited too, and I ended up saying too much. Now I finally understand why those old men always want disciples. But what about this cold energy? Qingling told him not to talk to her. The young man fell silent. That's all I can get. What a shame. I have so much more to ask her. She clearly said, energy tends to disperse. But what about this cold energy lingering in my body? Maybe I should ask her. Qingling didn't want to talk. The young man waved it off. Forget it. If I ask now, she won't answer. Figuring it out is fun too. With that, he suggested leaving. Qingling, let's go. Meanwhile, Shifuan's guard, Huing, rode under the moonlight to a tall tower. The ghost shadow pavilion, Fang Shimiao Xian's base. As the door opened, the first thing he saw was many faces. Puppets with various expressions. Then jars with talismans. Finally, a massive Buddha statue. But this Buddha looked eerie. Without any of a monk's compassionate solemnity, it looked like a vengeful ghost. Huing entered nervously, scanning the area. Are these wooden carvings? Why are there so many unsettling things? Then the oil lamps lit up. Huing hid his panic. I sent a letter in advance, so you should already know the situation. Fong Shi Miao Xian is dead, killed by Mu Jingyun, the third young master. After he spoke, there was no response in the hall. Huing placed silver on the altar. Condolence money from the madam. 320 silver. Additionally, if your pavilion is willing to continue accepting our commission, we can offer you another 420 silver. This commission is to eliminate the third young master. Will you accept? The hall gave no answer. Only the eerie wind howling. The lamp before the Buddha went out. Gan Hui knew it was accepted. He cupped his fists. I'll leave it to you. Leaving the pavilion, Gan Hui looked back at the closed shop door. There's clearly nobody here, yet I keep feeling like eyes are on me. What's going on? This is truly chilling. If not for the commission, I'd never come to such a ghost place. The hall was full of eerie ghosts. They were investigating the Fong and Miao Xing affair. A masked figure struck the ground. Confirmed, it is a fiend. Another echoed, agreed. A word from the master. And the maid hung in midair. It must be imperial grade. The third young master is possessed. Then someone raised a question. Can evil spirits become godslayers? Someone retorted, impossible. Beasts of immortal souls or ghouls maybe. Vengeful souls can't be controlled godslayers. Conversely, this is extremely dangerous. Finally, the white-robed leader concluded. One of you, go eliminate the third young master of Burning Wood Sword Manor. Avenge Miao Xing. A figure in black stepped forward, replying, understood. Next morning, while the sun was hazy, Guken walked toward the young master's room, yawning, grumbling under his breath. Ah, damn it, I didn't sleep a wink last night. I wanted to go back for a nap, but he makes me run errands. Complaints aside, the work had to be done. Guken pushed the door open, then changed his expression, as ordered. I've brought the brazier. The young master dressed while saying, hard work, Guken ranted. Though he speaks politely, he orders me around constantly. A moment later, a flame rose in the brazier. Guken warmed himself, feeling cozy. He asked the master, why did you ask me to bring a brazier? The master held 2 books. I need to burn these. Guken initially thought the youth was disposing of useless trash. Yet when he saw the Burning Wood Sword Manual and Heart Manual, he leaped to his feet. The youth confirmed it. Indeed, the secret texts of Burning Wood Sword Manor. Hearing this, Guken stuttered. Why burn the manuals? The youth bit one book, then tore the other apart barehanded, tossing pages into the fire. Though Guken felt his heart bleed, but he was helpless. This lunatic is burning secret texts. The next moment, Guken asked what on earth the youth was trying to do. The youth didn't answer. Guken was crying with anxiety. How could you burn these? Even without martial arts, you shouldn't waste heavenly treasures. Many people want these manuals. You could put them to good use. The youth tossed the remaining Burning Wood Heart Manual at Guken's face. That's why they must burn. Only I will know the secrets. At those words, Guken struggled to keep up with the youth's logic. The youth tapped his head. I've memorized everything. Hearing the youth say this, Guken understood. The youth walked out. Guken, do something for me. As soon as dawn breaks, deliver that to Madame Shi and the second young master. Seeing Guken's dazed look, the youth explained, didn't you say it yourself? Everyone wants these manuals. I prefer family harmony. Fair distribution among everyone. Doesn't that sound wonderful? At this moment, the youth looked so selfless. Only his smirk betrayed his malice. Meanwhile, Gan Hui was packing. She rose early daily, made her bed, changed, then swept the room, checked the day's tasks. These were habits formed during her assassin days. A life of perfect self-control and planning. But she wouldn't have to lie this much longer. Once she defected to the second master, she would leap to become an elder of a great clan. Thinking of this, Gan Hui held her teacup and gazed out the window. Her days as an orphan assassin felt like yesterday. How stirring. Just then, a servant pushed open Gan Hui's door. Gan Hui, young master Ying Ping wants to see you. She wondered why he wanted her. Yet under low eaves, one must bow the head. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and report. A moment later, a crash of shattering porcelain rang out. Gan Hui stormed out of the second young master's room. Ferocious, her head stained with blood, looking ready to kill. Let's rewind the timeline slightly. Hearing of Zhao Yixiang's disappearance, Gan Hui was dumbfounded. What was going on? Mu Yingping glared fiercely at Gan Hui. You said the third lost his arts. To verify if it was true, I sent guard Zhao to investigate. He vanished without a trace. At that, Mu Yingping wanted to kill her. Gan Hui, how dare you deceive me? Popping champagne is a taboo. Just as she was about to embrace the second young master's camp, trouble arose midway. Mu Yingping's guard Zhao Yixiang had vanished. Gan Hui felt something went wrong. She hurriedly cupped her fists. Second master, I didn't lie. Something else happened. Mu Yingping, in a rage, hurled an inkstone straight at Gan Hui's head. Blood splattered instantly. At the same time, he barked, "Shut up. Why hasn't Zhao returned? Do you take me for a fool?" Hearing this, Gan Hui trembled with rage. She cursed, "Damn it. Why did things turn out like this? I finally changed masters. If this keeps up, I'm done." Crimson blood dripped down Gan Hui's face. Yet she didn't wipe it away. After all, there was more important business. She could not let all her recent effort and sacrifice go to waste. Absolutely not. Facing Mu Yingping's skepticism, Gan Hui forced herself to clench her fists and make a solemn vow. "If I cannot find guard Zhao, I am willing to cut off my right arm as punishment." Hearing this, Mu Yingping frowned slightly, then granted her request. "Go prove you weren't lying." Before parting, however, he added a time limit. "I'll give you 2 hours. If you find guard Zhao, I'll believe you weren't lying. Otherwise, you lose your head." "But your head." Gan Hui gritted her teeth. "Understood, second master." Leaving the courtyard, Gan Hui stopped the bleeding with a handkerchief while falling into deep thought. Come to think of it, ever since that impostor arrived, nothing had gone smoothly, though the chance was slim. If that bastard pulled something, I'll never let him off. Just as Gan Hui went to settle scores with the youth, she ran into a dawdling Gu Ken on the road. Gu Ken was instantly grabbed by the neck by Gan Hui, pinned against the wall while being interrogated. "Didn't I tell you to watch him? Did you treat my words as wind blowing past your ears?" Gu Ken repeatedly denied treating it as wind. "How could I?" She stared at him. "Then why are you here? Did you team up with him?" Gu Ken continued to deny it. "Team up? What team up? How could I betray you, senior sister?" Because Gan Hui used too much force. His collar was torn, revealing a hidden book. Gan Hui curiously grabbed the book. Gu Ken tried to stop her, but it was too late. Gan Hui was already deeply captivated by the book. The Burning Wood Heart Manual. At this moment, Gan Hui was furious to the extreme. She felt betrayed by Gu Kan, and roared out, "What have you done?" Gu Kan's face turned pale with panic. His brows knitted together. He knew he was done for. A moment later, heavy footsteps echoed down the long corridor. Passing servants were stunned by the sight. Gan Hui was dragging the unconscious Gu Kan toward the youth's room. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Gu Kan was tossed inside. At this moment, it felt as though only 2 people remained in the world. The youth looked calmly at Gan Hui. "You're here, Gan Hui." Seeing his serene expression, Gan Hui felt instantly agitated all over. She glared dead at the youth. "Explain this to me." The youth chuckled. "Explain." She slammed the door. "I don't have time to waste talking nonsense with you." Hearing this, the youth gave a light chuckle. Seeing this, Gan Hui felt a lingering, ominous dread. To play it safe, she lunged forward and grabbed the youth by the throat. "I told you from the start, if you play tricks, I will kill you." The youth's bright eyes stared at Gan Hui. "Really? I don't remember." She cursed, "You bastard." Then she questioned him about her visit. "Brat, what did you do to the second young master's guard?" The youth feigned ignorance. "Who do you mean?" Gan Hui gritted her teeth and tightened her grip. "Cut the crap. Did you kill him?" The youth reached out and pinched Gan Hui's wrist, letting out an, "Ah. I don't know martial arts. How could I kill an expert?" Hearing this, Gan Hui thought to herself, "Right. I know that. So why does something feel off?" Then the next second, the youth sneered. "Think about it. How could the third young master, who lost all his martial arts, harm a guard?" At those words, Gan Hui suddenly recalled something. Wasn't that what she told Mu Yingping? It really was this guy who killed Zhao Yixiang. That mocking tone, that smirk, and that expression begging to be seen as the murderer. The youth's behavior drove her insane. With a clang, Gan Hui drew the dagger from her waist and aimed at the youth. Yet the youth didn't care in the least, laughing wildly. "Gan Hui, what will you do now? You defected to the second master. Yet a damn imposter like me just killed his guard. What now?" Consumed by rage, she snapped. Blood splattered her face, making her expression look utterly ferocious. A moment later, the entire room was in shambles. The youth clutched his neck while she sank to her knees. She breathed heavily, muttering under her breath, 3 years. I was raised as an orphan to be an assassin. After leaving, I used all my savings, investing time and money, just to barely enter Burning Wood Sword Manor, doing all sorts of odd jobs here ever since. I endured 3 years. Speaking of which, Gan Hui grew sorrowful. I gambled 3 years of my life. Yet now you destroyed all of it. You killed the third young master and the second's trusted subordinate. So I must kill you. If I stay here, I'll lose my life soon enough anyway. Hearing this, the youth remained silent. Gan Hui seemed to have made up her mind. I'll kill you and flee far away. There's no other way. Just then, Gan Hui suddenly thought of something. The youth looked puzzled. Guard Gan crawled to him. Zhao Yixiang is dead anyway. At least this thing can replace him. With that, Guard Gan took out the manual. I don't know how you got this. The other manual must be with you. Guard Gan figured if he handed it over, he'd save his life, and get a reward from the second master. So he urged the youth to speak. The youth thought, I'm not sure. Guard Gan closed in upon hearing this. You clearly still don't get reality. Guard Gan grabbed the youth's hair and aimed a dagger at him. I could kill you and leave now. But if you hand over the manual, I might change my mind. If you refuse to cooperate, you'll face unimaginable torture. Until you hand it over. Better hand it over now. While I have some patience. The youth yielded. Gan let go. He sneered. No matter how bold, you still fear death. So he gave the youth a light scoff. You should have done this. Hand it over. The youth stared at him menacingly. He placed his hand on Gan's. Guard Gan was baffled. What are you doing? The youth blinked. What? Didn't I give it to you? The manual is in my head. The youth stood up from the floor. And a smirk formed on his lips. Oh right, one more thing. Guard Gan looked confused. What? The youth showed his intent. He grabbed Gan's palm tightly. Activating the energy absorption art. An effect-like the star-absorbing skill kicked in. I must thank you, Guard Gan. This twist furrowed Gan's brow. The youth's art was frantically draining his inner chi. The tables had turned. The youth always brought unexpected trouble to Guard Gan. The youth chuckled broadly. I wondered where to use this move. And on whom? You volunteered as a test subject. I'm truly grateful. Guard Gan raised his dagger, shouting at him to let go. There was no way the youth would comply. Neither side backed down. Another splash of blood. The youth's arm was slashed. As Gan grew intent on killing the wretch, the youth finally let go of Guard Gan's hand, seizing the opportunity. Guard Gan kicked the youth flying. The youth slammed into the door. Then crashed down. Guard Gan's eyes filled with disbelief. His palm wouldn't stop trembling. I can't feel a shred of inner chi in my hand anymore. Did this brat suck away my chi? Unlike Gan's panic, the youth just chuckled. As expected of a master. This trick isn't enough. Sigh, no choice then. I guess I'll have to kill you another way. One of life's agonizing things is watching an enemy stroll. Guard Gan loathed the youth now. Don't think that demonic arts makes you arrogant enough to beat me. Die. Guard Gan raised his dagger and charged at the youth. A red flash flickered in the youth's eyes. He murmured, demonic monk. Then, the next second, something unexpected happened. Guard Gan's hand stopped in midair. The dagger smoothly fell into the youth's hand. Guard Gan was deeply shocked. This brat blocked it. How did he do that? What dark magic did he use? Why is this happening? The youth chuckled softly. A sort of dark magic. I'll show you real dark magic. The next moment, the demonic monk appeared in Guard Gan's view. This bizarre, surreal sight dealt a massive SOC to his worldview. What is that thing? The youth picked up the dagger and stabbed Guard Gan's chest. Returning this to you. After all, both the inner chi and this dagger are yours. With a squelch, scarlet blood splattered across Guard Gan's face. Excruciating pain caused wails. Then, Guard Gan staggered backward from the youth. He glanced at his chest wound. Damn, I was stabbed badly. If I pull it out rashly, the bleeding won't stop. He doesn't just drain chi, he can even control evil spirits. I was too foolish. Why bring back such a dangerous fellow? However, Guard Gan didn't give up hope. He felt he had one trump card left. Instantly, he threatened the young man. You haven't forgotten you took the poison, have you? Yet the youth merely smiled. He looked at Guard Gan, speechless. Let's talk then. Seeing this, Guard Gan wore an I knew it look. He gritted his teeth and glared at the youth. How about a deal? The youth blinked. A deal? Guard Gan nodded. Right, fighting like this does no good for either of us. I'll give you the antidote and money. You want to leave this place, right? Of course, despite saying that, Guard Gan had no intention of letting him go. It's just that the enemy is strong and he is weak. He had to lower his posture. He'd wait for a chance to take revenge. Right then, with a thud, Guard Gan collapsed to his knees. Blood spurted from his mouth like a fountain. The youth calmly watched the scene. His expression didn't change at all. Guard Gan finally sensed something was wrong. Clearly he had been circulating chi to heal his wounds. So why was his body getting worse? Then, a thought flashed into his mind. Could I be poisoned? The youth checked his injuries. Ouch, this hurts so much. Not only was I stabbed by a dagger and slashed several times, though not fatal, it still hurts. Guard Gon raised his head and demanded, "What did you do to me? How did you poison me?" The youth opened the window to let out the bloody smell in the room. "I didn't do much. When you stabbed me with that dagger, wasn't it covered in my blood?" Guard Gon didn't grasp the meaning, but the youth's next sentence shocked him. "Because my blood is extremely toxic." Sunlight spilled onto the youth's face. He gave off a pure, lovely impression. Without the scarlet blood stains on him, you'd think he was a bright, cheerful boy. Then, the youth uttered terrifying words. "Deer-injuring grass, red mushroom, fennel, asafoetida, angelica, adonis, and pinelia. These are the ingredients for poison pills, right? Probably because I've tasted all sorts of poisonous herbs since childhood. My blood carries toxicity." Saying this, the youth leaned toward Guard Gon. "Do you understand now? I don't need your antidote." Hearing this, Guard Gon's body trembled uncontrollably. He knew he was a dead man, yet the youth looked concerned. "Oh dear. Why are you shivering?" "I only opened a window." "Are you shaking from the cold?" "Since the poison makes you feverish, I opened the window to see you down. Lowering your body temperature slows the poison spreading through you, so you can lie a little longer." Even lowly ants cling to life, let alone Guard Gon, who loves pleasure. Knowing he was poisoned and stabbed in the chest, he instantly dropped his arrogance. He grabbed the youth and begged for mercy. "Please, spare my life." To make the youth believe him, Guard Gon promised, "I'll pledge my loyalty to you. I'll be your dog. I'll do anything. Please. Please save me." However, the youth smiled faintly. "Your attitude now finally satisfies me. Isn't this nice? With this attitude of yours, we might become good partners." Hearing this, Guard Gon thought he had won forgiveness, and that his life was saved. Who would have thought the youth's words would plunge him into the abyss? "If you were like this from the start, how great." The next second, with a squelch, the youth pushed the dagger into his chest and gave it a hard twist. Someone who shifts with the wind has no loyalty at all. Don't you agree? Blood surged into Guard Gon's throat, making any plea for mercy impossible. He could only cough incessantly while tightly grabbing the youth's arm. The youth sneered viciously. "So you should just die." Guard Gon struggled desperately to lie, yet it was all in vain. As his breath slowly faded away, he collapsed to the floor with a thud. And with that, Guard Gon exits the stage. Having dealt with him, the youth stood up and stretched his stiff body. "Ouch, it still hurts a bit." Well, after being stabbed so many times, how could it not hurt? Thinking of this, the youth glanced at his clothes. He changed into new clothes, only to have them torn again. Then the youth picked up the Ranma Heart Manual from the ground. Speaking of which, I didn't expect to eliminate him so early. Is this considered good luck? He knew my true identity. Getting rid of him was inevitable. The next moment, the youth glanced at Guken lying on the floor. Should I get rid of Guard Guken too? Forget it. Forget it. Guard Gon didn't know how I got the manual. Looking at it that way, Guken's lips are quite tight. He still has plenty of use. So the next second, the youth roared by Guken's ear. "If you heard me, get up." Then we saw Guken miraculously spring back to life from near death, and asked the question in his heart. "How did your lordship know I was faking unconsciousness?" The youth's mouth twitched. "During the fight, I saw the spot where you were lying shifting bit by bit. How could I not know? You were afraid of being stepped on, so you rolled into the corner, right?" Guken looked somewhat sheepish. The youth chuckled lightly. "Your lips are indeed quite tight. I'm liking Guard Guken more and more." Guken scratched his head and said, "Thank you for the praise." Then the youth gave an order. "Go outside now. Have everyone nearby withdraw. I'll handle the body myself." Guken scurried out of the room and considerately closed the door. Before leaving, once he was gone, the youth cast his gaze upon Guard Gon's corpse. He placed his palm on the dantian and executed the devouring technique. Purple chi converged toward the youth. Although warm internal energy flowed into my body, but it would dissipate. What I want to confirm isn't this, but the cold aura beneath the apothecary. The deathly aura sensed while killing. After some investigation, the youth found that familiar aura. This cold aura didn't dissipate, instead condensing entirely into his dantian. The youth liked this gloomy, chilling aura. It was the same feeling as when he killed ghosts back then. Thinking of this, a new thought arose in his mind. To gather more of this aura, should I continue killing? Meanwhile, the youth's actions were watched by Qingling. She puffed her pipe, then said to the demon monk, "Stinky monk, I understand why you listen to him. He is an evil ghost, and a born one at that." The seemingly peaceful Ranmu sword manor was surging with undercurrents. First-rank guard Quan Yongping arrived beside the second young master, Mu Yingping. "Young master, Guard Gon didn't lie to you. Mu Yingping wiped his long sword. Probably. That kind of lie would be exposed quickly. Quan Yongping asked with puzzlement. Then why did you? Mu Yingping looked at his sword edge. If you treat people too well at first, they become arrogant. So this young master wants him to know that I am an extremely picky and strict person. Once I investigate the truth and show a magnanimous demeanor, he will definitely obey my every word in the future. Saying this, Mu Yingping sneered. Human beings, after being tortured in all sorts of ways, if you treat them well once, you achieve the best effect. Quan Yongping nodded slightly. Young master, you have discerning eyes. Mu Yingping laughed out loud. You're being slick with your words. Quan Yongping shook his head. This isn't just flattery. For someone with low loyalty like Gon, such a tet is necessary. Quan Yongping felt Mu Yingping's governance was quite outstanding, and because of this, he felt the next manor lord position belonged to the second young master for sure. Right at that moment, a guard pushed open the door and cried out in SOC, "Second young master, something terrible." Mu Yingping looked calm. What's with the panic? Second rank. Han Sheng looked panicked. I just heard that Guard Gon tried to assassinate young master Mu Jingyun. Hearing this, the expressions of both men in the room changed drastically. Quan Yongping spoke up first. What is going on? Why would Gon assassinate the third young master? Mu Yingping placed his sword down. If Gon wanted to prove his innocence, he was truly foolish. Han Sheng recounted what he knew. That's not what's important. When the third young master was investigating the outer hall, he claimed it was second young master who had gone assassinate him. As soon as those words came out, Mu Yingping's expression changed. With a loud clatter, that was the sound of a long sword piercing into the table. Mu Jingyun, you go too far. Quan Yongping uttered, nonsense. Then he asked about Gon's whereabouts. Little did they know Guard Gon was currently indulging in the apothecary's underground room. Aside from the possessed manor lord, only the youth posing as Jingyun knew. Hearing Han Sheng say Guard Gon was missing, Mu Yingping grabbed his sword and headed for the door. Mu Jingyun, I will not let you off. Quan Yongping stopped him. Young master, if you move against the third young master now, that would be equivalent to proving everything he said is true. Mu Yingping was full of fury. Then you want me to swallow my anger? I've been played by that brat today. He must be laughing at me. How do you expect me to stomach this? Quan Yongping suddenly said. If that's the case, would you lie to use that place? Hearing these words, Mu Yingping paused in his tracks. Quan Yongping continued. When the third young master was investigating, didn't he say Gon tried to assassinate him? If that is true, the matter is easy to solve. Mu Yingping frowned upon hearing this. Quan Yongping said seriously. Gon was once a member of that organization, and they all have strong pride. They have an ironclad rule regarding assassinations. That is, they absolutely never allow their assassins to fail a hit. Even retired assassins are no exception. No matter what means and methods are used, the mission must be completed. Saying this, Quan Yongping furrowed his brows. I will explain the situation to them. Guard Gon was once a member of the Central Plains' top 3 organizations, Fascia Sect. Upon hearing Quan Yongping's words, Mu Yingping understood his intent. He murmured, Fascia Sect, this idea is not bad. Meanwhile, Guken was standing guard outside, while the youth cultivated inside. From just now, he had continuously tried to condense his dantian using the manual's method. Yet after several tries, it always ended in failure. The youth fell into deep thought. Even when circulating chi near the dantian, the aura still disperses. Where is the mistake? Pondering for a long time without any clue, the youth immediately called Guken into the room. Guard Guken, I want to condense my dantian, but the aura always dissipates. Do you know why? Guken was stunned by the question. He felt a bit awkward inside. This guy knew no martial arts yesterday. Not only sensed chi overnight, but learned to channel it successfully. If anyone else told Guken this, he would have called them a liar. But this was a demonic figure. To avoid a beating, to win favor, and to stay alive, Guken could only look at the youth cautiously. Young master, may I confirm something? 3 cobblers beat 1 zhuge. The youth tried several times but still couldn't form his dantian, and the chi always dispersed. So he sought Guken's advice. After hearing the youth out, Guken smiled but cursed inwardly. If anyone else asked her this, she'd call them a raving lunatic who can channel chi successfully overnight. No matter how Guken complained, he had to answer the youth honestly. Young master, may I confirm this? The youth looked puzzled. How? Guken made a gesture. I must send true chi into your body. To see why the chi disperses, please come over here. Of course. Guken added silently. Forget it, I won't risk angering him. He's just a kid, and at that know-it-all age. Next, they found a spot. Sat cross-legged, one behind the other. Guken reminded him. Young master, ignore me. Focus on channeling chi. He nodded. He activated his technique. Several streams of purple chi gathered around him. Guken was shocked. How is this possible? He's actually channeling chi, and it's flowing smoothly, with no sign of blockage at all. Unless a master with deep strength had been guiding him daily, it couldn't be this smooth. A wild thought flooded Gu Kan's mind. Could this guy be a rare prodigy? After marveling, Gu Kan sensed something odd. What's going on? I just felt a strange chi. Something cold and bone-chilling. Before Gu Kan could probe further, that cold chi pushed his hands away from the youth's back, where he'd been sending true chi. The youth stopped channeling, then glanced back at Gu Kan. It dispersed again, as expected. Gu Kan stood up, stunned. Young master, you felt it too. The youth stared at Gu Kan. Tell me the truth. I can't form a dantian, right? Gu Kan nodded slightly. Honestly, no, you can't. With that, she looked at her palm. Near your dantian, I sense some unusual chi. But I can't figure out what it is. The youth pondered this. So this cold chi is the problem. What do I do now? Am I doomed to give up martial arts? Gu Kan's words gave him a new idea. How strange. It can disperse true chi, and it doesn't feel like normal chi. It feels completely opposite. The youth's eyes flickered. Opposite. Seeing him intent on digging deeper, Gu Kan quickly made an excuse. That's just my guess. Don't take it to heart. But the youth was lost in thought. Think about it. Life chi is warm. After a pause, he agreed with her. The youth actually agreed with Gu Kan. You make sense, as that could lead to chi deviation. Gu Kan was dumbfounded. He tried to stop the youth. He was bound by red ribbons, but a strip of blood chi sealed his mouth. And slammed hard against the door. Qing Ling appeared behind Gu Kan. She made a shushing gesture. Telling Gu Kan to stay quiet. Then Qing Ling looked at the youth and sneered. Foolish mortals, so arrogant with shallow knowledge. They're probably close to death if a godslayer attacks its contractor directly, but if the contractor ends himself, it dissolves without restriction. Then the godslayer's contract can be automatically dissolved without restriction. With that thought, damn monk, we'll be freed soon. Looks like we can be freed sooner. And blood chi monsters appeared. And countless blood chi monsters appeared. They had only one gone. The youth sitting cross-legged. Qingling's eyes flashed red. I'll tear you apart limb from limb. At Huihua Hall, the first madam. At the same time, at Huihua Hall, the first madam was receiving a fengshur from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion, holding a staff-like ritual tool, and a cloth covered her face. Wearing a hat like a walk. And even the face was covered by a cloth. Only a pair of bright, piercing eyes were visible. Sent to avenge Miao Xian and eliminate the Ranmu's sword manners. Third young master, Mu Jingyun. After all, even Miao Xian had died. The first madam of the Ranmu's sword manor looked down on her. After all, even the renowned Miao Xian had died. And the Ghost Shadow Pavilion sent only one person. Judging by the voice, why did she bring that thing here? The first madam glanced at Miao Xian's corpse on the cart. Shua spoke up to explain. Sensing the first madam's thoughts, Shua spoke up to explain. This is to use Miao Xian's body to cast the reverse curse. Simply put, to track the killer of junior brother Miao, and cast a curse on him. Is she of higher rank than Miao Xian? The first madam frowned. Shua looked at her. Before that, I must confirm one thing. The first madam asked what it was. Shua revealed her white pupil. I will really kill the third young master. I was doubtful of you earlier. To be honest, I was a bit doubtful of you earlier, but now I'm quite satisfied. Shua said, good. Then began chanting, accompanied by hand gestures. Then, fight and front followed. Miao Xian's corpse suddenly opened its eyes wide, mouth gaping, tongue hanging out. Then the words, fight and front, came in sequence. Northern Emperor, strike evil spirits. While the other hand kept changing gestures. Northern Emperor, 5 fingers form a talisman to strike evil spirits. Urgent as the law commands. And stabbed Miao Xian's chest. It emitted eerie screams. And stabbed it into Miao Xian's chest. The corpse suddenly trembled violently. Goosebumps rising on her skin. The first madam and her companion watching felt their scalps tingle. Goosebumps rising on their skin. Stranger things were yet to come. Lumps swelled on Miao Xian's neck. And tiny hands crawled out of his facial orifices. In a vision invisible to ordinary people, the tiny hands from Miao Xian's face multiplied endlessly, then merged into a vine of hands. Their target was the youth in Mu Jingyun's room. At the same time, the vine of hands passed the window. As she turned to look, the vine of hands passed through the window like nothing. The demon monk protected his master. Trying to block the attack. The demon monk, a godslayer, loyally protected his master. The demon monk was slammed back, crashing into the doorframe. Qingling recognized the reverse curse. The first madam stared at the dagger. Seeing this, Qingling recognized the reverse curse spell. Meanwhile, the first madam was staring at the dagger in Shua's hand. Would feel the same pain because Shua had told her that every time she stabbed it, that demonic third young master would feel the same pain. The first madam couldn't help licking her lips. The demon monk was losing control. As Shua kept stabbing Miao Xian's body, the hands crawled toward the youth. The first madam sneered, "Keep going. Make him suffer more." The first madam sneered, "Keep going. Make the third young master suffer more." The youth was truly cornered now. But Qingling, who had been watching idly, finally acted. She cursed, "Vile thing." Then several blood chi red ribbons whipped around the youth, and the vine of hands was instantly cut in half. Qingling then turned toward the source of the reverse curse. Despite the great distance, the scene of the first madam and her two companions appeared in her vision. "Damn thing, ruin my plans." And the vine of hands was reforming. Qingling cursed, and the hands were blasted apart. "Get lost." The next moment, blood chi surged around Qingling, and the cursed hands were blasted apart in all directions. Shua suffered the backlash. At the same time, then slammed onto the ground. Her eyes flew open wide, and she and Miao Xian's corpse were hurled into the air. "Fengshe Shua, are you alright?" Seeing the dire situation, the first madam asked, her eyes full of disbelief. Shua coughed up blood. Her eyes full of disbelief. Her heart roared, "Impossible." Someone actually bounced the reverse curse back. A ghost of this level is no spirit relying on her strength. A ghost of this level is no mere imperial tomb spirit, but relying on her formidable strength. And said to the first madam. She clenched her fist, cracking her knuckles, and said to the first madam, "First madam, in my view, you'll need to pay more. You should pay me 1,200 taels." The first madam of the Ranmu sword manor stared at the Fengshe. "You mean you need more payment?" Shua nodded. "Debt, exactly that. You should pay me at least 1,200 taels of silver." Hearing this, the 520 taels you charged before could buy so much rice. Now you want another 1,200. Could buy who knows how many bags of rice. Now you want another 1,200. Upholding the principle that the customer is king, Shua explained, "The situation has changed. If I'm to risk my life, this fee is only fair." The first madam frowned at this. "Is it really that dangerous?" Shua flipped the cart back over. "An imperial curse can kill. That's a high-level evil spirit. An imperial tomb-level curse can already kill. But this one is far above that. Is a disaster at the bandit level. Ordinary Fengshe can't handle it. Is a disaster at the forest bandit level." The first madam bit her fan, and finally agreed to the demand. Hearing this, "Fine, I'll leave it to you." Huing didn't understand. "Fine, I'll leave it to you." Huing didn't understand the first madam's reasoning. The first madam stressed the key point to Shua. "But you must find a way to completely eliminate Mu Jingyun. From high to low, divine, sun, moon, book. Just as evil spirits have levels, so do Fengshe. I'm a formula level, 2 ranks up." Miao Xian was only a book-level Fengshe with 5 years of basics. The first madam was taken aback, seeing Shua's appearance. "She's not lying, is she? Isn't this woman Miao Xian's senior sister? She's not lying to me, is she? She looks much younger than I expected." But the next second, a massive, black shadow appeared. Because as Shua moved slowly, "Who can control God's layers? I'm one of only 3 Fengshe in the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. Who can control demons and spirits as God's layers?" A wisp of black chi coiled around Shua's left arm. Shua pushed open the courtyard gate. "Mu Jingyun won't survive today. I guarantee it. The wind sends chills down your spine. Tonight the Ranmu sword manor is eerie. Guards the youth in meditation." Qingling in Mu Jingyun's room. Guards the youth in meditation. He snorts angrily toward the window. "Wretched thing, how dare you hinder me?" Qingling turns to the youth. "I'd have died on the spot. Death chi and yin chi, impossible. Why provoke a dying man?" Then Qingling turns her gaze to the youth. Her cold face suddenly shows SOC. "Death chi and yin chi, impossible. What an extraordinary fellow. He figured out the secret himself. What an extraordinary fellow. He figured out the secret himself. As a total novice who knew nothing of chi. I'm fascinated by this kid now. And now condenses death chi in a living body. Though I hate to admit it." He examines the death chi. The youth slowly opens his eyes. "This way the chi won't dissipate. But sadly the amount is too small. This way the chi won't dissipate live vital chi." Qingling suddenly asks. "Not enough to form a dantian." Qingling suddenly asks. "Mortal, are you really alive?" Seeing his puzzled expression, the youth blinks. "Is that not allowed?" Qingling says it's not impossible. But she ponders for a while. Qingling says it's not impossible, but she ponders for a while and finally gives up questioning him further. The youth walks to the others. Qingling, why is this place such a mess? The demon monk is battered. The youth walks to the demon monk and Gutsan. Guard Gutsan is always on the floor. Maybe he's just tired. Seeing her angry, the monk begs. Qingling, the culprit, turns her back. Who knows? Maybe he's just tired. The recovering demon monk whispers to the youth. The youth's face shows understanding. Qingling snaps, you damned monk. Seeing her angry, the monk begs for mercy. Qingling kicks him. Weren't you part of it too? The youth watches this and looks at Qingling helplessly. This ethereal ghost maiden. She won't even give me a moment's rest. Biting the hand that feeds you. That's exactly how Qingling feels. Do you know how hard I worked? Then snorts lightly. Do you know how hard I worked to save you from the backlash? You mortal truly knows no gratitude. Just as the youth wonders what backlash means, the youth looks confused. Both ghosts and the youth tense up. Guard Gutsan is still sleeping. Never mind him. The youth turns to Qingling. What's that? Qingling looks grim. Mortal, you're in big trouble. The youth looks confused. Qingling's mouth twitches. Countless poison insects crawl in from outside. Qingling's mouth twitches. What kind of lunatic? What are these? Qingling explains. Those in the mountains are Qimei. Those in the sea are Wangliang. The Qiuyu, a demon born on Yueya mountain. These disaster-bringing beings, those in the sea are Wangliang, since ancient times, making that wailing sound, are collectively called Qimei Wangliang. And this is Qiuyu, one of them. Meanwhile, Qiuyu clings to a tree branch, making that wailing sound, the very sound the youth heard. Then Qiuyu spreads its wings and soars, circling Ranmu's sword manor. Lie a soul reaper in the night. Bird lie with a serpent's tail. Qiuyu brings disaster with insects. A dangerous beast, aptly named. With Qiuyu's arrival, poison insects emerge across the manor. Shua leaves the first madam's courtyard. Her methods are emotionless. Perhaps it's the nature of death magic. Even though my junior brother died, I feel no grief. Seeing familiar faces killed by the fiend still displeases me. At that moment, a chilling scene unfolds. A young woman strolls through the swarm. Locusts follow her in the air. Poisonous crawlers follow on the ground. She makes a strange hand gesture. Middle and index fingers crossed, while murmuring softly. Third young master Mu Jingyun, become Qiuyu's prey. Meanwhile, facing the dense swarm, anyone with trypophobia would faint on the spot. The youth slaps Gutsan awake. So he knows why he dies. Startled awake, Gutsan is terrified. She keeps twitching, to keep the insects off her, and asks what's happening. The youth sits, swatting insects, while reminding Gutsan, it's dangerous, kill the bugs. But the next second, Gutsan screams in pain. A sharp sting hits her palm. What's this? I only touched one. And this happened. The youth swings his pillow. Use inner chi to protect yourself. The youth knows full well, each insect is tiny, but with so many, they'll devour you in moments. He glances again at Gutsan, who doesn't know how to use chi against insects. The youth is speechless. Qingling asks, what's your plan? At this rate, you'll be eaten by bugs, down to the bone. The youth says indeed, then turns to Qingling. Qingling, can you help? Qingling leisurely blows smoke rings. Why should I help you? The youth reminds her, we're in a symbiotic bond. Will you keep refusing me? Gutsan can't understand what the youth is doing. Who is he talking to? Qingling tilts her head, then states her terms. If you offer up your pup, I might consider helping. Hearing this, the youth turns his back. Forget it. We'll just die together then. Meanwhile, countless insects keep attacking the youth. He uses the pillow as a weapon, smashing insect after insect. There are too many bugs. Qingling, hearing his answer, floats in the air. She knows the youth keeps his word. So she tries a different approach. Fine, mortal. How about we make a bet? The youth looks at Qingling. A bet? Qingling elegantly puffs her pipe. Debt, a bet. If you're on the brink of death, then you lose. Since you die anyway, just offer your put to me. But if you overcome this on your own, I'll help you wholeheartedly from now on. Even ants cling to life. let alone someone with an obsession. Facing Qingling's wager, the youth agrees immediately. He crushes an insect in his hand. A smirk forms on his lips. Qingling, I hope you keep your word. By now insects fill Mu Jingyan's room. Gutsan can only kill bugs while huddling on the safe wooden bed, and asks the youth, Master, there are more insects. What do we do? He thinks. Guard Gutsan, help me find something flammable. I'll set a fire here to burn these bugs. Gutsan is stunned. The youth looks at the oil lamp on the table. If I use that lamp to start a fire, no matter how many insects, they won't get close. Gutsan reminds him, but that lamp is far away. The youth raises his hand toward the lamp. With a gesture of pulling, an invisible suction force brings the lamp to his hand. Gutsan's jaw drops at the sight. What was that move? Telekinesis, the youth says. No time to explain now. He clicks open the lamp's cover and uses the flame to ignite the cloth. He feels a bit puzzled. Come to think of it, who summoned these insects? Ordinary people don't know sorcery. It must be the first madam. While the youth starts the fire, Gutsan silently grabs a quilt, telling him to light it up. The youth schemes inwardly, so that means the sorcerer is with the first madam. If I cause chaos with fire, I can kill the sorcerer. Just then, Shua outside calls out, Qiuyu. The insects in Mu Jingyan's room form a tornado and instantly extinguish flames. His plan is completely ruined. Then Shua and Qiuyu lead the insect army, approaching the youth's room. Cheap tricks, daring to show off before a master. Did you think I'd watch your games? How foolish. My eye is a Byakugan, able to see another world. A world made of chi. Whatever tricks you pull behind that wall, you can't hide from me. Shua presses her hand to the wall. Her right eye glows gold. Every move the youth and Gutsan make appears before Shua's eyes. This is the world she sees. She orders Qiuyu to destroy the wall. With a loud crash, the wall is blasted apart. The two opposing sides finally meet face to face. Seeing Shua and Qiuyu, the youth greets them politely. Hello there. Gutsan wonders who this woman is. Who is that lady? Seeing the red lines on his chest, Shua knows he has the god killer. Sure enough, the demon monk, using the greeting as cover, launches a sneak attack. Shua doesn't even look and suppresses him instantly. Draw the talisman, evil spirits, begone. With a loud thud, a fleshy vine of palms descends from above. The demon monk screams as he slammed to the ground. Shua steps on his bald head. Gutsan pulls a dagger from behind. Unaware Shua already sees it. She sneers. Useless, I saw it all. Just as Gutsan lunges, ready to strike with the dagger, a red talisman appears at Shua's fingertip. She murmurs softly. Red talisman, thunderstrike. Begone. The talisman summons thunder. It touches Gutsan's wrist. The dagger is knocked away. The youth catches the dagger. Shua gives Qiuyu its final order. Qiuyu, kill him. As Qiuyu flaps its wings, insects surge toward the youth. He has no time to react, and is knocked down by the insect mass. Endless insects gather, ready to strike. A cold gleam in Shua's eyes. Third young master Mu Jingyan, sleep forever. The moment she speaks, the youth is covered in insects, surrounded layer upon layer. Can he still create a miracle and survive? What will this battle look like? Let the facts speak for themselves. The demon monk is pinned by the palm vine. Guard Gutsan is stunned by the thunder talisman, still lying on the bed, twitching uncontrollably. As the boy caught her attention, the toxic bugs swarmed around him in thick layers. Perhaps the next moment he would be eaten to bones. At that moment, Qiuyu landed on Shua's arm. Shua looked surprised. It ended faster than I thought. Was I wrong about green spirit? Qiuyu whined softly toward its master. Shua reached out and stroked its neck. Be good, Qiuyu. Good job. After soothing Qiuyu, Shua turned to leave. Let's go, never mind them. Anyway, they'll be completely devoured by bugs. Just as Shua felt touched, thinking this commission wasn't that hard, a sudden slash was heard. That was the sound of a blade piercing flesh. This sudden strange noise instantly caught Shua's attention. Curious, she turned back. The boy in the swarm was stabbing himself with a dagger. Crimson blood gushed out from the wounds. A bizarre scene appeared. Bugs stained with his blood actually dropped to the ground with a patter. That look clearly meant they were dead. Such a strange scene made Shua's expression change instantly. Seeing his actions were effective, the boy intensified his self-harm. He carved a bone-deep cut on his palm with a dagger, then raised his hand high. A massive amount of blood poured down from above. In an instant, the boy was bathed in blood, looking like a bloody figure. Of course, the effect was also quite good. Bugs stained with his blood could only crawl on the ground, barely clinging to life. Shoa hadn't anticipated this. The guy before her actually broke the deadlock this way, taking advantage of her daze. The boy rushed forward to stab her chest. What a pity, my blood is highly toxic. Its bug-killing effect is great. Faced with the sudden attack, Shoa, a skilled master-level sorcerer, lived up to her reputation. She rolled sideways in a dodge. To evade this fatal blow, ordered Yu to counter. Yu flew above the boy, its beak making whimpering sounds. Shoa stood up and formed hand seals. Bug attacks probably won't work anymore. I can only rely on Yu to buy me some time to cast a stronger spell. The bull deity strength boost art, multiplying wrist force hundreds of times. How could the boy give Shoa a chance to cast a spell? He instantly locked eyes on Yu hovering on the roof. Then his explosive speed burst forth in an instant. In a single breath's time, he grabbed Yu in his hand. Seeing this, Shoa's expression changed drastically. Her hand-sealing motion stopped on the spot. The boy pinched Yu with one hand, and wiped the blood off his face with the other, breathing heavily at the same time. Much quieter now. The next moment, Shoa tried to rescue Yu from the boy's grip, yet the boy fiercely grabbed its neck instead. This also sent a sharp pain through Shoa, the master of spirits. She almost dropped to her knees. Shoa felt Yu's agony traveling into her body through the spirit link. At this moment, she desperately wanted to know what on earth that boy did to Yu to cause such pain. Soon though, Shoa figured it all out with her white eye. Turns out, Yu's demonic aura was being sucked away by the boy. Seeing this, Shoa screamed inwardly in disbelief. How is that possible? After all, for the living, demonic aura is entirely harmful without a single benefit. Unlike Shoa's SOC, the boy on the other side was quite delighted, because he found that Yu was a collection of yin and death chi. This was truly an unexpected harvest. The boy originally grabbed Yu just to get rid of the bugs, yet didn't expect it to carry such evil chi inside, and so much of it. As he kept devouring Yu's demonic aura, the boy instinctively checked himself. So much Dantian energy, even more than what I got from killing people. Can I condense a Dantian? As the saying goes, as one grows, the other wanes. Shoa was slumped on the ground. Tears streamed from her eye, as she begged the boy, if you keep draining like this, Yu will die. Please stop, I beg you, just stop. At this moment, the tide had turned. Hearing Shoa's plea, a cold sneer crept onto the boy's lips. Clearly, a good idea had formed in his mind. Would he let Yu off just like that? If you ask who cares most about Mu Jinyan's life or death, it must be First Madam of Ranmu's Sword Manor. She was standing in the courtyard of Huihua Hall, staring in a certain direction. The female guard Huing reminded her with concern. Madam, the wind is chilly. You should go back to your room and wait. First Madam clenched fists. Until the matter is settled, how can I rest easy? Speaking of which, a hint of green in her eyes. If things don't go smoothly, I'll step in myself. Actually, First Madam asked the sorcerer to do two things. One was to take Mu Jinyan's life, and the other was to get the manual. Just in case things blew up, the manual might face the risk of being snatched. First Madam would let no one get those two manuals. At that moment, the maid exclaimed in surprise, Madam, the sorcerer is back. Hearing this, First Madam turned to look. Shoa's figure was slowly walking toward them across the ground. Shoa's appearance made First Madam mistakenly think her task was successfully completed. This meant that lowly Mu Jinyan must be dead, and the manual should also be in hand. Realizing this, a trace of joy involuntarily appeared on First Madam's lips. My son is going to be the manor lord from now on. Huing and the maid clapped and congratulated her. First Madam gave a light cough. Let's not make a fuss, we must keep this low-key. Yet the next scene exceeded the trio's expectations. For some reason, Shoa stopped at a distance from First Madam. This left First Madam full of puzzlement. Why did she stop there? Harboring this doubt, First Madam took the initiative to speak. Sorcerer, what is wrong? Come over and tell me how things went. Who knew Shoa wouldn't do as First Madam wished? She took a deep breath, then cupped her fists and shouted loudly, First Madam, our Shadow Pavilion cannot eliminate young Master Mu Jinyan as you order. This sudden turn of events greatly shocked the three people present. The smile on First Madam's face instantly froze, leaving her with a sense of utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, Shoa was cursing wildly in her heart. That crafty fellow is simply a demon, actually making me do such a thing. Let's roll the timeline back. When told by the boy to expose First Madam herself, Shoa wanted to refuse from the bottom of her heart, but the boy's next words gave her no choice. What's wrong? Didn't you want to save it? You do anything. Even if I defeat you, your Shadow Pavilion will still send others, right? That's why I'm making you expose First Madam yourself, because only this way will First Madam and Shadow Pavilion turn against each other. Shoa knew once she did this, She'd become a traitor to the Shadow Pavilion, but to save Chiou, she had no other option. So Shuo went all out at this moment. She shouted out the full truth of the matter. First Madam, you claimed young Master Mu Jingyun was possessed by an evil spirit, so you commissioned the Shadow Pavilion to get rid of that evil spirit, and also had us take young Master Mu's life along the way. But I verified it. Young Master Mu is not possessed by any evil spirit. Don't commission our pavilion for this anymore. Beneath the night sky, Shuo's voice was surprisingly loud. Almost everyone in Ranmu's Sword Manor heard what she said. Lights flickered on in room after room, and various discussions rose and fell. What? Who wants to harm whom? First Madam wants to kill the third young master. As First Madam reeled from the betrayal, the Outer Hall Master of Ranmu's Sword Manor directly ordered her arrest. Outer Hall warriors quickly raised torches and surrounded the courtyard of Huihua Hall. Faced with this, Hu Ying and the maid were somewhat at a loss. They could only warn First Madam, "Madam, the warriors are charging in." At this moment, sweat poured down First Madam's face. Her once luxurious expression instantly twisted in agony. She didn't know what to do, and could only rage helplessly inside. "Mu Jingyun, it's all because of you, you lowly trash." Meanwhile, having finished her task, Shuo returned to Mu Jingyun's yard. The boy gave her a flat look. "Did you complete the task as I instructed?" As he spoke, the boy shook Chiou by its pinched neck. Chiou let out 2 squawks. Shuo forcefully suppressed the anger in her heart, answering with just 4 words, "As you can see." Out of the boy's line of sight, Shuo clenched her fists. In the end, this brat still got his way. First Madam fell out with the pavilion. She also became the villain trying to murder the third young master. Thinking of this, Shuo sighed softly. "I'd better stop worrying. To save a spirit, I went so far as to betray the Shadow Pavilion. For the rest of my life, I'll probably be hunted down. Or maybe I'm done for. It's time for me to leave." It was supposed to be a simple mission, yet I turned myself into a traitor of the Shadow Pavilion. Sorcerer Shuo felt extremely bitter inside, but things had reached this point and couldn't be undone. She had no choice but to reach out to the boy on the second floor. "Keep your promise," returned Chiou. Unexpectedly, the boy suddenly leaned his arm against the window, and looked down with a smile. "I want to ask you something." A moment later, Shuo looked at the boy with some surprise. "You want to know about ghosts?" The boy sitting upright on the couch played with Chiou, while nodding slightly. "That's right. I also want to know about controlling those who control spirits, like the demonic monk or this bird beside me. Those people, especially wanting to learn about your Shadow Pavilion." Hearing Shadow Pavilion, Gu Kan looked puzzled. Shuo glanced at the monk. Mu Jingyun was indeed not possessed by a grievance ghost, but controlled them as spirits. "No matter how I look at it, I can't understand just how he tamed this grievance-filled ghost into a spirit." Shuo looked at the 2 red lines on the boy's chest. "And he has another spirit." Seeing Shuo silent, the boy pinched Chiou's neck. "You don't want to tell me?" Hearing the bird's cries, Shuo was startled and shook her head. No. Shuo began to recount what she knew. Ghosts and monsters are divided into 6 grades in total. Ferocious beasts, monsters, demonic beasts, fiend beasts, spirit beasts, and divine beasts. Even a ferocious beast is a disaster. The higher the grade, the deadlier. Saying this, Shuo's tone was very serious. Those in the Shadow Pavilion who can control them as spirits. One of them has long assisted the Pavilion Master, so he can control the bone sculpture of Greenwich Mountain. Though I don't know how powerful this person is. He is a disaster-level existence. The last is the Pavilion Master. I don't know what he controls, but I'm sure it's the highest grade monster. The boy pinched his chin upon hearing this. Could it be a spirit beast or divine beast? Shuo shook her head. Impossible. Those only exist in myths. She pulled a book from her bosom. People who can use spirit beasts as spirits are very few. The master controls a demonic or fiend beast. This book records most of the contents. You can take a look. Gu Kan glanced at it. Reading, "The Classic of Mountains and Seas." The boy took the Classic of Mountains and Seas, and said thanks. "Then I'll thank you." For the next moments, the boy flipped rapidly through the Classic of Mountains and Seas. The divine beast recorded on it turned out to be a dragon. Just thinking that even Chiou alone had such a massive aura, the boy looked forward even more to the Shadow Pavilion Master's spirit. "I really hope that Pavilion Master controls the highest grade monster." Then with a smack, the boy closed the Classic of Mountains and Seas in his hand, and casually tossed Chiou back into Shuo's arms. The escaped Chiou poured out its grievances to Shuo. Shuo gently stroked its neck to comfort it. At this moment, the boy suddenly said, "Aren't you going to thank me?" Shuo gritted her teeth and spat out the word, "Thanks." The young man gave her a disgruntled look. "Speak up. He who is under low eaves must bow." Shuo had to follow his demand. She loudly repeated, "Thank you." As she uttered the words, she was grinding her teeth. The boy didn't care at all. Shortly, he told her to leave. Gu Kan, watching the whole spectacle, thought inwardly, "This brat is truly wicked. His character's hopeless." Once Shaw left, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. My luck is great. First Madam won't be able to lay a hand on me now. She'll likely be watched by people around here. Plus, absorbing all that vital energy from Chuyu is enough to form my dantian. Then I can practice martial arts. Gu-kun suddenly chimed in. That being said, is this really Oku? The boy paused. What do you mean? Gu-kun looked at Sha's back. That assassin. He bears a grudge against you. Hearing this, the young man pondered. After all, I promised him. Gu-kun remained worried. Aren't you worried? It could be a future disaster. Please forgive this subordinate's earnest advice. The young man rested his chin in his hand and nodded slightly. What you say isn't unreasonable, but he can't harm me. Hearing this, Gu-kun didn't grasp the young man's deeper meaning. The boy chuckled. Alright, now it's your turn to keep your promise. In the pitch-black night under the cold moonlight, Shaw carried the trembling Chuyu, and left Ranmo's sword manor at lightning speed. At this moment, his heart felt heavy. Judging by Chuyu's current state, it wouldn't be strange if she died right now. Shaw then pulled Chuyu tighter into his arms, then irritably turned back to glare at the sword manor. Mu Jingyun, I chose to step back today. In the near future, I will definitely. Before Shaw could finish his harsh words, an unfamiliar voice rang out. You're determined to get revenge. Hearing this, Shaw instantly spun around toward the source of the voice, simultaneously activating his right white eye. Yet who knows what he saw. He hurriedly stumbled backward while clutching Chuyu, even knocking his hat flying off. Watching his waklai hat rolling on the ground, Shaw froze in place. Blood was actually streaming from his white eye. He wore an expression of disbelief. This feeling, demonic malice, how is this possible? Such an evil and creepy presence. How could, the next second, hands emerged from behind Shaw, then tightly grabbed Shaw's head, accompanied by hysterical screams. Shaw clutched his blood-soaked eye. Immediately after, the world seemed to turn blood-red. A woman in a red dress descended from the sky. She came face to face with Shaw. This female was none other than Qingling. Yet, defying all laws of gravity, Qingling's red dress completely defied gravity, showing not the slightest sign of floating downward. Then Qingling looked at Shaw and smiled. You look pretty, missing an eye. Hearing this, Shaw had no idea what she meant. However, he had no time to ponder it either, because the blood flowing from Shaw's right eye converged toward his mouth, blocking his airways. He had the suffocating sensation of being unable to breathe. At this moment, Shaw was terrified to the extreme. His remaining eye widened to its limit, as if he were about to suffocate the next second. Meanwhile, First Madam was in the outer hall of Ranmo's sword manor, flying into a rage. She slammed her hand down hard on the table. Outer hall master, I am wrong. It was that brat Mu Jingyun framing me. No matter what, I would never make a move against a child. Outer hall master. Xiang Xiongwa tapped the table, staring deeply and directly at First Madam. Quiet. Please maintain composure. Once First Madam's emotions stabilized, Xiang began questioning. What was that disturbance in the apothecary yesterday? First Madam thought for a moment. That was Mu Jingyun violating my order that no one approach the Manor Lord's hall. So in order to ask him his reason, Xiang Xiongwa's gaze turned as sharp as a blade. Didn't the third young master save the Manor Lord in the end? Or was it you, First Madam, who plotted against the Manor Lord? As he said this, First Madam's expression changed drastically. She let out an angry shout. Outer hall master. Xiang didn't back down. He stared straight at her. Ultimately, she backed down, and obediently sat back down in her chair. Then Xiang Xiongwa said in a serious tone, the third young master almost died. We cannot let this go. We will investigate the ins and outs of this matter thoroughly. Please cooperate fully. First Madam lowered her head. Xiang Xiongwa offered a promise. Rest assured, we will investigate impartially. Whether it concerns the First Madam, the second young master, or the third, I will thoroughly investigate everything relating to all three of them. A short while later, Xiang Xiongwa sat alone in his room in deep thought. Why would the First Madam and the second young master target the third young master? If conflict arose between them, or if they targeted the fourth young master favored by the Manor Lord, that would be likely. Logically, there's no reason to target a third young master, who lacks martial prowess and is already fallen from grace. Thinking of this, Xiang Xiongwa's finger tapping on the table suddenly paused. Is there something I don't know? Giving them a reason they must target the third young master. Analyzing this, Xiang Xiongwa recalled his previous encounter with Mu Jingyun. Now that I think about it, during the outer hall investigation earlier, I felt his demeanor was vastly different from usual. In the past, whenever the third young master saw others acting deferentially, he would become arrogant. At the time, I just figured he was terrified from nearly losing his life, or that he had seen through everything after such an ordeal. But the more I think about it now, the stranger it seems. It seems I must go and investigate personally. Tonight's Ranmo's sword manor is exceptionally bustling. First Madam hired a Ghost Shadow Pavilion assassin to kill Mu Jingyun. Later, Showa betrayed the Ghost Shadow Pavilion, resulting in First Madam being dragged off by the outer hall. As for the instigator of all this, the young man was meditating in his room. The demon monk guarded him. As for the bodyguard Gu Kan, he was doing what he did best. curled up in a chair, snoring loudly in deep sleep. Right at this moment, Qingling slipped in from outside the room after tidying up. Seeing this, the demon monk cupped his fists in greeting. Qingling waved her hand, then removed her pipe functioning as a hairpin, and took a fierce puff. Then she stared fixedly at the young man condensing his dantian. Look at this fellow. I never expected he could reign in the demonic aura absorbed from Chuyu to such an extent. When he first said he wanted to use death chi to form his dantian, I thought it was amusing, but seeing him now, maybe he really can pull it off. Unknowingly, the distance between Qingling and the young man shrank. She praised how handsome he was. The young man abruptly opened his eyes. At this moment, their eyes locked. Both parties felt somewhat tense. The young man broke the silence. Qingling, what are you doing? Qingling muttered that she was doing nothing, then nonchalantly turned around with her back to him. At this moment, a smirk crossed the young man's lips, as he playfully uttered, "Really?" Qingling glared at the young man out of the corner of her eye, then instantly snapped. She barked at the young man. "Cut the crap, and focus on circulating your chi." The young man burst into laughter. Qingling turned her head away, gritting her teeth bitterly on her pipe. Damn it, why did I make a bet with a guy like this? And that useless assassin, why couldn't that little wretch try just a bit harder? The next moment, the young man seemed to recall something. Right, Qingling, confirm this. Qingling paused. Confirm. The young man nodded, then stroked his abdomen. Right, I'm wondering if this is the dantian you mentioned earlier. Qingling let out a soft hum. You think a dantian can be formed in a single day? Keep working hard, one day you'll... Before Qingling could finish her sentence, the young man interrupted. He gathered death chi in his dantian, while glancing at Qingling. Isn't this below my navel a dantian? Looking at the dantian-like feature on the young man's abdomen, Qingling scratched her hair. Can you let me trek? The young man nodded. However, how are you going to trek? Qingling explained. I'll reach inside your body, materialize my fingertips, and lightly touch it. It might feel a bit uncomfortable during the process. Just bear with it. Yet just as Qingling touched the young man's belly, her hand was abruptly bounced away by a force. The young man blinked. What? Qingling said, I couldn't reach in. Hearing this, the young man asked in total confusion, why? Qingling said, how would I know? She told the monk to try. Stupid monk, you try too. The result was the same as Qingling's. The demon monk couldn't enter either. The young man asked Qingling, then do you know why this is happening? Qingling pinched the tender flesh on the young man's face, without giving an answer. Yet inwardly, she harbored a faint suspicion. Did I become his spirit servant? Qingling targeted the snoring Gu Kan. She shoved her hand into his dantian, and stirred it around. Gu Kan was instantly jolted awake from his dream, shrieking in agony from the pain. Ultimately, Gu Kan passed out cold from the pain. Qingling finished playing and casually flicked her hand, shooting a disdainful glance at Gu Kan. She clicked her tongue. Such a fuss. With Gu Kan as comparison, Qingling knew it probably wasn't her problem. The young man quietly put his clothes back on. Any other ways to confirm? Qingling furrowed her brow. Aside from that, there is another way to trek. Yet just as Qingling was about to speak the second method, a series of knocking sounds came from outside the young man's door. The one human and two ghosts turned to look. The voice of the person knocking followed closely. Third young master, asleep. It is Hall Master Xiang Xiongbo. Hearing this name, the young man inside the room frowned slightly. Hall Master, it's so late. What is he here for? Xiang Xiongbo, current outer hall master of Ranmu Sword Manor. His family had served the Ranmu Sword Manor for 2 consecutive generations. He was a loyalist among loyalists. Because Xiang Xiongbo possessed unwavering convictions, he was also deeply trusted by the elders. You could say, whichever young master he supported would undoubtedly become the next manor lord. Therefore, not even First Madam dared to bot him around. To summarize in one sentence, Xiang Xiongbo was currently the figure with the most influence in Ranmu's Sword Manor. At this moment, Xiang Xiongbo knocked on Mu Jinyan's door. Third young master, you're not asleep yet, right? The young man opened the door and ushered Xiang Xiongbo inside. Outer hall master, what brings you here? Xiang Xiongbo looked at the young man, then dropped to one knee. First of all, as a family retainer, this subordinate is here to confess his crime. Despite the guards on watch, that kind of incident still occurred. This is entirely my dereliction of duty. Seeing this, the young man was slightly startled, then gave a gentle shake of his head. It's fine, I don't mind. Hearing this, Xiang Xiongbo clasped his fists again. No matter what, this sort of thing should never have happened. Seeing this, the young man waved repeatedly. It's fine, really, I don't mind at all. Immediately after, Xiang Xiongbo said, Young master, please pardon my offense. He stood up and reached his hand toward the young man's head. The young man had no idea what he intended to do, so he simply sat motionlessly on the edge of the bed. The entire room grew eerily quiet at this moment. Against the backdrop of the candlelight, the young man and Xiang Xiongbo wore seemingly peaceful veneers. Nobody can be sure if someone will strike next. Just as Xiang Xiongbo was about to touch the boy's hair, he changed direction. and patted the boy on the shoulder instead. He laughed. Third young master, I'm grateful you see it that way. Xiang looked around cautiously, and nonchalantly asked, young master, where is the short sword I gave you before? The youth muttered. Short sword, Xiang nodded. The one I gave you for self-defense the day the manor lord fell. I recall all 4 young masters received one. Did you lose yours? The youth glanced at Gu Kan, then pondered. Let me think. I put the short sword away in my cabinet. Hearing this, Xiang Xiongbo nodded thoughtfully. Ah, I see. Wonderful. I thought you lost it, and was about to be quite upset. At these words, both of them burst out laughing. Yet the next second, the youth's expression changed abruptly. His unkind gaze was fixed directly on Xiang Xiongbo. Hall master, what dagger? No matter how hard I try, I can't recall it. Did I receive such a thing? Xiang Xiongbo stopped acting at that moment. Naturally not, because I never gave you one in the first place. The next instant, Xiang Xiongbo dropped low, gathered his strength, and threw a heavy punch at the youth. Using the bed for leverage, the youth flipped back. With a loud boom, the wooden bed was smashed to pieces. Immediately afterward, Xiang Xiongbo sneered. You've made 2 mistakes. The youth looked puzzled. Xiang Xiongbo tapped rapidly on his chest, striking precisely on his acupoints. First, whenever the 3rd young master saw someone acting submissive, would become arrogant. Second, ever since the 3rd young master was beaten by the 4th young master, whenever anyone raised a hand, he would instinctively cower. Yet you were far too magnanimous with me, and didn't react at all when I raised my hand. Therefore, you must be a fake. I've sealed your acupoints. You can no longer move. Tell me the truth. Where on earth is the real 3rd young master? Yet the retreating youth merely smiled at this. He stopped and steadied his stance. His blood began to pulse with a red glow. Under Xiang's terrified gaze, he directly summoned Qing Ling to strike. With a wet squish, amidst Xiang Xiongbo's miserable screams, Qing Ling pierced right through his breastbone from behind, and grabbed his still-beating heart. Vile wretch, how audacious. You have a death wish. Watching the entire scene, the youth praised. As expected of Qing Ling, completely out of our lick. Qing Ling's eyes lit up. Ah, vitality and death energy are mutually exclusive. Therefore, the qi injected during acupoint striking naturally dissipated. Brat, you formed a dantian. At this, Qing Ling's lips curved into a smile. A body that resists sealing. Without profound internal energy or martial arts mastery. Truly fascinating. However, although you formed your dantian, your identity was seen through by him. Can you stay here? You probably can't continue cultivating martial arts here, can you? The youth knew the outer hall master couldn't simply be killed off. Nor did he expect his identity to be exposed this way. Still, he had his own clever ways. The youth sneered coldly, and immediately issued an order to the demon monk. Demon monk, go and possess Xiang Xiongbo. Is to turn him into one of us. Hearing the order to possess him. Hearing the youth order the demon monk to possess Xiang Xiongbo. Qing Ling's pretty eyes instantly lit up. You really are a dyed-in-the-wool devil. Meanwhile, Xiang Xiongbo, trapped by Qing Ling, felt thoroughly miserable. First, he was panicked by the youth's mention of possession, and then he was left wondering, who on earth was this youth talking to all this time? Xiang's expression turned fierce. As the demon monk's possession quietly began, Xiang Xiongbo's expression turned ferocious, his muscles tensing all over. Vast amounts of evil qi steadily poured into his body. Purplish-black demonic veins rapidly crawled across his face. Signs emerged that his consciousness was losing control of his body. Who looks like the young master? Why did the strike fail? How can there be someone who looks exactly like the 3rd young master? And why did the acupoint strike fail against him? More importantly, Xiang used his last strength, yet there's not the slightest sound. Have I stumbled upon some unspeakable secret? The youth smiled. Xiang Xiongbo used his last shred of consciousness to voice the question in his mind. The sun stretched out. The youth smiled lightly at Xiang Xiongbo. Why? I am Mu Jingyun, the 3rd young master of the Ranmu Sword Manor. Gu Kan was bewildered. The morning sun stretched lazily from the east. The bed is smashed. The guards are respectful. Gu Kan was somewhat bewildered as he walked to pay his respects to the youth. Strange, this is so strange. I woke up this morning to find the bed smashed to pieces, for some reason. The outer hall warriors suddenly became unusually respectful toward me. Yet just yesterday, they were still secretly spying on us. It wasn't until he reached Mu Jingyun's room, and the guards at the door bowed in greeting, that Gu Kan snapped out of it. You're here. The young master is waiting for you. Gu Kan muttered to himself while returning the bow. Damn it, this feels just like a dream. What on earth is going on here? Yet even more astonishing things were yet to come. Guard Gu Kan, you're here. He unexpectedly saw a most surprising person standing right there. None other than outer hall master Xiang Xiongbo. Seeing this, Gu Kan's jaw dropped wide open, and the mysteries in his heart only multiplied. His bow startled Gu Kan. By the time he recovered, Immediately after, the youth told Xiang Xiongbo to get back to work. Xiang Xiongbo said, "This subordinate withdraws." The youth invited him. As Xiang Xiongbo brushed past Gu Kan, his sudden bow gave Gu Kan a severe start. By the time Gu Kan recovered his senses, Xiang Xiongbo's figure was already far away. Looking at the dazed Gu Kan, the youth issued an invitation. "You came just in time. It's time to eat now. Come join me and have some food." Startled back to reality, Gu Kan pointed in the direction Xiang Xiongbo had left, and asked the youth with a face full of SOC, "Young master, what on earth is going on here?" The youth calmly took a bite of his breakfast. "Sit down first. Can you teach me the sword?" Once Gu Kan sat down across from him, the youth looked up at him. "I have something to ask you now." Gu Kan, barely settled in his seat, panicked slightly, was stirring trouble again. The youth picked up a piece of dish and put it in his mouth. "Can you teach me the basic martial arts of the Ranmu sword stance?" Hearing this, "Why are my moves uncoordinated?" immediately dropped to the ground. He vaguely sensed this is top-tier martial arts, was probably about to stir up trouble again. Earlier that day, the youth trying to cultivate martial arts looked perplexed. "Those carry profound principles. I clearly followed the manual word for word. So why are my movements so uncoordinated?" Qing Ling beside him spat out a wisp of phantom smoke. Watching the youth's movements, she said, "This is top-tier martial arts, you know." Seeing the big question mark written across the youth's forehead, Qing Ling explained, "Those movements carry top-tier profound principles. In other words, they contain the insights needed to reach a higher realm." Hearing this, the youth was slightly stunned. "Isn't that a good thing?" Qing Ling looked at the youth with an expression that clearly said, "You really know nothing about martial arts," and stared right at him. "You truly are a foolish mortal. How is that a good thing? Without basic training, you can't grasp the depth of top-tier martial arts. Top-tier martial arts are a collection of insights needed to reach higher realms, allowing one to break through their current level. Such martial arts, which simplify movements to reach higher realms, if they aren't backed by a solid foundation, what is the point? Simply put, without a foundation, you're all show, no substance." After hearing these words, the youth was deeply moved. It seemed that without mastering the basics, he couldn't comprehend or practice the Ranmu sword stance. To practice top-tier arts, he first had to learn the basics. Thus, the youth formed the idea of learning the foundational techniques of the Ranmu sword stance. But when Gu Kan heard this, he was immediately startled. He slammed his hands on the table and stood up. "Young master, only the Manor Lord can practice that. Do you intend to seize the Manor Lord's position?" The youth shook his head. "I have no such thoughts." Gu Kan asked, "Then why?" The youth offered a reason. "I think it could be quite useful." Gu Kan said it was far more than useful. It was an extraordinary technique, renowned in the pugilistic world. The youth was surprised. "Is that so?" Gu Kan nodded gently. "However, if you cultivate this, I'm afraid it will become a problem." The youth remained unconcerned. "Wouldn't it be fine as long as I'm not discovered?" Hearing this, Gu Kan didn't know what to say. He sat back down with a thud and let out a soft sigh. "But I cannot teach you the basics." The youth stared at Gu Kan. "Why?" Gu Kan gave a bitter smile. "Because I've never learned them. I've only watched the fourth young master practice them once or twice from afar. The foundational techniques of the Ranmu sword stance are the family's exclusive martial arts, divided into the 9 Ranmu forms and the Ranmu sword drawing technique. Since ancient times, they are only passed down through the family bloodline. Therefore, only those who have inherited the family lineage and carry the blood of the Mu family in their veins can learn the basics." Hearing this, the youth was startled. "So, only those who know the basics." Gu Kan immediately finished the rest of the sentence. "Are the Manor Lord and the other young masters?" The youth casually placed his chopsticks down on the dishes and asked with emphasis. "Only them?" Gu Kan nodded. "Det." Seeing the youth in deep thought, Gu Kan thought to himself, this is asking the impossible, not to mention his tense relations with the other young masters. He might blow his cover at any moment. After a long silence, the youth stood up. "Then it can't be helped." Gu Kan didn't understand what the youth meant by that. While the youth pushed open the door and left. This left Gu Kan completely bewildered. "Young master, where are you going?" The youth spoke seriously. "To find someone to teach me the basics." Hearing this, a thunderclap rang in Gu Kan's mind. He hurriedly kept pace with the youth, and whispered, "No, young master. If you arouse suspicion." The youth cut Gu Kan off. "If you worry too much, you'll accomplish nothing. Let's just go take a look." Gu Kan wanted to continue persuading, but the youth showed no intention of listening at all. This forced him to temporarily extinguish the thought in his mind. Yet figuring out who to ask about the basics was another difficult problem. Gu Kan soon lost his mood for thoughts, because the person the youth sought was his enemy, namely, the fourth young master of the Ranmu sword manor, Mu Yuntian. At this moment, Mu Yuntian was practicing horse stance in the martial arts arena. The youth approached with Gu Kan in tow. As the youth reached out to greet him, Gu Kan frantically grabbed him with a panicked expression. "Wait a moment, young master. Didn't I tell you?" These two had an unpleasant falling out before. The youth looked back at Gu Kan. "You mean when the third young master insulted his mother and got beaten up for it?" Guken looked like he was about to cry from anxiety. Knowing that, why find the fourth young master? Facing the youth's lazy, innocent gaze, Guken had no choice but to recount the past events he knew. That day's events are still vivid in my mind. The third young master had his leg bones fractured, several ribs broken, and was crying and begging the fourth young master to let him go. Many people in the Ranmu's sword manor saw it, and it caused quite a commotion. So the fourth young master truly despises the third young master. And most importantly, the fourth young master has already reached an unfathomable realm in his martial arts, despite only being of capping age. Truly a monster. Qingling's voice echoed in the young man's ear. Just as he said, that boy has great martial talent. He's worth molding. The young man didn't expect Qingling to appear, so he asked, can you tell? Qingling nodded. Few at such a young age can condense this level of pure yang energy. Calling him a genius is no exaggeration. If I were still alive, I might take him as a disciple. Speaking of which, Qingling reminded him, be careful in this bright sun. This master cannot use full power. The young man nodded slightly. He had made up his mind. It was time to make a move. Those who weigh pros and cons often fail. The young man's devil-eye thoughts. Just when Guken thought he had explained the feud between Mu Qingyun and Mu Yuqian, the young man would surely give up on approaching Mu Yuqian to learn the burning with sword posture. Who knew he would do the opposite? He actually started walking step by step toward the practicing Mu Yuqian. At this moment, Mu Yuqian also heard approaching footsteps. However, when he saw the face of the newcomer clearly, his face immediately showed a fierce, teeth-gnashing expression. Yet the young man opposite seemed completely unaware of Mu Yuqian's disgust. Instead, he politely raised a hand to greet him. Hello there. Hello. This scared Guken out of his wits. Fearing Mu Yuqian would lose control. To beat up this youth disguised as Mu Qingyun, that would be quite bloody. Seeing the youth wasn't afraid. Although Mu Yuqian was a bit surprised, he didn't take it to heart. He adjusted his posture, and resumed the martial arts practice he had interrupted. At the same time, he barked a warning. Get lost, unless you want another beating. Who knew the book the youth pulled out would change Mu Yuqian's expression? The book was Burning Wood Heart Sutra. Then Mu Yuqian asked the young man why this manual was in his hands. The young man chuckled softly, with a smile like a wolf in grandmother's clothing. Do you want this? Yet Mu Yuqian was truly a rare genius of the Burning Wood Sword sect. He didn't lose his mind over the Burning Wood Heart Sutra. He grew suspicious of its authenticity. How do I know if the manual in your hand is real? The young man casually tossed the manual to Mu Yuqian. See for yourself and you'll know. With a crisp slap, Mu Yuqian reached out and caught the manual. He quickly flipped through it. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. This seemed to be the Manor Lord's manual, because it contained extremely profound and supreme arts. Yet just as Mu Yuqian was about to delve into the mysteries, a section of this manual had been torn out from the middle. This caused a gap in the technique. He looked at the young man. Where is the torn out part? The young man pointed at his head. The meaning was self-evident. Seeing this, Mu Yuqian slammed the manual shut with a snap, then gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at the young man. Where did you get this? The young man didn't answer. He crossed his arms, full of composure. Does that matter? The point is it's in my hands. Who would have thought in the next second, Mu Yuqian would roar furiously at the two of them. Then what are you coming to me for? I am the Manor Lord now. Don't dream about it, bastard. Are you here to humiliate me? Consumed by anger, Mu Yuqian hurled the manual straight at the young man. Don't play games, get lost. The young man picked up the manual. He patted the dust off. At the same time, he said to Mu Yuqian, you seem to have misunderstood. I'm just here to make a deal with you. I have no interest in being Manor Lord. Hearing this, Mu Yuqian froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Is that so? So you're not interested in the Manor Lord position? The young man saw the disbelief in Mu Yuqian's eyes. Just as he wanted to say more, Mu Yuqian unexpectedly made a move. He lunged forward like an arrow toward the young man, and swung a fierce punch right at his face. This happened so fast that guard Guken didn't even have time to react. The young man was sent flying by Mu Yuqian's punch. With a heavy thud, the young man crashed hard to the ground. Guken assumed a defensive stance. Mu Yuqian sneered. Did you really think I'd believe such ghost stories? You've forgotten what happened 2 years ago. Then let me help you remember properly, so you won't play tricks again. The young man on the ground didn't beg for mercy as Mu Yuqian expected. Instead, bleeding from the nose, he fell into deep thought. The state of perfection is extraordinary. Not to mention that man with the black sword. I've crossed swords with experts like Guard Gon and the Outer Hall Master. But now I understand why Guken made such a fuss. Looking at Mu Yuqian, like a golden statue, the youth sighed. What a monster. Then the young man forcefully snorted out the remaining blood from his nose, calculating inwardly. This isn't something luck can handle, because my body didn't even have time to react. Can anyone get this strong just by practicing? Thinking of this, a smile curled at the corner of the young man's blood-stained mouth. Once I practice, can I avenge my grandfather? Nothing is more convincing than experience. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan, after being punched by Mu Yutian, didn't get angry, but grew even more eager for the future. A smirk curved his lips. That punch really packs a wallop. At these words, Mu Yutian looked startled, then stepped closer to the young man. Packs a wallop? Still talking nonsense. You weren't beaten enough. Do I need to hit you with a harder fist than before for you to snap out of it? The young man stumbled up. It's natural you'd suspect me. Then Mu Yutian grabbed the young man by the collar and clenched his fist again with a murderous glare. I'm not suspecting, I'm certain. No matter what you say, I won't believe a word. Who knew the young man would just chuckle? Is that so? In that case, I'll have no choice but to give this manual to the first madam or second brother. This struck Mu Yutian's Achilles heel, causing his descending fist to freeze instantly, and the young man seized the chance to grab Mu Yutian's wrist. His words continued. What if Murong Hao or Mu Yingping became Manor Lord? Do you think they'd let you off? After all, you are the Manor Lord's favorite heir candidate. At this moment, their eyes locked, neither willing to back down. Mu Yutian demanded. Are you threatening me? The young man sneered. This is life and death. Does my threat sound weak? Hearing this, Mu Yutian noticed something. Disbelief flashed in the eyes he fixed on the young man. Then he abruptly released his grip on the young man's collar and asked a strange question. Are you really Mu Jingyan? At these words, Guard Gu Kan's heart instantly grew extremely tense. The young man looked at him like an idiot. Duh. Otherwise, though this reply was only 3 words long, Mu Yutian heard a deeper meaning. The young man smiled. You talk as if you know me. Mu Yutian scoffed upon hearing this. Don't I know you? Since I beat you 2 years ago, you've been terrified to speak to me. You'd flee immediately even if you caught a glimpse of me from afar. That's the real you, isn't it? Who knew? The young man's next words completely caught Mu Yutian off guard. He nodded. Besides all that, aside from being half-brothers, and what happened 2 years ago, what else do you know about me? The momentum in the courtyard shifted at this moment. The youth had seized the initiative. With every question, Mu Yutian took a step back. What I lie, what I hate, what's on my mind, my predicament, and with what feelings I'm giving up the position of next Manor Lord. Do you know any of that? Hearing this, Mu Yutian clenched his fists tightly. He angrily shouted about his hardships. Then do you understand me? You say I was born to a lowly person, ignoring and isolating me. Fine, then let me ask you now, why is it always me? You never really accepted me, did you? Yet the young man opposite didn't answer this question directly. Instead, he chuckled softly. Why not deal with those noble-blooded fellows? Simple. Because you're better than them. Hearing this, Mu Yutian froze in his tracks, while a look of grievance welled up at the corners of his mouth. Just because of my lowly birth, I suffered endless humiliation. And the reason I poured my entire soul into martial arts practice, amidst seemingly endless loneliness and solitude, was actually just to win approval. Mu Yutian looked at the young man. The person who should never approve of me has unexpectedly given me his approval. I thought he'd despise me for what happened 2 years ago. Should I also change myself? A somewhat dazed Mu Yutian looked up at the azure sky and unexpectedly agreed to the proposal the young man made earlier. Fine, tell me your terms for this deal first. The young man smiled knowingly and proceeded to discuss the conditions of the deal with Mu Yutian. They argued back and forth, finally reaching a consensus. Soon, the young man left the arena with Gu Kan. Having achieved his goal, he hummed a tune. His mood was wonderful, while Gu Kan looked at the young man's back, filled with emotion. Brilliant. He handled this matter to perfection. How would he get the 4th young master to teach him? Never expected such a manipulative approach. There could be no more natural method than this. To play a role properly, one must analyze the other's situation. Because the real Mu Jingyan would have practiced the burning wood sword posture, the young man deployed a smoke screen. The young man held up 3 fingers to Mu Yutian. There are 3 conditions to this deal. First, and most importantly, even if you become Manor Lord, you cannot touch me. Second, provide me with generous financial support. The young man glanced at Mu Yutian. You can agree to that, right? Mu Yutian nodded without hesitation. Those conditions are easy to meet. As long as you don't pick fights, I won't touch you. As for the final condition, the young man's aim was to make Mu Yutian believe that the first 2 conditions were what he truly wanted. Then, taking advantage of the other's relaxed guard, he brought up his 3rd demand. I want to learn the burning wood sword posture. Because he stated it so bluntly, Gu Kan, standing by, was scared out of her wits at the time. She was terrified Mu Yutian would grow suspicious of the young man's identity, yet he seemed entirely unsuspecting. A mocking expression appeared on his face. The look one gives a fool like Mu Jingyan. That scene was as ludicrous as it could get. Just like that. To gain Mu Yutian's trust, Mu Jingyan fed his craving for validation. Mu Yutian trusted the only person who validated him, even though his name was Mu Jingyan. Watching Mu Yutian teach the basics to Mu Jingyun without a shred of suspicion. Gu Kan sighed inwardly. Even a genius like Mu Yutian took 2 hours to memorize the manual. Yet Mu Jingyun only listened once, and had already mastered the basic incantations. His brilliant mind is unrivaled under heaven. Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously curved at the corner of Gu Kan's lips. Though against my will, switching to his side might be a wise choice. Next moment, Gu Kan offered a flattering smile. Young master, you've worked hard. The young man blinked in response. Gu Kan chuckled softly. I am truly in awe of you. Never expected such a method. Pity you handed the manual to the 4th young master so easily. The young man walked up the steps. He dropped a remark that left Gu Kan astounded. So what? I didn't teach him properly. Hearing that, Gu Kan froze. The young man glanced at him sideways. Maybe I shouldn't tell you, but since you know, I won't hide it from you. Hearing this, Gu Kan looked up, waiting for an explanation. The young man made a gesture. I didn't give him the correct formula. Every 13 or 14 words, I changed things slightly. The young man let out a cold chuckle. I was originally worried he'd notice, but he passed without a hitch. Gu Kan felt a ripple in his heart. I was wondering, how could he so easily reveal the manual's contents to the 4th young master? Turns out he had a backup plan. However, Gu Kan quickly realized a new problem. What if the 4th young master is crippled, or dies from a cultivation deviation? Won't that cause trouble? The young man coldly asked in return. So what? Hearing that, Gu Kan labeled the young man a demon. Though he wanted to offer a warning, he swallowed those words back down. After all, the more you know, the faster you die. Just pretend I said nothing. Meanwhile, deep in the Ghost Shadow Pavilion, Master Gu sat in the main hall. The pavilion master paced around him. Master Showa has lost contact. Not only did she fail to comfort Miao Xian's wandering soul, and betrayed First Madam, and exposed her actions, our ties with the Shi family are severed. The pavilion's prestige has plummeted. Saying this, the pavilion master gripped his staff. My loyal disciple Gu, find the missing Master Shaw, investigate the truth, and restore our pavilion's prestige. With those words, a massive, ink-black entity emerged behind Gu. Its 2 crimson eyes radiated a chilling glare. He gave a slight nod to the pavilion master. I obey. A short while later, Master Gu appeared before a pool of blood. From the bloodstains on the ground, he deduced the victim's identity. As a master-level sorcerer in the Ghost Shadow Pavilion, his strength ranked in the top 3. Yet someone like him was brutally murdered. They say every abnormal event hides a demon. Where reason is lost, disaster follows. Every abnormal event hides a demon. Having left the pavilion, Gu tracked down Shoa's trail, only to find that Shoa had already turned into a pool of blood. Only tattered clothing revealed his identity. You must know, as a master-level sorcerer, his strength in the Ghost Shadow Pavilion ranked in the top 3. Yet he was murdered so brutally. Seeing this, Master Gu felt a slight jolt in his heart, though not enough to scare him into fleeing without a fight. He produced a yellow talisman from his fingertips, which burned without fire. The air produced a crackling sound. Gu executed the Rin seal of the 9 characters, his left hand forward to sense danger, to sense any impending danger. Then he shifted through the outer lion seal and the sun will seal in turn, while chanting under his breath, Northern Emperor of the 3 luminaries, grant me authority, reveal everything that happened here, swiftly as the law commands. As the chant finished, Gu the sorcerer levitated. The surrounding trees swayed in the wind. Shoa's blood-soaked headwear rattled loudly. A world-shattering sight unfolded. Scenes began to play out, revealing everything that transpired after entering the Ranmu Sword Manor. Vision started with First Madam receiving Shoa, then Shoa casting the counter-evil curse, was subsequently broken by Qingling. Shoa took Chuyu along, attempting to slay the one who killed Miao Xian. Who would have thought? Mu Jingyun, the 3rd young master of the Ranmu Sword Manor, staged a comeback. Using Chuyu's life as leverage, he forced Shoa to obey him. When the vision shifted to a resentful Shoa leaving the manor, women's hands grabbed Shoa from behind. Sorcerer Gu was now experiencing the very despair Shoa felt before death. Under Qingling's overwhelming might, Gu was like a toy in a child's hands. As he tried to see the attacker's face, the spell ran out of time. Snapping out of the illusion, Sorcerer Gu gasped heavily for air. Shoa's left-behind sorcerer's staff was still trembling. That was a Cyan Spirit vengeful ghost. Realizing this, Sorcerer Gu looked at the figure in the sky, then murmured, Gu, we must prepare ourselves properly. Meanwhile, the young man who had mastered the basics of the sword manual was learning the sword transforming art. He continuously adjusted his movements according to the manual. Thud, thud, piercing sounds of the void snapped as his fists swung through the air. Watching his training the whole time, Qingling was somewhat astonished. How can such a monster exist? Normally, someone starting martial arts would first practice the basics that form a complete technique. form a complete technique. That's why practicing the same posture repeatedly builds muscle memory. Yet this brat, aside from being slightly awkward on his first attempt, had 0 errors from then on. For this brat, all that remained was practice to cement the muscle memory. To put it bluntly, he didn't need training at all. Thinking of this, Qingling unconsciously swallowed hard. It's truly astonishing. Qingling thought the youth would pester him to teach the sword-transforming art, but the opponent had quietly mastered it himself, using his own comprehension. This gave Qingling mid-sneeze frustration. Qingling thought to himself, I never intended to teach him, but it wouldn't hurt if he begged. On one side was hatred for the youth, while on the other was admiration for his talent. These thoughts tortured Qingling to the brink of a mental breakdown. Then he started throwing a tantrum, waving his arms. What am I overthinking? Seeing Qingling freak out, the young man halted his practice. At that moment, Guard Gukan walked over. Young master, I'm here. I heard you were looking for me. The young man turned to Gukan, then chuckled, you're on time. I have a task for you. After a while, Gukan's figure appeared in Zhonglan County's Yinlan Tower. At this moment, he was staring at a slip of paper in his hand. There was a strange symbol on it. What does this mean? Earlier, when the young man gave him the paper, he asked what it was. But the young man didn't explain. It's something I'm looking for. You just need to hand this to the intelligence gathering organization. Gukan didn't understand the symbol. We, as omniscient observers, know that it represents the scar-faced man who killed the young man's grandfather. From start to finish, everything the youth did was preparation for his revenge. This was Gukan's first assignment. Ever since he was subdued by the young man, seated quietly in Yinlan Tower of Zhonglan County, he silently tucked the incomprehensible slip of paper into his robe. Then he muttered under his breath, though the young master said so, the only intelligence group is this place. This organization isn't very capable, so I shouldn't expect much. Just then, Gukan thought of something, and his square face clouded over with displeasure. Why am I worrying about this? The ruler is calm while the eunuch panics. Feeling he was overthinking, he slumped back. I've been reduced to an errand runner. How did I sink to this state? That said, Gukan didn't actually care all that much. His life had no real purpose. Ever since being abandoned by his parents as a child, Gukan was trained as an assassin. Yet later, lacking talent, he was let go by the organization. The only reason Gukan followed senior brother Gon was simply because he happened to retire around that time. Gukan knew very well that guard Gon wasn't a good person, and he was merely being used. Although the young man treated him the same, Gukan held no resentment. If anything, he could only blame his own lack of ability. Drifting through life like this, he was bound to end up discarded like a worn-out bow. However, Gukan wasn't one to wallow in self-pity. He found a new sense of hope. Come to think of it, perhaps this job is better. Nowadays, all those odd jobs are handled by outer hall warriors. There's a sense of working for a master. Of course, there were things he was dissatisfied with. He could never guess what his master was plotting, and had to stay on edge day and night, terrified of what terrifying stunt he might pull next, even getting threatened with poison. Counting up the demonic youth's offenses like this, they were too numerous to record. Adhering to the philosophy that the wise submit to circumstances, Gukan let out a bitter laugh. Whatever, I'll just finish the task. As Gukan was lost in thought, the owner of Yinlan Tower, who handled intelligence, pushed the door open. Tower Lord Gua didn't come alone. He brought a slender, alluring woman. Tower Lord Gua greeted Gukan with a laugh. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Seeing this, Gukan felt a hint of displeasure. Though he heard the man was from a cadet branch, this was too ridiculous. Indulging in wine and women in broad daylight. Gukan only complained internally. He didn't want to pursue it. Cut the nonsense. Take the commission. Who knew that Tower Lord Gua's attention at that moment was entirely focused on the young beauty beside him. With his well-honed assassin habits, Gukan's brow immediately furrowed. What are you doing? Tower Lord Gua wrapped an arm around the young woman's shoulder with a lecherous smile. A new girl we just got. What do you think? Not bad, right? Gukan reminded him. This is a high-status commission. Please have her leave. Tower Lord Gua waved a dismissive hand. She's one of our own. You don't need to mind her. Seeing that normal communication wasn't working, a chilling gleam in his eyes, he repeated, let her leave. Tower Lord Gua was startled by Gukan's icy glare. Realizing by now that this man was not to be trifled with, he told her to leave immediately. As the woman finished bowing and prepared to leave, Tower Lord Gua's wandering urges flared up again. He gave her a vicious squeeze, while letting out a lewd laugh. Wait outside for me. Let me get a feel first, so I don't forget you. In this current situation, Gukan truly couldn't watch any longer. He slammed his hand hard on the table. Enough. Let's discuss business. Who would have thought the unexpected would happen next? The seemingly frail young woman suddenly spun around and slapped Tower Lord Gua hard across the face. Tower Lord Gua never expected the gentle woman beside him to actively fight back. His eyes filled with disbelief. As for Gu Kan, he couldn't figure out their relationship, while also growing curious about the young woman's true identity. Then, a furious Gua stood up, intending to teach this ungrateful wench a lesson, but she shed her disguise, reached out and grabbed Tower Lord Gua's chubby head, and used it as a pivot to swing around in midair. Tower Lord Gua's neck was snapped on the spot. Had Gua not been despicable, perhaps this young woman would have continued her undercover stay. Just who was her true identity, and what was her gone? He thought it would just be a simple visit to Zhonglan County's intelligence branch, only to encounter the assassination of Yinlan Tower's Lord Gua, along with an undercover young woman popping up beside him. Crucially, she was skilled. Seeing this, guard Gu Kan immediately placed his hand on his sword hilt. Yet just as he was about to draw the long sword at his waist, the woman opposite him flipped over the square table between them with a kick. This severely obstructed Gu Kan's line of sight. Taking advantage of his daze, the woman's fingertips suddenly produced several chopstick-like strip weapons. One end was sharp. That one end of each strip was fashioned into a sharp point, looking extremely lethal. The next moment, as the square table flew over Gu Kan's head, with a series of thuds, the weapons thrown by the young woman struck Gu Kan all at once. One in the forehead, two in the shoulders, one in the arm, and one on the back of his sword-drawing hand. A woman's laughter rang out. Long time, assassin number 86. Long time no see, low-level assassin number 86. At this sight, these moves made him panic. These familiar moves made him panic. The woman across had fully shed her disguise. She turned back and glared at Gu Tan with a hint of complaint. You know, you didn't even recognize me. How disappointing, number 86. With that said, a teasing smile appeared on the young woman's face. Then she immediately changed her address. No wait, it's Uncle Gu Tan. Looking at that familiar, slightly playful face. One of the four great assassins. One of the four great assassins of the Central Plains. The leader of the Facia sect. Xia Kaling, the only granddaughter of Facia Yank. Forced him to say, Miss. Forced Gu Kan to address her as Miss. He truly couldn't understand why Xia Kaling was here. To become the leader of the Facia sect, one had to pass a ritual. Upon passing, one is a great assassin. And upon passing, one was called one of the four great assassins, and took the seat of Facia sect leader. After becoming the sect leader, one also received the leader's exclusive weapon. While Gu Kan was lost in thought, Xia Kaling stepped forward and pulled the needle from Gu Tan's shoulder. Don't move. Gu Kan stared at the needle. Gu Kan stared blankly at the spirit-slaying needle in her hand. But that was unbelievable. Meant she had already become the sect leader. She had a serious flaw. Though Xia Kaling was the sole bloodline of the Facia sect leader, because of that, she had a serious flaw that barred her from leadership. Her reckless, troublemaking personality. Because of that personality, many thought she could never complete 100 kills. She stood below him. That Xia Kaling was just an arrogant, crazy girl back then. But only for a moment, because as she pulled the needle, he glanced at her ample chest, and his mind couldn't help but wander. The pain made him cry out, because when Xia Kaling pulled the needle, Xia Kaling chuckled. I didn't expect to see you. Gu Kan gave a foolish grin. Gu Kan stretched his stiff body. Long time no see, Miss. She corrected, it's sect leader. Gu Kan gave a foolish grin. She sat looking smug. Xia Kaling corrected him, it's sect leader. Gu Tan scratched his head in confusion. Has she lost her bad temper? I'm the sect leader now. Hearing this, Xia Kaling looked displeased. Has she really gotten rid of her bad temper? Seeing Gu Kan silent, Gu Kan bowed with deference. How could I ever do that? That you don't take me, your sect leader, seriously. Facing her scrutiny. Ugh, I had to tell you to bow. Makes it seem forced. Sect leader, Xia Kaling turned her head away. Ugh, I had to tell you to bow to me. Makes it seem like I forced you. Gu Kan muttered inwardly. I'm so glad I ran into you. The next moment, Xia Kaling thought of something. She looked at Gu Kan with delight. I was waiting for the drunkard's son. Gu Kan didn't understand what she meant. Xia Kaling explained. I was waiting here for the drunkard eldest son of Ranmu's sword manor. But now I can just go with Uncle Gu Kan directly. The Facia sect's rule is. Gu Kan asked. What do you mean by that? Xia Kaling dropped a bombshell. I got some news. Ultimate Assassin number 29. I heard Uncle Gon's assassination failed. The Facia sect's iron rule is to complete any assassination by any means. Inside Yinlan Tower, Xia Kaling looked down at Gu Kan. That's quite surprising. I heard he's gone missing. He's probably dead. That's quite surprising. She continued, oh, right. You asked why I'm here. Hearing this, Gu Kan broke out in a cold sweat. Gu Kan lowered his head. You asked why I'm here. I've come to take the life of Mu Jingyun, the third young master of Ranmu's sword manor. At those words, Gu Kan lowered his head silently. His square face was full of inner conflict. He shouted, you brat. Dusk was falling. Far away at Ranmu's Sword Manor, the youth had been training all day. Qingling was bored of watching, then glanced at the sky. How long are you going to keep training? The youth stopped his movements upon hearing this. In Mu Jingyun's room, Qingling's face lit up with anticipation. A whole table was wiped clean. As for the youth, he was absorbing knowledge. The six spirits art was better than food. As for the youth looked speechless. The contents of the six spirits descent art were clearly more appealing than food. Then, the well-fed maid wiped her mouth. She was still savoring the taste. The youth gave her a speechless look. Is it really that good? You'll understand one day. The youth was taken aback. One of life's joys is eating. As they say, a living dog beats a dead lion. I let him possess the maid. He seems quite satisfied. A few days ago, Qingling's joy turned to sorrow. He'd just taken a sip of wine, and the body began to reject him. I should have tamed him this way from the start. But just then, Qingling's joy turned to sorrow, watching him reluctantly leave, and the possessed maid's body began to reject him. This annoyed him greatly. I can't believe this girl can't even last a moment. Watching Qingling reluctantly leave the maid's body, the youth pondered. A few days ago, she said she wanted a pretty maid's body. He sized up the youth. She barely lasted a while. The youth flipped through the book. Can ordinary bodies not handle high-level vengeful spirits? Once Qingling could no longer possess the body, he sized up the youth across from him. By the way, but before he could finish, the youth casually flipped through the six spirits descent art. Because it's interesting, you've become quite sharp. This six spirits descent art records some very fascinating things. With that, the youth's expression turned somber. They stared in one direction, but before he could finish, he and Qingling suddenly changed expressions. Qingling's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. You've become quite sharp now. At that moment, a killer lurking in the night. Ugly. Worse than brothel clothes. The youth and Qingling stared fixedly in one direction. His heart was pounding wildly. Meanwhile, Gukan brought Xia Kaling back to Ranmu's Sword Manor. Dangerous. Truly dangerous. Sect leader, these are the maid's uniforms. Xia Kaling looked disgusted. If she finds out I betrayed Gon, hearing her complaint, she'll definitely kill me. She had to accept the clothes, almost leaping into his throat. Gukan had made up his mind to side with the youth. Xia Kaling becoming sect leader meant she'd reached at least the pinnacle realm. If she finds out I betrayed senior brother Gon, she'll definitely kill me. Unlike Gukan's terror, Xia Kaling had to force herself to accept the maid's clothes. Otherwise, she couldn't infiltrate smoothly. By now, Gukan had made up his mind to side with the youth. What, you don't want to watch? The youth was his only way out. He had to warn him quickly. The next moment, a romantic death for a ghost. Sect leader, please change your clothes. I'm just kidding. Xia Kaling teased him with an invitation. What, you don't want to watch? He'd gotten hopes up for nothing. A leopard can't change its spots. Just as he was imagining dying under the peonies. That was her trademark. Xia Kaling burst out laughing. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Hearing that, Gukan's secretly lustful heart sank in frustration. This roller coaster of emotions was truly unbearable. He'd gotten his hopes up for nothing. As the saying goes, a leopard can't change its spots. Fickle and unpredictable. To avenge senior brother Gon. After teasing Gukan, her expression turned serious. Uncle Gukan, if she knew he'd submitted. Thanks to you, I was able to infiltrate Ranmu's Sword Manor so easily. Gukan scratched the back of his head and laughed. Don't say that. She beamed like a flower. See, even in retirement, you still carry the assassin spirit. If Xia Kaling knew he'd already submitted to someone else. You flatter me, he replied. Several thuds rang out. Needles struck his acupoints. Miss, your arrival has boosted my confidence tenfold. Did you think I'd say that? Your senior is dead. You still carry the spirit of a fascia sect assassin. I've always believed in you. She let out a mocking grin. But just as he turned to leave, several thuds rang out. Spirit-slaying needles struck Gukan's numb acupoints. Xia Kaling's cold voice followed. Did you think I'd say that? Your own senior is dead, yet you're unmoved. That means you've already surrendered to the enemy. With that, Xia Kaling let out a mocking grin. You useless waste, half forced out of the organization for lack of talent. And you have the nerve to say you're seeking revenge. Gukan suddenly understood. She knew everything. I should have been on guard from the start. Xia Kaling giggled. You're getting old, but haven't changed a bit. Still as foolish and ridiculous as ever. Uncle Gukan, don't you ever learn? So you, a piece of trash, might as well just die. Gutan, his acupoint sealed, could only tremble slightly. He screamed inwardly. Where did it go wrong? When that demon killed Mujinyan? Or when I betrayed Uncle Gon? But none of that mattered. In the end, it was because he was too weak. Which led to this end. Xia Kaling drew a blade. She even had a reason for his death. You killed the Mu family's third young master to avenge Gon, then took your life. Rest in peace, Uncle Gu Kan. Just as Gu Kan thought he was about to die, a hand reached through the door. A palm strike activated instantly. The dagger about to pierce Gu Kan's neck flew out of her hand and was caught directly by that intruding hand. Then the door was kicked open from outside. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun appeared like a savior. Guard Gu, you're in trouble. Gu Kan was moved to tears. For the first time, he thought that demon-like figure looked truly magnificent. Xia Kaling took Gu Kan hostage, pulling out another dagger and holding it to his carotid artery. Young Master Mu, you better not make a move, or your guard dies now. At that moment, the room fell silent. The two sides faced off. Gu Kan's heart pounded. He glanced at Xia Kaling, who was on high alert. Right, she must have investigated him before coming. But according to intel, this third young master was supposed to be third-rate trash. Yet he just used the technique of catching objects from a distance. No wonder she's panicking. Thinking about it, Gu Kan looked at the youth. She thinks he's a supreme expert. But she can't possibly know that he's actually a demon who doesn't care about anyone's life. Just as Gu Kan expected, upon hearing Xia Kaling's threat, the young man advanced unhesitatingly with his dagger. Gu Kan had already prepared himself to die. After all, judging by the young man's usual style, he would most likely eliminate his own weakness proactively. Yet, in the next second, something completely unexpected to Gu Kan occurred. The young man actually dropped his dagger on the ground and told Xia Kaling to release the hostage. Xia Kaling remained on high alert. Gu Kan was utterly shocked by the young man's choice. As long as you let him go, I'll let you leave now. Hearing this, Xia Kaling looked somewhat surprised. You really cherish this guard. The youth chuckled softly. Instead of cherishing him, it's more lie I'm just fickle. After all, I still have many tasks for Guard Gu to do. It would be a bit of a waste to lose Guard Gu like this. So before I change my mind, you had better leave now. As for her reaction, Gu Kan was filled with gratitude. He muttered in his heart, that devil is actually willing to save me. For a spoiled mistress, who had just ascended to become the master of Fascia sect, the young man's actions deeply bruised Xia Kaling's pride. Thus, she snapped from panic into a frenzied state. You brat, how dare you order me, the Fascia sect master, to let go of this traitor. This is so annoying. When in a bad mood, they definitely need to do something to vent. Xia Kaling was no exception. She used her short blade to pierce Gu Kan's neck. If you want to save him, kneel down and beg me. Maybe I'll be merciful and let him go. With that said, Xia Kaling and the young man locked eyes. Finally, the young man let out a heavy sigh and actually prepared to drop to his knees. Xia Kaling stared in absolute astonishment. Gu Kan was dumbfounded. Is this for real? No way. I'm just a guard. Is he really kneeling for me? Little did she know, the young man was just reaching for the dropped dagger, and his true intent was to launch a surprise attack. Xia Kaling burst into laughter. Just as I thought. How could you possibly kneel to me for a guy like this? Yet at that moment, noticing the young man's gaze drifting toward a certain direction, Xia Kaling instantly realized something was wrong. Just as she suspected, Qingling, lurking in the shadows, made her move. Small hands formed from blood plasma crawled up Xia Kaling's calves. Qingling clawed straight at her heart from behind. Though Xia Kaling couldn't fully see Qingling, her sixth sense saved her. Dragging Gu Kan with her, she quickly dodged to the side and escaped the fatal blow. With a loud crash, Gu Kan let out a miserable scream as he was slammed to the ground. Xia Kaling glared warily in the direction of Qingling, yet the spot was empty. As if nothing happened. But the next second, the blood-red realm reappeared. Qingling, draped in crimson robes, instantly hovered right before Xia Kaling. As expected of someone who has reached the Zenith realm. Zenith realm masters have extremely sharp senses. Therefore, you can sense my spiritual aura. I knew you'd dodge. But did you forget something? Hearing this, Xia Kaling instantly remembered. There was a third person. The young man assumed a throwing stance with the dagger. The short blade cut a straight line through the air and collided with Xia Kaling, who was in a defensive posture. Sparks flew in all directions. While this strike didn't deal fatal damage to Xia Kaling, it bought the young man an opening to rescue Gu Kan. Taking advantage of her stumble, he materialized behind Gu Kan in the blink of an eye. He swiftly pulled out all the shadow-flying needles. At the same time, a teasing voice reached his ears. Guard Gu, congratulations on being saved. Gu Kan, regaining control of his body, gasped heavily for air. The young man resumed his attack on Xia Kaling, while Xia Kaling's eyes were filled with disbelief. What on earth is going on here? A strange aura was behind me, yet I couldn't see him at all. Is this some sort of sorcery? What brought some relief to Xia Kaling, however, was that this third young master of Ranmu's sword manor was actually very weak. Judging by the force behind his thrown dagger just now, he hadn't reached the super zenith realm at all. I'll finish him off before he can pull off any more weird sorcery. The two charged at each other in a mutual collision. The youth lunged with a punch, while Xia Kaling drew the weapon from her lower back. Gu Kan's expression changed drastically at the sight. He instantly recognized Xia Kaling's weapon. That was the Fascia sect's secret weapon, the Fatal Soul Needle. Seeing the Fatal Soul Needle in Xia Kaling's hand, dark chi gathered in his palm. You're making a mistake. Xia Kaling cackled maniacally as she fired the needle. Brat, you guessed wrong. Seeing the young man execute the grasping form of the four forms, she sneered inwardly. Although the Fatal Soul Needle can only be used once, this hidden weapon of the Fascia sect kills ordinary experts on the first try. How could he deal with it? Faced with the incoming Fatal Soul Needle, the young man's grasping form completely failed. This instantly plunged him into a desperate crisis. The Fascia sect truly lives up to its reputation as veteran assassins. They have anticipated all sorts of combat scenarios to pierce through the protective aura of inner force experts. The Fatal Soul Needle was built with a special structure. Therefore, it is entirely unaffected by inner force. Qingling's expression changed drastically at this sight. Xia Kaling's eyes were filled with madness. She had only one thought in mind right now, and that was to kill this brat who dared to defy her. Because his technique failed, the Fatal Soul Needle was already too close for the young man to react. Just when he thought he was going to lose his life here, Gu Kan, who had been useless until now, threw himself in front of him. At that exact moment, the entire room seemed to freeze in time. The young man never could have imagined that the cowardly Gu Kan would actually pull off such a stunt. Qingling was equally stunned by Gu Kan's actions. Xia Kaling's jaw dropped. Was this really the timid Uncle Gu she knew? The next second, under the gaze of the 2-in-1 ghost, the Fatal Soul Needle pierced straight into Gu Kan's chest. He let out a miserable cry, and his body involuntarily fell backward, while a massive spray of fresh blood splattered in all directions. Gu Kan's blood splattered right across the young man's face. Since his grandfather died, the young man, who had closed off his heart, finally panicked a little. He muttered in disbelief, "Guard Gu." No one could have guessed that a usually timid coward would do something so daring. Seeing Xia Kaling's Fatal Soul Needle about to pierce the young man's chest, Guard Gu threw himself forward and knocked him out of the way. This also caused him to become the target of the Fatal Soul Needle. With a sickening squelch, as the Fatal Soul Needle sank deep into Gu Kan's chest, a torrent of blood spewed outward from the wound. Gu Kan crashed to the floor. Seeing this, the young man was stunned at first. Then his eyes flared with a crimson light. Consumed by fury, he immediately barked an order. Qingling, kill her. Realizing something was wrong, Xia Kaling frantically fired 3 more Fatal Soul Needles. Seeing this, the young man quietly executed his grasping form. Yet the ensuing scene did not unfold as Xia Kaling wished. The young man used his bare palm to block the incoming needles. Of course, he paid a heavy price for it. His palm was pierced clean through by the Fatal Soul Needle. Seeing her attack fail, Xia Kaling's face was painted with SOC. Yet an even greater danger was yet to come, because Qingling's attack had arrived. Small hands formed from blood plasma grabbed Xia Kaling's body from behind, and dragged her down toward the blood-red abyss. At first, she could sound out. Soon enough, even her mouth was muffled shut. Qingling's mocking voice rang. When he told you to leave, you should have just walked away obediently. At this moment, Xia Kaling finally caught sight of Qingling, but her consciousness was already firmly trapped in the blood-red realm. As she wondered what happened, the young man appeared before her eyes. I told you, it was unwise. Just like that, under the cold gazes of the young man and Qingling, Xia Kaling was devoured bit by the plasma hands. On the verge of death. Would she finally feel any regret if she hadn't been so hot-headed and reckless earlier, and had just left sooner? Impulsiveness is the devil. Just like that, she threw away her life over nothing. As Xia Kaling's consciousness perished within the blood-red realm, her physical body in the real world went completely limp, and collapsed onto the floor with a heavy thud. The young man walked over to the mortally wounded Gu Kan. Guard Gu, what a shame. I thought we could have worked together for a long time. Saying this, the young man paused for a moment, then voiced the doubt in his heart. Why did you save me? Coughing heavily, Gu Kan stammered out a reply. I'm a guard, after all. I must fulfill my duty. Besides, you tried to save me. How could I betray you? Simple and unadorned words conveyed the most sincere feelings. Hearing these words, the young man fell silent. Gu Kan let out a sigh. You are the only one. I've always been abandoned throughout my life. This is the first time someone protected me, even if it's the last. I am quite satisfied. Having finished his words, Gu Kan passed away with a smile on his face. At this moment, the young man didn't know how to express his feelings. He only felt a heavy, choking sensation in his chest. Yet at that moment, Xia Kaling, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly stood back up. Only, her gait was extremely strange, walking on her toes, with her heels not touching the ground at all. Moreover, Her tone was entirely different from before. Is she really dead? The young man looked up at this strange Xia Kailing. He wore a helpless look. Did you possess her? Xia Kailing, possessed by Qingling, struck a seductive pose. She nodded. Not bad. A young and pretty body is indeed the best. Little did she know, according to Murphy's Law, celebrating too early always leads to unexpected mishaps. A clicking sound echoed. Foul chi marks directly surfaced across Xia Kailing's skin. Qingling roared up toward the heavens in rage. Damn it, why can't this body last a bit longer either? After a brief outburst of impotent fury, Qingling looked down at the deceased Gu Kan. Speaking of which, this guy is such a pity. He shouldn't have died. And having no lingering attachments perhaps. He didn't even turn into a wandering spirit. This really caught me completely off guard. He left quite content. Hearing this, the young man silently lowered his head. According to the sixfold descent art, intense resentment turns a person's soul into a vengeful spirit. However, if the place of death is filled with obsession and dead qi, a vengeful spirit can also be born. My dantian is full of dead qi. If I use my dead qi, I should be able to turn him into a vengeful spirit. Hearing this, Qingling's expression changed. She seemed to have already guessed what the young man was planning. But such a thing was practically impossible to pull off. Turning a dead soul into a vengeful spirit. One must resort to some extreme methods. The youth, disguised as Mu Jingyun, to save Gu. As Qingling called it impossible, he pressed his hands together, and struck the hand seal of the immovable Wisdom King. The forest art was cast, while chanting incantations, fearless of bonds. Righteous slaughter replaces the Lord. Through divine beasts of infinite years, unsummoned messengers. Entrusted to Jade, not abandoned. Spiritual beasts traverse to the underworld to pierce ghostly rigidity. 8 dippers, 8 majestic yellow deities, urge the dead within the earth. As the young man chanted the incantation, fierce gales suddenly whipped through the entire room. Silvery threads crawled from Gu Kan's chest, and finally converged into a glowing little orb. Next, the crimson thread representing the god-slaying line pierced straight into the orb. Seeing this, Qingling's face was plastered with SOC. It actually worked. And the god-slaying sword, I see. You injected your dead qi, generating the god-slaying line. Qingling let out a light sigh. But his aura is too weak. It feels like he'll dissipate any second now. Without a vessel to carry him, he won't be able to hold on for long. The young man nodded slightly. In that case, he needs a vessel. Qingling crossed her arms. Exactly. But where are you going to find a body that can serve as a container? However, upon seeing the young man gaze at her, Qingling instantly developed a very bad premonition. Her body radiated refusal. You're not thinking of doing that, are you? Meanwhile, Gu Kan's soul was sinking uncontrollably. His consciousness grew progressively blurred. Am I dead? Not worth it. Suddenly, I sort of regret my choice earlier. Why did I go this far? Recalling the scene before his death, a smirk tugged at his lips. Still, my final moments weren't bad. Yet right at that moment, Gu Kan faintly heard someone calling his name. Why did it sound like that fellow? Driven by curiosity, Gu Kan opened his eyes. First into view came the young man's handsome face, and heard anxious calls. Guard Gu Kan, wake up, guard Gu Kan. At this moment, Gu Kan was filled with doubt. He couldn't fathom being alive. The young man explained, guard Gu Kan. Guard Gu Kan, the young man explained. Listen to me, listen well. To keep your soul in the mortal realm, I infused my necrotic chi. I injected my death chi. You have no choice but to be my Shikigami. Gutsan grew even more anxious. Wait, what have you been talking about? The youth sighed, but even so, your energy is too weak. It will likely dissipate soon. So I had to find a body at random, and place your soul inside it. Hearing this, Gutsan's jaw dropped. His body trembled uncontrollably. What does that mean? The youth closed his eyes, annoyed. Only one usable body was nearby. So I put your soul into that assassin. At those words, Gutsan looked at his curvaceous figure. And those 2 massive pectorals. A miserable scream pierced the sky. What the hell is this? Unable to accept becoming a woman, Gutsan roared. Please, let me out. Young master, give me a different body. You can't make me use a woman's body. The youth tidied the door, while explaining, if I did, your soul would dissipate. And if you wanted to switch bodies, you'd have to kill that woman first. Gutsan grabbed his hair in frustration. The young master is right. Forget the body issue. If the Fascia sect learns of her death, they'll definitely come for revenge. We're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Just then, a female voice interrupted him. You don't know how lucky you are. I'd love to have that body. Hearing the voice, Gutsan turned around and saw a furious woman in red. He immediately shut his mouth, though he didn't know who she was. Perhaps because he'd become a ghost. He could feel it. He even saw visions of a sea of blood. She was worlds apart from him, filled with fear. Gutsan glanced at the youth fixing the door. This guy's been with something like her all along. Who on earth is he? As they say, different people have different joys and sorrows. Qingling couldn't understand his pain. She gave a light snort. Newbie, why so lifeless? You've got a new body. You should be grateful. Gutsan hugged his knees, dejected. But I'm a man. Qingling clicked her tongue. Why haven't you shaken off mortal thinking? You jumped from second-rate to top-tier. Shouldn't you be happy? At those words, Gutsan couldn't follow her logic. The youth chimed in. Why not just TED it yourself? The next moment, the youth kicked toward Gutsan's head. Instinct made Gutsan bend back to dodge, then quickly put distance between them. He asked, young master, what are you doing? The youth smiled. You really have changed. Only now. Gutsan finally realized. Thinking about it, my reaction speed was never this fast. This is the skill of a top-tier master. Qingling glanced at Gutsan through her pipe. Are you satisfied now? Gutsan was still conflicted. But my soul is a full-grown man. Qingling looked him over with a smile. That may be so, but you'll sneak a laugh when alone. Maybe even cop a feel or two. Gutsan flushed with embarrassment. No. How could I ever do something like that? Seeing this, the youth mused briefly. Guard Gutsan. Just be content for now. If the chance comes later, I'll get you a new body. Hearing the youth's promise, Gutsan finally relaxed. Young master, it's a deal. Just then, rapid footsteps sounded outside. A guard pounded on the door. Young master, are you in there? I'm Fuxian from the inner hall. The youth opened the door, and asked, is something the matter? Fuxian was panting heavily. I've come with good news. The manor lord has woken up. The one person and two ghosts in the room all changed expression. The youth's face grew serious. After all, for him, this was hardly good news. Meanwhile, on the hill outside the manor, Feng Shirgu from Ghost Shadow Pavilion was surveying the area. So that's Ranmu's Sword Manor from Feng Shishua's memories. It's where Mu Jingyun, who messed with our Ghost Shadow Pavilion, is. This won't be easy. In Feng Shirgu's view, the manor was in a blood-red formation. It was clearly a weird domain. Feng Shirgu had only meant to observe through the bone carving's eyes. He never expected to see this. A weird domain is a barrier. Anyone approaching gets detected. Feng Shirgu was troubled. What should I do? As Feng Shirgu pondered his move, at the brothel entrance, a conversation caught his attention. The pleasure-seeking eldest young master, Murong Hao, was being supported toward his guard, who urged him quietly. We need to head back now. Murong Hao mumbled he wasn't drunk, then told the guard, I know. We're leaving now. The guard said. The manor lord has woken up. The other young masters have gone. At those words, Feng Shirgu latched onto the point. All the young masters of Ranmu's Sword Manor are gathered together. This is a good chance. Having decided, Feng Shirgu turned around, a cold smirk on his lips. Mu Jingyun will go see the lord too. So as long as my bone-slaying sculpture stalls a Qingling-level spirit, I can kill that isolated bastard. At the same time, hearing Fuxian's words, the youth was startled. Then smiled. This is good news. I was so happy I spaced out. That's wonderful. Fuxian laughed along. Det, indeed. Though the youth looked happy. Inwardly he thought, this is bad. This is troublesome now. If I get dragged into the dispute, things will get messy. I'd planned to leave quietly once my martial arts were decent. But the manor lord had to wake up. Because manor lord Mu Rendan woke up, Fuxian seemed overjoyed. He explained his purpose. The manor lord wants all sons summoned. The youth knew he couldn't escape, so he nodded slightly. Then let's go now. But before leaving, the youth glanced at Gutsan. Guard Kaling, please handle things here. Gutsan looked at his own corpse. Alright, I understand. And so, watched by Gutsan, the youth followed Fuxian toward the manor lord's courtyard. Qingling followed close behind. A grand drama at Ranmu's Sword Manor was about to unfold. Nothing is more absurd than disposing of your own corpse. That's Gutsan's situation now. Looking at it another way, you could say he killed himself. He now inhabited Xia Kaling's body. Thinking this, Gutsan sighed. My life is way too rough. Gutsan frowned, looking at his chest. Who'd have thought I'd end up here with two troublesome lumps? Then, remembering something, after checking no one was around, he started taking off his clothes, muttering to himself, wearing this in Ranmu's Sword Manor is improper. I should change into guard robes. As he pulled down the collar, Gutsan blushed at the two bunnies. Ugh, so inconvenient. But Qingling caught the scene, who saw every bit of it. Gutsan felt like dying. This is so damn embarrassing. Watching Qingling walk away, Gutsan's heart raced with panic. Even though he was dead, he couldn't rest in peace. Moments later, Qingling returned to the youth. The youth asked, where did you go? She smiled. To watch a fool. Before he asked, two people caught his attention. Because one of them was fourth young master Mu Yutian. The moment he saw the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan, Mu Yutian stormed over furiously. Qingling clicked her tongue. He's still alive. The youth nodded in agreement. Though his complexion is worse. Cultivating with a fake manual, not going mad is already lucky. The youth greeted Mu Yutian first. So glad to see you. It's been 4 days, hasn't it? Mu Yutian flew into a rage. Don't you mock me. Hearing the word, you. The youth blinked. Me what? Mu Yutian got in his face. Have you cultivated that thing? The youth thought a moment. That, you mean the manual? Mu Yutian made a shushing gesture. Don't say it out loud. Just answer my question. Qingling shook her head with a sigh. Poor fool. The youth wore an innocent look. Is there a problem? Mu Yutian pointed at himself. Look at me. Don't you get it? Have you cultivated it or not? The youth stepped forward. How could I not have? Mu Yutian was indignant. Then why are you fine? Before the youth could answer, Mu Yutian filled in the blanks. Is it because I'm not as smart as you? That can't be. Watching him spiral into doubt, the youth kept his innocent look. Qingling remarked with feeling. This kid is truly ruthless. But the next second, her expression suddenly changed. She warned the youth. Someone's coming in. Hearing this, the youth glanced back at Qingling. Qingling sneered. What a bold fool. They saw the weird domain here, and still dared to barge in. The youth looked thoughtful. So Ghost Shadow Pavilion sent someone. The next moment, Qingling said, I'll be right back, and vanished. The youth shook his head with a light laugh. Mu Yutian looked confused. What are you laughing at? The youth replied, nothing. Mu Yutian pressed on. What is it? Tell me. Seeing how childish he was, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan chuckled. You don't need to know. Mu Yutian grumbled. You never cultivated it, right? The youth denied it. I told you, I did. Mu Yutian noticed his attire. Why are you dressed like that? We're going to see father. The youth said, I was busy. Mu Yutian asked, doing what? The youth said, don't need to know. And so, trading questions, they reached Manor Lord Mu Renden's hall. Mu Ronghao and Mu Yingping were already waiting there. Even Madame Shi was released. Seeing Mu Jingyan and Mu Yutian enter together, Mu Yingping was puzzled. What's going on? Why would those two rivals show up together? Madame Shi was wiping Mu Ronghao's mouth with a handkerchief. Stop squirming. You're old, and you still get food all over your mouth. Then Madame Shi told Mu Ronghao to stay quiet. His breath reeked of alcohol. She'd handle everything. Mu Ronghao nodded silently. Mother, I understand. Mu Yingping sneered inwardly. The eldest is truly useless. Father called us here. It must be about that matter. First Madame complained about her son. Why hadn't he washed his hair? At the same time, she gritted her teeth. The Manor Lord had recovered and called all his sons. It seems the successor of Ranmu's Sword Manor will be announced tonight. With the recovery of Mu Rinden, Manor Lord of Ranmu's Sword Manor, all 4 of his sons were summoned together. The successor will be announced. Young Master Mu Tian's face is filled with hesitation. It doesn't matter if there's an issue. As long as I become successor, all problems will be resolved. Meanwhile, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan fell into deep thought. I heard the Manor Lord is one of the top 10 masters in Anhui. I hadn't noticed it before when he was lying in bed, but now I can personally feel this powerful aura. Then, the guard reported the situation to Manor Lord Mu Rinden. Manor Lord, all the young masters have arrived. Mu Rinden said, come in. The door was pushed open. Mu Ronghao and the other 3 sons all cupped their fists in salute. Father, congratulations on your recovery. Your sons pay respects. The youth joined the greetings, while sensing the Lord's aura. So that person is Manor Lord Mu Rinden. Mu Rinden is no longer in his previous sickly state. He radiates the energy of a true powerhouse. The oppressive aura of authority made everyone breathless. You've come just in time. The entire room fell frighteningly silent at that moment. Even heartbeats could be heard. The youth glanced at the others. I see. Everyone cared about the Manor Lord's life and death. It wasn't just to secure the position of Manor Lord. They were watching his mood. Thinking of this, the youth felt somewhat surprised. To be honest, I'm amazed. Mu Rinden suffered evil chi so long. Yet now, far from aging, he looks as if he was never afflicted. Not a single flaw. Then, the youth had a new doubt. So I have a question. What kind of existence could afflict an expert like Mu Rinden? Meanwhile, inside the quarters of the outer hall guards at Ranmu's Sword Manor, in the brightly lit room, there are corpses everywhere. A burly man sat amidst a mountain of corpses. A wooden strip carved with the characters, Mu Rinden, was snapped in 2. Meaning, the evil chi afflicting Manor Lord Mu Rinden has been lifted, right? Beside him, a hooded weirdo, wearing prayer beads nodded slightly. Indeed, one guard wasn't completely dead. He held his breath, hiding as best he could. The rugged man asked, how did he shake off the chi? The hooded weirdo glanced out. I heard the sound of bone carvings. The rugged man's eyes lit up. Bone carvings. The hooded weirdo nodded. It's Greenwich Mountain spirits. The rugged man burst into laughter. I see. Since a sorcerer intervened, a sorcerer must have lifted that guy's evil chi. The hooded weirdo asked, what are you going to do next? The rugged man chuckled. What else can we do? We'll go get it back ourselves. With a thumb. The man stepped over the lurking guard. Just when the guard thought he hadn't been discovered, the man turned with a smile. By the way, did you sleep well? As soon as he said that, the guard knew he was exposed. With a slash of his saber, his head was lopped off. Blood splattered. The next moment, the man walked out of the room. At this moment, the roof was densely packed with men in black. The rugged man raised his broad-backed hooked saber high. Attack Ranmu's sword manor. As soon as he finished, countless warriors charged the manor. Ranmu's sword manor is probably facing annihilation this time. Inside the manor lord's chamber, looking at his 4 sons, Mu Rindon steadied his body. Do you know why I called you? Mu Ronghao turned his head. Mu Yingping and Yutian stayed silent. The youth disguised as Jingyun spoke. Isn't it to decide the successor? The youth's words shocked the other 3. Mu Yutian muttered softly. Jingyun, have you lost your mind, father? Mu Rindon realized his son changed. The inner hall master was right. When he heard Jingyun saved him, Mu Rindon didn't believe it. The inner hall master reported it. It was said the 3rd young master stopped the sorcery rampage. Mu Rindon thought it was a lie. To fight for the manor lord position. Yet the fellow who used to only watch moods and never dare lift his head now appeared completely at ease. Looking at the expressionless youth, Mu Rindon was filled with doubts. While I paid no attention to you, what on earth happened? It seems I must tell him. No one expected that the usually cowardly Mu Jingyun would take the initiative to speak. This aroused the deep interest of Ranmu's sword manor lord Mu Rindon, so he went along with it. That's right, I'll hold a tet. The tet will verify your qualifications. The youth disguised as Jingyun raised his hand at this moment. If so, then I am sorry. Your son does not wish to take the tet. As soon as he said this, dead silence fixed their gaze on the youth. Mu Rindon was puzzled. You're not taking the tet? He nodded, hearing the youth give up. Mu Yingping was overjoyed. This is actually a good thing. If this guy gives up competing for the manor lord position, it saves a lot of trouble. Mu Rindon stared at the youth. Why? The youth lowered his head. Your son believes he has shortcomings. Beside him, Mu Yutian did not expect his 3rd brother to be telling the truth earlier. He had no intention of competing for the manor lord position at all. Mu Rindon continued to question. Why would you think that? The youth gave a reason. Your son is not qualified. Mu Rindon's expression stiffened. The youth gave a bitter smile. Compared to my older and younger brothers, I have too many shortcomings. The manor lord should be inherited by someone with outstanding ability or great achievements. I meet none of those conditions. Therefore, I am not qualified. I give up competing for the position. After these words were spoken, the room fell into silence. Mu Rindon was silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. I see. This brat really has changed. Mu Rindon looked at him with satisfaction. It seems he didn't deceive me to fight for the position, but saved me sincerely. The youth didn't know why he was so happy. Mu Rindon indulged in his imagination. My son must have deeply reflected on his past reckless and overbearing behavior, and volunteered to give up competing for the manor lord position for the peace of the manor. Seeing his child make progress was indeed gratifying. He is fully qualified to compete for the manor lord position. Mu Rindon took off his clothes and exposed his upper body. Aside from the youth, the others all changed their expressions because manor lord Mu Rindon's right arm had been severed. Mu Rindon looked at the youth. Why do you feel unqualified? I suppose you've all heard that I was attacked and injured a few days ago. I heard my attacker went mad and chopped off my arm. It was the 3rd son who saved me from certain death. Hearing this, the calculating Mu Yingping frowned. Mu Rindon chuckled softly. You said it yourself just now. Let someone with merits succeed. This counts as a great contribution. Hearing this, Mu Yingping was grinding his teeth in anger. He glared at the youth. I heard it was a minor incident. I didn't expect this guy to have made such a contribution. Just then, perhaps because he stared at him, Mu Yingping was the first to notice something was off. But why has this guy been so quiet since a moment ago? Little did he know, the youth's thoughts returned to that blazing mountain. The symbol on Mu Rindon's waist is identical to the mark left on my deceased grandfather by that bastard. And when I met that scar-faced man, he also left that burning mark on my chest and abdomen. Seeing the symbol he sought, a cruel smile appeared on his face. However, he quickly concealed it. Just as Mu Rindon announced that the youth was also qualified for succession, his expression changed. The guard stationed outside pushed the door open directly and brought bad news. Manor Lord, this is terrible. Someone is invading the manor. Meanwhile, the The rugged man was advancing unopposed. Everywhere they passed was littered with guards' corpses. The warriors of Ranmu's Sword Manor tried to hold the main gate and hold out until Manor Lord Mu Rindon came to reinforce them. Yet they could not stop the rugged man's advance at all. Before long, the ground was strewn with the bodies of guards and invaders. The rugged man walked up to the main gate of Ranmu's Sword Manor with a light hum. The broadsword in his hand smashed the gates into pieces. This door is too fragile. That immense destructive force overturned the gates and walls. A huge breach was thus torn in Ranmu's Sword Manor's defenses. With this, the invaders led by the rugged man officially set foot into the courtyard of Ranmu's Sword Manor. The man shouted, "All right, go and dig that thing out." Clearly, the manor hides a secret, which has attracted the covetous eyes of interested parties, first making Manor Lord Mu Rindon suffer from evil chi, and now launching a massive invasion after their scheme was exposed. They definitely planned this long ago. Who is feeling the most depressed in Ranmu's Sword Manor right now? It has to be the sorcerer Gu from Shadow Pavilion, because he had painstakingly used bone carvings to lure away the Qingling-level entity, only to run into a massive force invading Ranmu's Sword Manor. Under these circumstances, Sorcerer Gu had no way to secretly deal with Mu Jingyun. Fortunately, he used invisibility. Otherwise, he surely would have been dragged into the conflict. Little does he know, danger arrives quietly. Sorcerer Gu, who wanted to play the mantis, felt a chill in his heart because the Oriole had arrived. As it turned out, the hooded weirdo who had followed the rugged man was standing behind Gu. Just as the sensing sorcerer Gu turned his head back, the hooded weirdo formed seals, spiritual mirror reflecting clarity. Be swift as the law commands, break. With a clang, the sound of shattering glass rang out around Sorcerer Gu. His expression changed drastically. My invisibility spell was actually broken by that fellow. Before Gu could react, the hooded weirdo dashed in front, grabbed him by the neck, and demanded, "Was it you who lifted the Manor Lord's evil chi?" Facing such a powerful opponent, Sorcerer Gu panicked immensely. To cast such a powerful spell with just a hand seal. This guy is a moon-level sorcerer, a masked organization, an attack, the manor, and a high-level sorcerer here. Could this person be? Gu vaguely guessed the hooded weirdo's identity. Enduring the pain of being devoured by evil chi, Sorcerer Gu begged for his life. "You misunderstood. Spare me." The hooded weirdo remained indifferent, and even increased the force in his hand. A sorcerer who betrays the path to join a major martial arts organization. How dare you interfere with Yuansha Pavilion? Hearing the three words, Yuansha Pavilion, Sorcerer Gu finally understood the hooded weirdo's origins, and the hooded weirdo no longer wished to talk to Gu. The evil chi he controlled directly blasted Gu's head apart. Blood splattered everywhere. Then, the rugged man asked the hooded weirdo from a distance, "What are you doing?" The hooded weirdo tossed Gu's corpse aside like trash, wiping blood off his hands. "Just killed an ant." The rugged man thought a moment. "Is that the bone carving owner? Alright, stop wasting time. Let's go find that thing." The freak said, "I know." Then a tracking talisman appeared. The brute hoisted his blade. "Let's go. Let's find Manor Lord Mu Rindon and get our treasure back." The Ranmu's Sword Manor guards were still fighting the intruders. Though both sides suffered losses, it didn't affect the big picture, because the decisive figures hadn't fought. The rugged brute and barrel freak strolled like it was their backyard, walking through the blazing fires and corpse-filled Ranmu's Sword Manor. Just then, Mu Rindon arrived. Standing on the roof, he let out a hysterical roar. "Who is so bold? How dare you trespass here? Prepare to die right here." Seeing the Manor Lord arrive, the warriors of Ranmu's Sword Manor regained their morale. Mu Rindon gave the order, "Listen up, everyone. We must defend the manor." Then, he leaped from the roof. His guards followed closely. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun also drew his sword with the crowd. However, amidst the chaos, taking advantage of the distraction, the youth quietly slipped away from the battlefield all by himself. He glanced back over his shoulder. "This is for the best. Though I don't know what's happening. With this much chaos, if I vanish, it won't seem strange." Right after taking 2 steps, the youth suddenly remembered the mark on Mu Rindon's waist. This forced him to halt in his tracks. "What should I do? I haven't asked the Manor Lord yet. Should I go back and help?" Just then, the aura in the air caught the youth's attention. Taking advantage of his distraction, a masked man in black lunged from behind to ambush him. Yet just as the sword struck, without even looking, the youth casually blocked the assassin's fatal blow. Then, with a swift counter, a thud, the masked assassin died in utter frustration by his own weapon. Having dealt with this grunt, the youth looked at the battlefield. Ranmu's Sword Manor was now a living hell filled with sorrow, pain, despair, and screams. As countless lives were lost, he felt unprecedented satisfaction, because immense dead chi gathered here. What a mesmerizing feeling. This is an era where humans and ghosts walk together. Though most cultivators rely on living chi for martial arts, there are always some who defy conventional logic. Mu Jingyun's disguise was clearly one of them. Looking at the war-torn, corpse-strewn Ranmu Manor, A knowing smile appeared on the youth's face. An immense amount of dead chi is gathered here, making the dead chi in my body grow abundant. The youth desperately wanted to absorb this chi. However, cultivating here was far too dangerous. Wishing for someone to guard him, Guken ran over with daggers. Patter patter. Master, are you alright? I was changing clothes when weirdos suddenly broke in. The youth felt Lai Chow Chow had arrived just as he was mentioned. Hearing him, he said, "You came just in time." He sat cross-legged. "I must cultivate. Can you stand guard for me?" This sounded like a request, but it actually left Guken with no other choice. At this moment, she really had no idea what this guy was thinking. "You want to cultivate here? What if you suffer chi deviation?" As the two spoke, a masked man in black wielding a long saber seized the chance to attack. Guken cursed. Damn it. She blocked the blade with her daggers. The youth was immersed in cultivation. Wonderful. The dead chi from dozens of deaths. The pain, screams, despair, and regret. All these dead chi are filled with the dark emotions felt by those facing death. Hence, they are exceptionally terrifying. Compared to the chi from the twin chimera fish, I can grow twice as strong, no, at least 3 times. Unlike the youth in cultivation, Guken, standing guard, furiously slashed with her short blades. Her face was covered in sweat. Damn it, too many enemies. If only someone would help me. Where on earth did that terrifying female ghost go? Just then, a familiar figure appeared. Guken recognized him instantly. It was Master Xiang Xiongwa. Xiang Xiongwa's appearance immediately brought a joyful look to Guken's face. Master said another Shikigami had possessed the outer hall master. I remember his name. So the next second, Guken took the initiative to greet him. Are you senior demonic monk? Please come and help me. However, Xiang Xiongwa opposite her didn't move at all. As Guken wondered what happened, a terrifying scene unfolded. Xiang Xiongwa's body was split in two. The rugged brute's figure instantly materialized. He chuckled. How interesting. Right now, an unidentified enemy is bloodbathing the manor. Yet someone is actually meditating and cultivating in the middle of a battlefield. This kid is interesting. Facing the unfathomably powerful rugged brute, Guken, possessed by Xia Kaling, panicked. She knew she was no met for him. This body, at the pinnacle realm, was sounding warnings. The man was beyond her estimation. He was a master capable of utterly crushing her. Watching the brute step closer, Guken, terrified to the extreme, shouted a warning to the youth. Master, wake up. The enemy is here. Yet no matter how she called, the youth showed no reaction. This left her completely at a loss as to what to do, because touching the master at this moment would surely cause him to suffer a chi deviation. Yet I can't beat that monster. As Guken pondered a countermeasure, the rugged brute bypassed her with speed too fast for her to track. Then he appeared directly in front of the youth. He clicked his tongue. Strange. This isn't normal chi cultivation. Guken grew even more terrified. She never imagined a bulky man could bypass her so fast. The brute took interest in the youth. Let me see what's going on. This fellow is a Mu family son. If I make a move now, it will be very interesting. Guken, acting as guard, finally threw caution to the wind. She refused to watch the youth fall into a desperate plight. Besides, if the youth died, she as a Shikigami would die too. So the next second, Guken leaped above the brute. Then unleashed the unique martial arts of Fascia Yen Ko from Xia Kaling's memories. Fascia Stai, third form, Silent Fate. Guken thought this martial art would buy time for the master. As Guken moved, countless turbulent energies appeared around the rugged brute. Guken seized the chance to flank. As she prepared a silent ambush, she heard the brute's cold chuckle, and his disdain for the weak. Heh, you're quite fast. In people's perception, a massive physique often loses the advantage in speed. Yet the brute was an exception. As her sneak attack was about to land, the opponent instantly dodged, counterattacking with his giant blade. A razor-sharp afterimage swept across with overwhelming force. Guken had to forcibly twist her body's direction in midair, avoiding fatal damage. Yet the brute's blade was powerful. The shockwave made her scalp tingle. Next, the rugged brute instantly appeared before Guken, then flicked his fingers into a head flick gesture. With a snap, Guken flew back. Little girl, if you interfere, I'll kill you. The next moment, with a loud crash, Guken slammed into the eaves, and amid shattering tiles, she crashed down from the air to the ground. Seeing this, the rugged brute walked back to the youth. Alright, no one is in the way. Let me trek for myself. Recovering her senses, Guken shouted, no. Yet nothing stopped the brute's curiosity. As he raised his giant blade, Ranmu's Sword Manor's Manor Lord, Mu Rindan, arrived in time. With a sharp clang, the giant blade collided with the long sword. The energy from the clash of two masters dispersed outwards. Instantly, A fierce gale whipped through the modest courtyard. Gukan beside them had to shield her face with her hand, while peeking through the gaps to observe. She never expected. Manor Lord Murindin appeared. However, after suffering malignant chi, and having his arm severed, he used a left-handed sword. His condition plummeted severely, with his strength failing to reach half of his peak. With a soft splat, under Gukan's gaze, Murindin, who had traded blows with the rugged brute, coughed up blood from his nose, his body staggering unsteadily. Seeing this, the rugged brute chuckled heartily. Can't stand after one blow. Watching Murindin wipe the blood from his lips with his sleeve, the brute extended his hand. Manor Lord Mu, I'll say this once. If you don't want the manor wiped out, hand over the stolen treasure of our society obediently. At the same time, amid the flames of war at Ranmu's Sword Manor, Qingling, who had arrived outside the manor, looked puzzled. She looked at the bone carving, the chimeric demon that intruded into my uncanny domain. It lured me here, yet suddenly died. That means this fellow's master has already perished. Ordinary mortals shouldn't have the ability to eliminate, to kill monster-grade chimeras. Thinking of this, Qingling looked toward the manor. Something dangerous entered the manor. An extremely dangerous something. Under the night sky, thick smoke rose from Ranmu's Sword Manor, crimson firelight illuminating the heavens and earth. The battle had concluded. The brute called everyone to the arena. The barrel freak also returned to his side. At this moment, the youth immersed in cultivation slowly opened his eyes. He swept his gaze across ruins, finally drawn to the scene in the martial arts arena. Meanwhile, the surviving members of Ranmu's Sword Manor mostly knelt on the ground, having surrendered without a fight. The masked intruders held their blades aloft. Manor Lord Murindin and the rugged brute faced each other across the space. The youth thought to himself, what a pity, looks like the fight is over. No wonder the dead chi is scarce. Walking into the crowd, he was curious. Why did the monk come out? So he asked Gukan. Guard Kaling, what is going on? Gukan said, you're awake. She hesitated before explaining. The Manor Lord has surrendered. After exchanging one blow, the Manor Lord roughly guessed who the opponent was. Back then, facing the rugged brute's giant blade, Manor Lord Murindin ultimately discarded the sword in his hand. You really are people from that place. I surrender. I'll return that thing to you. With that, Murindin stated his condition. But you must promise me to spare the manor and withdraw your men. Hearing this, the rugged brute sneered dismissively. I shouldn't have told you are gone. Maybe it would have been more fun if you struggled a bit longer. Murindin stared at the brute. Promise me first. The brute thrust his blade into the ground, saying, fine, I promise. I can even stake the reputation of one of the Tiandihui Wu kings. Sun Yun, the Blade King. This was the first time the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun had seen Gukan, wear an expression of bone-deep terror since venturing out. He asked, what is the Tiandihui? Gukan lowered her head. The Tiandihui can be called a terrifyingly dangerous organization, one of the three major factions in the Central Plains martial arts world. They worship the strong, aiming to unify the martial world. Thus, the realm back then was painted red with bloodshed by them. Even now, martial artists tremble at the mere mention of the Tiandihui. No one isn't terrified. Though Ranmu's Sword Manor is also a powerful aristocratic clan, it cannot compare to the scale of the Tiandihui. Saying this, Gukan looked at the rugged brute in the arena. And that man is a rare powerhouse in the martial world. One of the 5 pillars of the Tiandihui. Sun Yun, the Blade King, one of the Wu Kings. As those words fell, the youth felt the entire Ranmu's Sword Manor shrouded in black mist. Gukan's words continued. Ranmu's Sword Manor was nearly wiped out just now, so the Manor Lord told him where the treasure is hidden. Now Sun Yun's subordinates are going to retrieve it. Gukan glanced at the youth, her tone carrying worry. However, the treasure they're looking for is kept beneath the medicine hall. Hearing this, the boy already knows what treasure Sun Yun is looking for. It turns out to be that manual made of human skin. Gukan advised him not to step forward. Yet the boy walked straight up to Manor Lord Murindin's side. This caused Gukan's expression to change instantly. Why does this idiot always dance on the edge of life and death? Seeing his son walk over, Murindin's face revealed a look of concern. Where are you hurt? Why circulate chi in such a place? Don't worry about matters here. You should just rest aside for now. The boy looked at Murindin. How did you get that scar and mark on your waist? Murindin furrowed his brows. Why are you suddenly asking about this? However, before the boy could give an answer, Sun Yun's men returned with the treasure. Everyone's attention focused there. Looking at the box handed over by his subordinate, Sun Yun's body trembled uncontrollably. Murindin glanced at the boy. It's not the time yet. I'll tell you later. The boy shook his head. You must tell me now. Murindin was somewhat baffled as to why. The boy chuckled. This is a transaction. At the same time, Sun Yun opened the box full of anticipation. His eyes were filled with excitement. Our sex treasure has finally returned to our hands. The boy's words to Murindin continued. I can help resolve this crisis. Murindin was somewhat startled upon hearing this. What do you mean? The boy blinked. Because there is nothing under the apothecary. At the same time, Sun Yun on the sparring grounds burst out with a chilling aura. Then this aura directly targeted Manor Lord Mu Rindan. Seeing this scene, Mu Tian and the others' expressions changed drastically. They couldn't figure it out. First Madam covered her face. Judging by this, Mu Jingyun really took the manual. If I expose this now, then I can use that person's hand to get rid of Mu Jingyun. Who would have thought? Just as First Madam was considering whether to expose it, the item Sun Yun took out from the wooden box made her heart skip a beat, because that was a wedding gift given by the Manor Lord back then, a pair of extremely luxurious earring accessories. The next moment, Sun Yun questioned aloud, Manor Lord, what is the meaning of this? At this moment, Mu Rindan simply didn't know how to answer. First Madam vaguely guessed. This was Mu Jingyun's doing. Yet the boy disguised as Mu Jingyun uttered something shocking. I saw the corners of his mouth curl into an arc. Oh my goodness. Aren't those First Madam's earrings? As soon as these words were spoken, Manor Lord Mu Rindan's mouth fell wide open. He never expected why his third son would detonate a bomb at this time. And First Madam was directly scared pale with fright, having the urge to wet herself. As for the rough-looking brute, Sun Yun, feeling that he had been deceived, crushed the earrings to pieces. At the same time, he glared viciously at Mu Rindan with unkind eyes. You are refusing a toast for a forfeiture. The next moment, Manor Lord Mu Rindan sternly reprimanded, telling the boy to shut up. Yet the boy ignored him, running his mouth non-stop. Stepmother, why pretend not to know? I remember it clearly. Those earrings belong to my stepmother. Things have come to this. Still pretending you don't know. You are really going too far. Once these words were said, everyone's gazes were instantly cast upon First Madam. At this moment, she was the absolute focus of tonight. For an aging father, nothing matters more than his descendants. Therefore, facing Blade King Sun Yun's threat to torture Mu Tian and Mu Yingping, Ranmu's sword Manor's Manor Lord Mu Rindan was forced to helplessly compromise with the boy disguised as Mu Jingyun. The person who left the mark on my body is Ghost Sword of the 6 days and 8 stars. Hurry up and take out the manual. Hearing this, the corners of the boy's mouth curled into an arc. So that scar-faced man who killed my grandfather is Ghost Sword. I finally know who you are. Right at this moment, a burst of bronze bell sounds suddenly rang out. The boy's expression changed drastically at once. Swordsman Huing roared to the sky. The demon monk possessing his body wailed in agony. It seemed as though he was being attacked by someone. Immediately after, the owner of the bronze bells gradually revealed their true form. It was precisely the wooden barrel freak who came along with Blade King Sun Yun. He stood on the second floor at this moment and sighed softly. A little mudfish has actually stirred up a whole pool of water. Sun Yun shouted, Master Zhao. The freak walked down from upstairs. Seeing this scene, the boy felt a SOC in his heart. That fellow looks dangerous. Master Zhao began the exorcism, only to see the incantation hand seals in his hands changing frantically. The 9-character mantras of Taoism were executed sequentially. The demon monk possessing Hu Ying's body instantly let out a shrill and miserable scream. The kind-hearted Gu-Kan developed a sense of grief for the dying. He seriously suspected that he would meet the same end. Time passed bit by bit. A dazzling golden light lit up on Master Zhao's fingertips after 100 incantation gestures. The Taoist secret technique was actually going to turn the demon monk into nothingness. Seeing this, the boy could no longer hold back, only to see him hurl out the dagger at his waist, shouting sternly, You fellow are truly meddling in other people's business. Watching as the short dagger was about to pierce Master Zhao who was casting spells. With a clang, a masked man appeared, and blocked it. Does this Taoist status look exceptionally high? Immediately after, one masked man asked Master Zhao if he was injured. Another newly joined one was responsible for guarding with a saber in hand, while staring angrily and viciously at the boy who threw the dagger. Audacious, how dare you be so impudent? However, the next second, Master Zhao waved his hand, telling these 2 masked guards on duty to disperse. Then he slowly walked closer toward the boy. You fellow can see it. Hearing this, the boy flatly denied it. I don't understand what you're talking about. The boy stepped forward. Was because he felt it would be a pity to lose the demon monk just like that. Now it seemed that he had been a bit too hasty. Subsequently, the boy looked up and down at Master Zhao. I can sense this monster is on par with Sun Yun. Facing the denial, Master Zhao with a clang raised his bronze bell, sneering, If you don't understand, then it won't hurt if I eliminate this evil spirit, right? Only to see a golden Taoist exorcism seal light up under Hu Ying's feet. Caught within the magic seal, he roared frantically. The demon monk possessing his body wailed in agonizing pain. In the end, with a thump, as the monk was banished, Hu Ying collapsed to the ground. First Madam looked on with concern. Master Zhao's gaze remained on the boy. The others present probably have no idea what we were just doing, right? Although practicing martial arts requires talent, people possessing the aptitude for Taoist arts are even scarcer. Among those with aptitude, the one that can be called number 1 is spiritual sight. That is because other elements can be satisfied through training, but spiritual sight cannot be resolved through cultivation. In other words, you were born with the aptitude for Taoist arts. Master Zhao smiled self-deprecatingly. To say more, Even I do not possess this talent of spiritual sight. Therefore, you are qualified to be proud of your own ability." The boy flatly denied it. "I still don't understand what you're talking about." Master Zhao sneered. "Are you going to keep quibbling? Since that's the case, then I'll ask you in another way. Why are you trying to stop me?" As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Fengshe used ice beams to form a formation. These 4 mantras cast the 4 winds chain spell. In a split second, the demon monk was trapped within several streams of golden light. Guken saw this for the first time. His original worldview was collapsing bit by bit. Subsequently, Master Zhao used the demon monk as a hostage to threaten the boy. "Spirits don't follow humans. Yet this fellow seems to listen to you very much. As long as you tell me what method you used, and I'll let him go." Who would have thought the boy chose a completely unexpected way to respond? He actually completely replicated Master Zhao's previous gesture of pinching incantation seals. Another 4 winds chain spell instantly made its debut. Seeing this scene, Master Zhao's jaw dropped in SOC. His interest in this boy was growing stronger now. Using the 4 winds chain spell to deal with the 4 winds chain spell. "Have you studied Taoism?" However, the boy's reply left Master Zhao panic-stricken and appalled, because he stated very calmly, "Isn't this something you can do as long as you have hands?" Speaking of who was the most panicked person in the entire Ranmu Sword Manor right now, that would inevitably be Manor Lord Mu Rinden's legitimate wife, First Madam. At this moment, because she was framed by the boy disguised as Mu Jingyun, she could only use all sorts of words to explain herself to the Tiandihui Blade King. "Hero's son, you've misunderstood. It was this brat Mu Jingyun who framed me. If I stole it, why leave it there? How could I possibly have placed my own jewelry right there?" Saying this, First Madam patted her chest to guarantee. The fellow who stole the manual definitely must be someone else. Just as First Madam wanted to name the real culprit. Who would have thought Sun Yun had already lost the desire to listen? Slashed toward her neck. Slashed toward First Madam's neck in the blink of an eye. Although First Madam was a martial arts expert, Sun Yun's strength was immense. The Blade King's strength clearly surpassed her imagination. The speed of this slash was so fast that First Madam had no time to react at all. Just as she was about to meet her death, Manor Lord Mu Rinden, who had been paying attention here all along, made a move. After all, a couple for a day means a lifetime of grace. Could not be killed so easily. Couldn't just be killed off so carelessly like this. The blades collided. Long sword and broadsword collided together. Mu Rinden was sent flying straight back from the impact. At the same time, the long sword in his hand also lost its straight posture. Subsequently, Mu Rinden slammed onto the ground with a thud. Eyes full of murderous intent. And spoke with eyes full of murderous intent. Simply put, the madam doesn't know where the manual is. So killing her doesn't matter either, right? The next second, Sun Yun looked toward everyone. Everyone from the Ranmu Sword Manor, listen up well. The Ranmu Sword Manor dared to play tricks on Tiandihui. I cannot tolerate this. No one leaves here alive. So from now on, not even an ant will be allowed to leave the Ranmu Sword Manor alive. These words practically announced the fate of the survivors in Ranmu Sword Manor. Sun Yun, consumed by rage, Hai raised his door panel broadsword, and then brought it straight down to strike a kneeling guard, only to hear a bang. That guard was instantly smashed into a puddle of meat paste. Fresh blood splattered all around like surging waves. This action of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys frightened the wits out of everyone else in Ranmu's Sword Manor. The boy disguised as Mu Jingyun, however, had the corners of his mouth curl into an arc. How is it? Are you willing to tell me the origin of that scar now? Mu Rinden, conversing with him, looked at the boy. Bargaining isn't done this way. The boy sneered. Seeing Sun Yun slaughtering. Seeing Blade King Sun Yun starting to slaughter unscrupulously, Mu Rinden could only hope that his third son would let his conscience find him for once. The boy remained indifferent. Yet the boy remained completely indifferent throughout. I've said it many times. I need to make a bigger fuss before you tell me. Hearing this, Mu Rinden felt a bad omen. Manor Lord Mu Rinden had a bad premonition. At this moment, First Madam's swordsman Huing stood up. Hero's son, I have something to say. Seeing this, First Madam could not understand what her own swordsman's objective was, while Huing, in the very next second, directly pointed the spearhead at the 3 brothers of Mu Yingping. They are the culprits. Mu Yu Tian's expression changed. Mu Yingping asked, guard who? As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Yutian's expression changed on the spot. Mu Yingping questioned guard who? What do you mean by this? Huing uttered something astonishing. Someone went to the place where the manual was kept. It must have been that person who framed the madam. The holder is the culprit. Mu Yingping and Mu Tian paled, as well as the manual exclusively for the Ranmu Sword Manor Lord's cultivation. Therefore, the person holding the Manor Lord's manual is the culprit. Hearing this, Mu Yingping and Mu Tian's expressions changed drastically in an instant. Because the two of them truly possessed the Ranmu Sword Manor Lord's manuals. Was a trade with the boy. Everyone focused on Huing. As for Mu Tian's copy, it was a transaction made by the boy in exchange for the Mu family's foundational martial arts. Everyone focused their gazes upon Huing at this moment. Little did they know that he had long been possessed by the demon monk. Every word and action of his was directed by the boy disguised as Mu Jingyun. Subsequently, from a perspective invisible to everyone, the character representing kill surfaced on the surface of Hu Ying's body. Right after, he gave a suggestion to Sun Yun. You can pick out those people holding the Manor Lord's manual and interrogate them. Once these words were said, Mu Yingping angrily rebuked aloud. Sun Yun, listen. Mu Tian also shouted harshly, guard who? You are framing us. Yet Sun Yun, who could decide everyone's fate, actually listened, only to see him sneer. What you said makes a lot of sense. Since that's the case, let's start the interrogation with these two fellows who reacted the most intensely. At this, nothing is more shocking than a genius. Zhao Fengshe felt just that. He looked at the youth. Strip the skin off them first. Nothing is more shocking than seeing a true genius. At this moment, the overbearing Zhao Fengshe felt just that. He cast a peculiar look at the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan, having seen the Four Winds chain art just once, within an active formation. Mind you, that was an advanced technique requiring moon rank. A gleam flashed in Zhao's eyes. From within an active formation, even showing remarkable quick adaptability. At this thought, a gleam of light flashed in Zhao Fengshe's eyes, releasing the seal on the monk. Turning to Sun Yun, the youth was somewhat baffled by Zhao Fengshe's reaction. Lord Blade, do as you please. Releasing the Four Seals chain art sealing the demonic monk. Then, turning to Sun Yun, silence fell over the crowd. Sun Yun was confused. With all the others, Gu Kan looked worried. At these words, silence fell over the crowd as everyone wore different expressions. Sun Yun couldn't understand Zhao Fengshe's behavior. Mu Rindan and his wife nearly dropped their jaws in SOC. I still have that authority. While the three Mu brothers stared in utter disbelief. Right after, Sun Yun strode heavily toward Zhao Fengshe. You're up to your pointless games again. Zhao Fengshe chuckled softly. Surely I still have that much authority. After a brief pause, Sun Yun agreed to Zhao Fengshe's request. He would keep his promise. Zhao Fengshe nodded in assent. Mu Rindan, Manor Lord of Ranmu's Sword Manor, turned to his third son. He interrupted the killing. The youth naturally understood Mu Rindan's thoughts. Sun Yun glared at him. If you dare to trick me, even with Zhao protecting you, he would certainly keep it. Thus, just as Blade Lord Sun Yun was about to start a massacre, the youth resolutely stepped forward. He spoke up to interrupt Sun Yun's killing spree. Mu Rindan's heart hammered. So stop this. Hearing this, Sun Yun glared down at the youth like lightning. Sun Yun sneered. Are righteous folk such liars? The youth looked puzzled. Why do you think I'm lying? Sun Yun's face twitched. Because it cannot be burned. At this declaration, Manor Lord Mu Rindan's heart hammered wildly, for he didn't know if his third son could truly save the manor. As if protected by power, completely indestructible, Sun Yun swung his blade. If you want to fool me, why do you think I'm lying to you? Don't be a fool in your next life, because that thing cannot possibly be burned. Hearing this, the youth was suddenly enlightened, and Sun Yun continued. It neither burns away, nor can it be destroyed, as if protected by some sort of power, completely indestructible. The next moment, Sun Yun swung his heavy blade toward the youth's neck. If you want to fool me, you should have used your brain first. Don't be a fool in your next life. Who would have thought the youth's next words would force Sun Yun to halt his killing intent? The human skin cover indeed won't burn away, but written in blood, the paper recording it is easily destroyed. This statement didn't startle anyone else. Yet it sent shockwaves through Sun Yun's heart. This brat knew it was written in blood. Sun Yun's greed was stirred by the youth. He then tried to observe any micro-expressions on the youth's face. Yet the other remained calm as ever, even asking in return, I have no reason to lie to you, do I? Matters concerning the human skin manual, even among the Tiandihui cadres, only a handful knew about it. Just as Sun Yun was about to believe him, he quickly dismissed the thought, because everyone who read it was dead. However, Sun Yun thought a moment later, even if there's a sliver of hope, I cannot give up. If this fellow is telling the truth, I must get that manual back. After a brief silence, Sun Yun decided. He moved his sword from the youth's neck and demanded that he recite the contents of the manual. The youth didn't understand at first, so Sun Yun had to explain again. Didn't you save yourself? The incantation is in your head, so reciting it will prove you're lying. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the youth. The youth's heart stirred slightly, though he could make something up. If this guy knew the contents, his little life would be forfeit. He decided to test him with a few lines. Yet just as the youth was about to act, his surroundings turned blood red. Qingling's figure appeared atop the tall building out of nowhere. The round moon hung high in the sky, and Qingling, looking like a celestial, parted her lips slightly. Her threatening words echoed in his ear. Mortal, if you dare utter a single word, you're dead. This was the first time the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun had ever seen an expression of anger on Qingling's face. In his field of vision, the manor was engulfed in a sea of blood, and what caused him to see such an illusion could only be the boundless, overwhelming fury welling up in the heart of this blood-seized master. Bloody tears streamed down Qingling's face. After glancing at Qingling, the youth turned his gaze back to Blade Lord Sun Yun and the others. There is no uncaused hatred in this world. Qingling's anger was directed at the Tiandihui. Moonlight reflected upon the mortal realm. The youth pondered the current situation in his heart, although he didn't know why. Qingling hated them to the core. Combined with her forbidding him to speak the manual's contents, she seemed to wish the manual's contents remained secret. Just as the youth formed a guess, Sun Yun loudly urged the fellow, "Why have you stopped talking?" Looking at his reflection in the sword, the youth wore a solemn look. "If I don't speak, I'll only have a dead end ahead. What's more, both you and I will die. You should be well aware of that." The youth looked at Qingling apologetically. "Qingling, I'm sorry. Before I can avenge my grandfather, I don't wish to die so easily." Qingling seemed to read his gaze. "Mortal, I know what you're worrying about. Recite the incantation after me, and copy my movements." Hearing this, the youth hesitated. Is Qingling teaching a different incantation? But what if they know the manual, and discover I'm reciting something else? Qingling's voice cut through his thoughts. She looked down with a stern expression. "Just trust me, you must trust me." Hearing this, the youth quietly closed his eyes. Sun Yun urged him once again. "Brat, are you going to recite or not?" The next moment, the youth opened his eyes anew, stepped toward a masked man, and said, "Lend me your sword." He promptly snatched the long sword from the man's grasp. The man looked to Sun Yun for orders, but upon seeing him nod in consent, said nothing more. The youth then strode with his sword to an open space. Qingling removed her smoking pipe, holding it lie a precious sword. The youth mirrored her stances, and with a crisp clang, the youth, imitating Qingling, thrust his sword forward, chanting, "Mooncord, piercing drifting clouds, breaking flowing clouds." Who would have thought this unassuming strike unleashed a crescent light blade? Seeing this, Mu Rindan and the others from the Ranmu sword manor were struck down with astonishment. Blade Lord Sun Yun was equally shaken. Meanwhile, Qingling continued her sword dance. With exceptional comprehension, the youth copied her move for move, the incantation matching completely. Eternal separation, morning glowstone she trimmed. As, ground shattered, utter annihilation, was chanted. Qingling and the youth used their swords to gather blades surrounding them. With a single downward slash, all those blades struck precisely where the youth pointed his sword. Golden light filled Sun Yun's eyes. Incredible. Every move is flawless, graceful yet domineering, a peerless killing technique. Just like a legendary swordsman displaying his art, with not a single flaw. At this moment, Sun Yun already had an inkling of the answer. There's no doubt about it. This is the legendary Moonvein sword art. As the youth brandished the sword, a gentle gust of wind stirred. Sun Yun sighed softly. He never expected the Moonvein sword art to reappear this way. Watching the youth nearly finish practicing the Moonvein sword art in full, even chanting the incantation, "Heavenly evil, resisting everything," Sun Yun abruptly realized something was wrong and started, for he knew he could never let anyone else hear more sword moves. Such a peerless sword art was best kept mastered by himself alone. Furthermore, it involved Tiandihui's secrets. To have it broadcasted so openly was a consequence he could not bear. Thus, the next second, Sun Yun loudly told the youth to halt his movements. The youth glanced at him calmly. "Have you finished confirming?" Hearing this, Sun Yun cursed under his breath. Damn it. He hadn't expected himself to get so absorbed in the youth's sword art display that he lost track of time. Then another new issue suddenly hit him. According to Tiandihui rules, only those granted permission could practice. I should have made him recite all, and then killed him right away. At this moment, Blade Lord Sun Yun's killing intent toward the youth flared anew. How will the youth handle this trap? Stay tuned. Because he possessed the sword art, Blade Lord Sun Yun grew eager to kill the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun. Just as he tightened his grip on his broadsword, Zhao Fengshe spoke to stop him. Although they exchanged no words, from Zhao Fengshe's head shake, we can tell that the Taoist intended to protect the youth. Understanding the intentions, Sun Yun turned to look at this third young master of Ranmu's sword manor whom he both loved and hated. Zhao Fengshe really likes this fellow. To be honest, I'm interested too. After all, he achieved what no one else in the Tiandihui could, especially those Moonvein moves. Techniques that, at this fellow's current level, he should not have been able to execute. Having witnessed the others beyond comprehension, bizarre talent, Sun Yun felt a bit regretful. Yet just as he was fretting over how to deal with this fellow, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun did something the next moment that left everyone completely baffled. The youth swept the sword toward his neck. Then came a squelching sound, the sound of a sword cutting skin. Crimson blood sprayed from the wound. Sun Yun's expression changed drastically. Cursing the youth as a lunatic, he struck to knock the sword away. Zhao Fengshe was equally horrified, failing to understand. why he would do such a thing. Meanwhile, holding the wound on his neck, the youth chuckled coldly. Judging by everyone's reactions and your actions, this manual is quite precious. Sun Yun secretly gritted his teeth. If I hadn't stopped him, that guy would have ended his life. How can there be such a fellow? The next moment, due to blood loss, the youth slumped to the ground. Since I already know how precious what's in my head is, I won't speak up easily anymore. Having recovered slightly, under their gaze, the youth staggered to his feet and spread his arms wide. So, take me away quietly. At these words, silence fell over the crowd. Mu Rindan and others from Ranmu's Sword Manor dropped their jaws. But the Blade Master Sun Yun just grinned. Are you going to the Heaven and Earth Society on your own initiative? At this moment, the young man's mind was very clear, because he knew that through his own actions, Sun Yu should have already realized that torture or threats could never make him talk. Moreover, the other parties still had secret manuals they hadn't mastered. They would never burn their bridges before crossing them. Therefore, the youth would seize this chance to use the Tiandihui's pressure to achieve his goal of leaving the Ranmu's Sword Manor. The full moon hung in the sky as the long night stretched on. Accompanied by a clanging sound, a group of people marched along a mountain path. Based on their attire, it could be determined that these people were from the Heaven and Earth Society, because they were just like the masked men in black who invaded the Ranmu's Sword Manor. Exactly the same. The only strange thing was, among these Tiandihui men in black, there's a creaking carriage. Inside, bound, is an unexpected yet predictable figure. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun. After all, they can't kill him, nor can they release him. So the youth, as a hostage, is taken to Tiandihui for disposal. Actually, there's another person in the carriage. That's Mu Yutian, the fourth young master of Ranmu's Sword Manor. He is utterly frustrated. Because his mouth is gagged, he can only roar inwardly. Why go with that annoying guy? Meanwhile, they arrive at an open area. The leader orders everyone to rest. Each person tidies belongings. Those needing to relieve themselves, go. But the two little hostages clearly don't get such treatment. Mu Yutian is furious, grinding teeth. His handsome face twitches. Why should I be a hostage? 2 hours ago, Sun Yun sealed Mu Jingyun's acupoint. After knocking him unconscious, he demanded the manor repay the debt. The reason being that Ranmu's Sword Manor stole Tiandihui's treasure, and it can't be let go. If they don't accept terms, the manor faces annihilation. At that time, Blade King Sun Yun also made two demands. First, Ranmu's Sword Manor must close its gates for 10 years. Second, take the heir as hostage. For Tiandihui, where the strong rule, the heir is the outstanding child. So Mu Yutian, the most skilled among the brothers, was chosen as the hostage. And so, without any preparation, he was taken away on the spot. Of course, he had a companion. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun. Only when bound in the carriage did Mu Yutian fully wake up. He never expected to be recognized as the heir. And because of this identity, he ended up in this situation. Truly pitiful and lamentable. Normally, being chosen as the heir of Ranmu's Sword Manor, fourth young master Mu Yutian would be cheering, but it coincided with the invasion, and they even demanded the heir be taken as a hostage. This left him utterly depressed. After all, no one wants to lose freedom and be watched. Then, bound in a carriage, Mu Yutian struggles desperately. He tries to break the ropes, but it's all in vain. Damn it, they tied this tightly. And they sealed my acupoints, so I can't use inner energy. Then, Mu Yutian thinks of Mu Jingyun beside him. Though I wasn't knocked unconscious like that guy Mu Jingyun. In this situation, being unconscious is more comfortable. Thinking of his hostage status, Mu Yutian sighs with emotion. When father just woke up, I hope to inherit the position. But in an instant, I'm a hostage. What will my fate be from here? Just as he feels lost, he hears a rustling sound. This piques his curiosity. Who could be moving? It's only me and Mu Jingyun here. But his acupoint is sealed. There's no way he can wake up. So who is it? As the cloth over his eyes is pulled off, Mu Yutian actually sees the one he'd ruled out. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun stands right before him. This leaves Mu Yutian speechless. Just as he's about to ask why, the youth makes a shushing gesture, warily looking outside the carriage. The Tiandihui members are resting. The youth lifts the carriage curtain. He wants to observe the situation. Mu Yutian whispers, "How did you unseal your acupoint?" The youth says, "I have my ways." Then he changes the subject. "If you tell me one thing, I'll untie you." Mu Yutian frowns. "What is it?" The youth stares at Mu Yutian. "Who is the ghost sword of 6 heavens?" A moment later, a hushed exclamation comes out. "What? You mean that person called Ghost Sword might be there?" Mu Yutian nods. "Right, though it's just a rumor. But that rumor is quite reliable." Hearing this, the youth ponders. This situation is tricky. Ghost Sword is right there. Just as the youth ponders his next move, A light voice reminds him from outside. Young master, everyone outside is done packing. Startled, the youth is stunned, then moves to untie Mu Yutian. Mu Yutian has a vague guess. Wait, Mu Jingyun, you're not planning to escape, are you? Seeing the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun admitted, Mu Yutian panics. No way. If we disappear, they'll definitely retaliate against Ranmu's sword manor. It'll destroy the clan. Hearing this, the youth rolls his eyes. What's that to do with me? If you don't want to leave, then sleep here. With a thud, their friendship capsizes. Mu Yutian is knocked out by a chop from the youth. Qingling outside urges the youth. What are you doing? Hurry out. The youth replies, I'm coming. But before leaving, he glances down at Mu Yutian. No inner energy, easily knocked out. The moment the youth steps out of the carriage, he sees Tiandehui members on the ground. Under moonlight, Qingling stands. The people on the road are all dealt with. Fengshe hasn't returned. Let's go. The youth says, alright. But just as he's about to jump off the carriage, his soul suddenly trembles. What was that just now? Seeing the youth frozen, Qingling looks puzzled. Young master, what's wrong? Not sensing anything unusual, the youth replies, nothing. Then jumps off the carriage. Qingling pouts. How boring. Hurry up. Next, we see the youth stretching his body. Qingling circles around him. Young master, is this your first time using lightness skill? Are you sure you're fine? The youth replies, not confidently. Should be fine. As he says this, the youth begins simulating the technique of lightness skill, then takes the first step. Tapping sounds echo on the ground. The youth's body darts through the mountains like a beam of light. Under moonlight, he defies gravity. Each leap carries him high above the ground, and he lands precisely. This feels different from running, clearly faster and lighter. Familiar with the skill, he muses. Maybe I can escape faster than I expected. Moonlight pours down like water. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun weaves through the forest. Qingling follows like a ghost. But after some time, the youth suddenly stops. This confuses Qingling. Young master, what are you doing? The youth's face turns serious. We've been here before. Hearing this, Qingling's expression changes. The youth's eyes fix ahead. I've seen that tree 4 times. Qingling hovers in midair upon hearing this. The youth begins surveying the surroundings. It seems we've been circling around here. Qingling flies to his side. You mean we're under a spell? Or a formation? The youth nods. Probably. At this guess, Qingling shows disbelief. Young master, it's imagination. If such a thing existed, I would have sensed it. Hearing this, he stays silent. Qingling turns her back to the youth. You might be too tense. Let's hurry and leave. As Qingling prepares to move, the youth suddenly exclaims, wait, I twisted my ankle. Maybe I'm not skilled enough. I need to reset the bone. Qingling clicks her tongue. You're such a troublesome mortal. Come here, I'll just pass my hand through and reset it for you. The youth thanks her. But just as Qingling's hand goes to reset the ankle bone, the youth grabs her neck. A cold question comes from his mouth. Who exactly are you? Qingling struggles desperately. But she can't break free from the youth's grip. She can only plead, young master. What are you doing? Let go. But his eyes turn cold. If you were the real Qingling, she would have pushed me away. You picked the wrong person to impersonate. Cracking sounds ring out continuously. As the youth tightens his grip, the fake Qingling begins to crack. Seeing this, the youth smirks. If you're going to impersonate, at least do it convincingly. Finally, with a bang, the fake Qingling turns into a wooden puppet with yellow talismans. The youth presses his palms and casts the summoning spell and the unmoving heart seal, chanting, Heaven Spirit, Earth Spirit, Sun and Moon Spirit, Heaven and Earth unite their spirit. Sun and Moon unite their light, gods and ghosts unite their path. Your heart unites with my heart unites with doubt. 1,000 minds, 10,000. Supreme Lord Lao, hasten at my command. As the youth suspected, he was inside an illusion. Glass shattering rings out. The moment the illusion breaks, Zhao Fengshe's figure appears directly across from him. Seeing this, Zhao Fengshe is utterly stunned. The willow spirit technique is an advanced art that makes the target see a willow puppet as their most trusted person. But before half an hour passed, this youth had already seen through it. Seeing Zhao Fengshe appear, the youth immediately assumes a defensive stance. But the next words out of the other's mouth are utterly surprising. Kid, why don't you become my disciple? Hearing this, the youth doesn't answer. Instead, he silently assesses the advantages and disadvantages between them. He's only 10 steps away from me, and no one else is nearby. As long as I can take him out before he uses his arts, I have a chance to win. But just as the youth takes a step forward, a Taoist formation instantly binds his body. Zhao Fengshe chuckles. You think because no one's here, you can do something? I've set up a barrier. If you step beyond it, your body will be shredded. Hearing this, the youth, who hasn't avenged his grandfather yet, dares not move. Zhao Fengshe speaks sternly. To survive in this world, You must be fully prepared. That's the first lesson I teach you as your master. The youth stares at him. I never said I'd be your disciple. Hearing this, Zhao Fengshi isn't angry. He chuckles lightly. Seems you're someone who won't bend. Then, Zhao Fengshi tosses a willow puppet into the youth's arms. The youth, through his god-slaying threat, recognizes it at a glance. This is the demon monk. Then, the youth examines the demon monk puppet for a long time. But no matter how I look, I can't sense the demon monk's aura. How was this done? As the youth ponders, Zhao Fengshi glances back. I'll give you a sincere piece of advice. In Tiandihui, a superior's capriciousness can decide your life. If you don't become my disciple, you'll struggle to survive. Hearing this, the youth doesn't answer directly. His gaze remains fixed on the demon monk puppet. As for taking him as master, that's hard to say. After all, anything is possible. No one expected that moments after fighting, someone would suddenly propose taking a disciple. This leaves the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan silent. Just as Zhao Fengshi wonders if he'll agree, the youth chuckles lightly. I can be your disciple, but I have one condition. Zhao Fengshi asks, what condition? The youth shakes the puppet. No matter how I look, I can't sense any aura from this puppet. Is this a concealment technique? If you give me this technique, then I'll become your disciple. Hearing this, Zhao Fengshi burst into laughter. I shouldn't have used force, but rather tried to win you over with techniques. This technique isn't hard. I plan to teach you. But first, take an oath. The youth muttered, an oath. Zhao Fengshi tossed a bracelet. After putting this on, say, I, Mu Rinden's son Mu Jingyan, wish to become Zhao Yigong's disciple. The youth looked down at the bracelet in his palm. What happens after the oath? A smirk curled on his lips. Once you swear, you can't harm me. I can't easily trust someone who plans to kill me and run away. Hearing this, the youth felt awkward. This conversation was going nowhere. But after consideration, he finally put the bracelet on his wrist. The moment it touched his skin, the formation carved on it activated instantly. The youth knew what this was. Then he clasped his fists. I, Mu Rinden's son Mu Jingyan, wish to become Zhao Yigong's disciple. Seeing the youth swear as required, Zhao Fengshi smiled smugly. That was a bead called Zhouyan. Once you wear this bead, you cannot disobey any command from the one you swore to. This was the method he used, commonly used when taking disciples, ensuring he got what he coveted. The next moment, Zhao Yigong tossed the youth a technique book he had written himself, called Shi Wen Mi Shu. Inside was what the youth wanted to know, that aura hiding technique. But Zhao Yigong didn't just give him the book. Instead, he made him memorize it and return it. The youth received the manual and bowed in thanks. However, he was still trapped in the formation, so he had to ask Zhao Yigong for help. Master, won't you undo this technique for me? Hearing this, Zhao Yigong, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks. He glanced back at the youth. The book also has the way to undo that technique. I'll give you 1 hour. If you exceed that time, you'll suffer consequences. After saying this, Zhao Yigong laughed and walked into the forest without looking back. The youth watched him leave, then flipped open the book. How interesting. Is he actually teaching me? After Zhao Yigong had been gone for a while, Qingling, in a red robe, descended from the sky. He cursed out loud. That sorcerer is finally gone. The youth attacked directly, wanting to test if this Qingling was real. Qingling dodged, puzzled, demanding an answer. Mortal, what are you doing? Based on that reaction, the youth knew she was real. He chuckled lightly, just confirming something. Qingling felt confused. What are you talking about? But recalling the scene, Qingling couldn't help mocking the youth. You fell for that illusion. Hopping around was hilarious. Why didn't you keep hopping? Hearing this, the youth stayed silent, staring blankly at Qingling. Qingling felt goosebumps from the stare, so he changed the subject. He glanced at the bead on the youth's wrist. But mortal, that bead has a strong curse spirit. Why swear such an oath? The youth held up the Shi Wen Mi Shu with both hands. Because I wanted this. Qingling looked surprised. You shouldn't have sworn it. That's not lie you at all. But the next second, under Qingling's shocked gaze, the youth simply took the bead off his wrist. Now it doesn't matter. Seeing this, Qingling gasped. Impossible. The youth twirled the bead between his fingers like a toy. Then he explained why the oath didn't control him. Zhouyan requires swearing with your real name, right? But my name isn't Mu Jingyan. And I'm not Mu Rinden's son from Ranmu's Sword Manor. Qingling never expected that this youth wasn't called Mu Jingyan, nor was he the third son of Ranmu's Sword Manor's lord. After all, this guy had thrived in Ranmu's Sword Manor, even gaining the favor of Manor Lord Mu Rinden, almost becoming the heir. If not for the invasion, and his lack of ambition for the Manor Lord position, Ranmu's Sword Manor might have been secretly controlled by him. Now that Zhao Yigong's curse couldn't work, Qingling asked his next plan. Are you still planning to run? The youth shook his head. I was planning to run, but I changed my mind. With that, he put the bead back on. I'm going to be his disciple. Qingling's expression changed. Her eyes widened in SOC. What did you say? You want to be a disciple? The youth untied his restraints while nodding to Qingling. Because I got information. According to Mu Yuntian, the man called Guijian is likely in Tiandihui's 6 heavens. 8 stars is the title for the strongest in the martial world. 6 heavens are 6 whose skills reach the heavens. Those slightly below them, but at the peak of human limits, are the 8 stars. That's how the titles work. Guijian is one of the 8 stars. Guijian's name was infamous 17 years ago. He killed masters from righteous and evil sects. People guessed he was a royal expert. Or from Tiandihui. After hearing Mu Yuntian's oatsao, the youth finally found direction. So if I go to Tiandihui, I might run into him. With that thought, when the sorcerer proposed, he had already made his decision. I'll become Zhao Yigong's disciple and infiltrate Tiandihui. At that moment, the full moon hung high. Under the moonlight, the spirit and the mortal faced each other. Hearing the youth's reasons, Qingling sighed. What a coincidence. Seeing the youth's confusion, Qingling spoke strangely. Fate seems accidental, but it's inevitable. Perhaps I met you because I was destined to go to Tiandihui with you. The youth was stunned, as he wanted to dig deeper. Qingling cut him off. Mortal, become my disciple. On the night of the full moon, help me wash Tiandihui in blood. Under the night sky, Qingling wore a red robe. Perhaps at this moment, he revealed his inner feelings. He was so lonely, so cold. His red eyes held a bone-deep hatred. After hearing this, the youth finally understood why Qingling, seeing Tiandihui, was so furious. So there was a blood grudge between them. Then, with a rough guess, the youth turned to Qingling. It's been a long time. Maybe time avenged you. Yet Qingling disagreed. He stared at the youth. Then asked, would you just stand by and wait for time to avenge you? At those words, the youth fell silent. Qingling, he gnashed his teeth, I'm the same. I want to devour that bastard's kin. I can't bear to watch them lie well. I can't forgive the truthberry, letting them insult me. Qingling's emotions surged. Blood flowed from his eyes. His voice carried a sick, manic edge. Even after eons, even if my enemies fade away, the rage in my soul won't subside. I want to wash away this anger, even if I drown all in blood. The youth's consciousness was flooded by a sea of blood. His body slowly sank downward, until at the bottom he saw that manual made of human skin. This time, the illusion born of Qingling's rage was truly deep, dark and cold. Even after 100 years, his hatred hadn't diminished. Lonely and stubborn. At this moment, the youth finally understood. Qingling, lie him, staked everything on revenge. After a moment's thought, the youth agreed to the request. I'm willing to become your disciple. Hearing the youth agree, Qingling's face was full of surprise. He thought the youth's personality wouldn't allow it. Yet he accepted. But the youth stated a condition. Tell me why you want revenge. I don't want to get involved in something I don't understand. That night, much happened. They could be divided into 2 main phases. First, Tiandihui invaded for treasure. Second, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan was sent to Tiandihui as a hostage. And within these 2 major events, many smaller ones were woven in. Lai Xia Kaling's death and Gu Kan's return. And the youth becoming a disciple. Worth noting, from Qingling's behavior, he seemed to have a blood feud with Tiandihui. The youth's enemy, Guijian, was there too, because they shared the same Gon, the mortal and spirit. At this moment, found common ground. Qingling then proposed taking the youth as his disciple. The youth agreed, but he didn't want to be dragged into something blindly. So he asked Qingling to tell his past. Qingling hesitated, and finally told the youth one thing. Tiandihui began with 3 bloodlines. One was the moon bloodline. Hearing this, the youth looked straight at Qingling. You're from the moon bloodline. Seeing Qingling fall silent, the youth was curious. What had he been through? What could make him so unwilling to speak of it? But he'd probably learn slowly over time. The next moment, while Qingling was still hesitating, the youth directly clasped his fists in salute and declared his oath. My real name is Zheng. I'm willing to inherit the moon bloodline and accept its fate. Becoming Qingling's disciple, at these words, Qingling was stunned, then put on an aloof posture. He blew smoke. Good. From now on, call me Moss. But before he could finish the word master, the youth interrupted. I have a second condition. Let's skip the formal titles of master and disciple. Hearing this, Qingling was annoyed. Why? You call that sorcerer master? The youth rolled his eyes. You're my Shikigami. You never called me master. He took out the demon monk doll. The demon monk calls me master. Sure enough, the moment the demon monk doll was brought out, it shouted, Master. Now it was Qingling's turn to be embarrassed. Furious, he muttered, "Damn it," turning his back to the brat. Apparently accepting the youth's demand, the youth smiled and praised the demon monk. "Demon monk, well done." Sensing the laughter, Qingling turned back and glared at him. "What are you laughing at?" The youth shook his head. "Nothing. Some things couldn't be said." At the same time, while the youth was breaking through the barrier, Zhao Yigong set back with the Tiandehui group. Zhao Yigong had revived the unconscious members. He then stared at the carriage, lost in thought. "That kid's taking too long. I thought he'd break free sooner." Remembering he was a novice, Zhao Yigong suppressed his doubt. "Am I expecting too much from an outsider? In that case, there's no choice. I'll undo it myself." But just as Zhao Yigong was about to act, footsteps echoed from the nearby woods. Then the youth's figure slowly appeared before the Tiandehui group. He walked up to Zhao Yigong and clasped his fists in salute. "Master, I'm back." Zhao Yigong was quite pleased with the youth's performance. "He actually did it. He's the most talented I've seen. And he's already my disciple now." After a moment of silence, Zhao Yigong told the youth to rest a while because they were about to set off. The youth nodded in agreement. He climbed onto the carriage. After that, Zhao Yigong urged everyone to hurry. They had fallen too far behind the lead group. They needed to catch up. Mushin was still asleep. The youth sat beside him and muttered to himself, "Seems I wasn't discovered." The moment he said that, a puppet poked from his chest. A female voice echoed in his mind. "Never thought I'd possess a puppet." It was Qingling possessing the puppet, but the moment she tried to move, the puppet creaked loudly. The youth warned her, "Careful, you'll crack it." Qingling curled up, complaining that even a slight move made it feel life-shattering. "What can I do?" The youth couldn't help but laugh. Then he made a solemn promise. "I'll find a better vessel. Just bear with it for now." Geniuses always surprise you. Qingling, in the puppet, was growing more and more interested in the youth's disguise. She instinctively took a puff from her pipe. "By the way," she said, "I can't believe he solved the binding barrier so fast. He even used soul injection. If that Zhao sorcerer knew about this, he'd be stunned speechless." Unlike Qingling's SOC, the youth watched the view, enjoying the scenery with the wheels clattering. Their group set off once more. The sun peeked out from the east. The youth's journey to Tiandehui began a new chapter, full of hope. Half a month later, the group was still traveling. But at some point, a figure appeared near them. Gutsan, in Xia Kaling, stared down. "Damn, why am I suffering?" He glanced at the Shikigami thread on his chest. "Because I'm his Shikigami. This line connects us. Whenever he gets too far, I feel uneasy. Maybe I instinctively know. If he dies, then I'll die too." So Gutsan knew very well he had to find a way to stay near that brat. But infiltrating the Tiandehui group was a huge problem. The youth was now a hostage of Tiandehui as his Shikigami. Finding him wasn't hard, but Gutsan feared sneaking into a place like Tiandehui. As Gutsan was at a loss, a flash of inspiration hit him. Xia Kaling is Facia sect master's granddaughter. Let me trek her memories. Pages flipped in his mind. The sound of pages flipping filled the air. Gutsan racked his brain for infiltration methods. After a long brainstorming session, but acting as a woman was bad enough. But being a man possessing a woman was bad enough. Now he'd have to act all delicate and charming. Gutsan scrapped that idea. Furious, he slapped the air. Scattered in all directions. Rocks and broken plants, scattered in all directions. The sudden noise caught the Tiandehui group's attention. Luckily, they thought it was just an animal. Gutsan covered his mouth. Gutsan, nearly discovered, covered his mouth. But one thing was strange. Tiandehui got what they wanted. They circled, collecting kids. Instead, they circled around collecting these underage kids. Gutsan felt dread. Maybe the youth's entry into Tiandehui. At the same time, the youth in the carriage was studying the secret manual Zhao Yigong gave him. But moments later, the moving carriage suddenly stopped. Someone outside shouted, "We've arrived at Tiandehui headquarters." Hearing this, the youth quickly tucked the manual away, then poked his head out the window. They saw the manor. They finally saw Tiandehui headquarters. It was a manor several times bigger than Ranmu Manor. First, a massive gate several zhang tall. The plaque bore 3 bold, powerful characters. Tiandehui Manor. Inside were many buildings. Pavilions and towers rose one after another, each seemingly serving a different purpose. Gazing at the towering gate. "This gate looks grand. This gate looks grand no matter when you see it. Then the Tiandihui group moved forward. Qingling suddenly asked. Qingling, in the puppet, suddenly asked, "Are you nervous?" Qingling warned him. You'd better be nervous. But you're still far off. Though half a month ago you were third rate. Your growth rate is impressive. But you're still far off. The youth thought for a moment. Can't I just absorb death energy lie at Ranma Manor? Just as he dreamed of getting stronger. You need enlightenment to grow. Death energy isn't enough. But a protagonist's life. You need enlightenment to grow. Death energy alone won't make you strong. You need to stay fully alert. Ordinary lives are usually dull. Something unexpected happened. They didn't use the main gate. Sure enough, before the youth posing as Mijinjian entered Tiandihui and headed elsewhere, their group didn't enter through the main gate. Instead, they bypassed the giant doors and headed elsewhere. He shouted, "Something's wrong," just as he wondered what was going on. Zhao Gong pushed open the carriage door. "And what's happening?" The youth turned to face him. "Master, what do you mean?" He pulled something out. Zhao Gong said, "No time to explain." He quickly pulled something from his chest and placed it in the youth's hand. Zhao Gong said seriously. The youth was stunned. "What is this?" Zhao Gong said seriously. "With this on, even without talismans, you can use techniques." The youth looked at the ring. "Why are you giving me this?" Zhao Gong forced a bitter smile. "Something ridiculous has happened. I thought you were a hostage, so this wouldn't happen." "Damn it," the youth looked confused. "I don't understand what you're saying." Zhao Gong adjusted his wooden helmet. "The Tiandihui leader sent you to Shishua Valley." Hearing this, the youth pictured a gruesome scene of corpses. Rivers dyed red with blood, countless youths dead around her. Zhao Gong explained, "Shishua Valley is an exam ground. Survival rate is under 10%. Hearing this, the youth stood before a mountain of corpses. He had a feeling most entering Shishua Valley would never come out alive. Zhao Gong clenched his fist. "I'll report to the master soon and get you out alone." Then he shouted, "You must do everything to survive." Just then, a sorcerer appeared, interrupting what Zhao Gong wanted to say. "That's enough. Except for those taking the exam, no one may enter or leave Shishua Valley." Hearing this, Zhao Gong could only stay silent. The sorcerer looked the youth up and down. "Hey, you proper little brat. Welcome to Shishua Valley." Moments later, the youths brought here, under Tiandihui's arrangement, marched in an orderly line toward Shishua Valley. Mushin rubbed his stiff neck. "Damn it, for half a month I've been moving while unconscious. I thought we'd finally arrived. Now where are they taking us?" Then he noticed a familiar figure ahead. As he tried to push through to ask what was going on, a Tiandihui member poked his back with a wooden blade, and barked, "Quiet down." Knowing when to yield, Mushin immediately shut up. Then he whispered to those around him, "Do you know where we're being taken?" The two beside him said, "No idea." Mushin muttered, "Damn, they even sealed my inner energy. At least tell us where we're going." Is this how Tiandihui treats hostages? The youth watched silently. He was exasperated by Mushin's recklessness, but his attention was drawn to the needle on the person ahead. Jin Men Lock. That's to block inner energy, right? Including me and Mushin. Everyone here has been stabbed. What are they planning? He pondered. Unable to figure it out, he quietly asked Qingling in the puppet. "Qingling, do you not know what's going on?" Qingling said, "How would I know what Tiandihui is lie? But one thing's certain, they never did this before. Still, be careful, kid. Something feels off." After traveling, the group arrived at a cliff face by nightfall. A platform had been set up there. Tiandihui members guarded the area. Burning torches lit up the night. The youth observed his surroundings. "I see people who joined us on the road. What's going on? Did they bring everyone here on purpose?" As the crowd buzzed with noise, the red-masked man saw it was time, and shouted, "This is the exam ground." The moment he said that, the youths below fell silent. The masked man spoke coldly. "From now on, you will take your exam here. In Shishua Valley, survival is under 10%. The red-masked man took out a bead. "Look carefully at this bead." Then he pointed at the she trim ahead. "Beads are scattered under the rocks. Within the time limit, those who don't find a bead are out." Someone raised his right hand. "Wait, we came from Sex to take the exam. If you don't explain properly and just tell us to find beads, we can't accept that." But before he could finish, the masked man hurled the bead at him. With a dull thud, the protester's head was pierced through. Blood splattered everywhere. His corpse crashed to the ground. In an instant, a living life was snuffed out. The youths all turned pale. The masked man sneered. Here, status, inner energy, and everything else mean nothing. You only obey. Disobey and die. Object and die. Get eliminated and you die too. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on everyone's faces. The youth looked grim, but the masked man's eyes flashed red. Everyone, welcome to Shishua Valley. Meanwhile, a restless Zhao Yigong paced his room. Damn it, why didn't you tell me? I've already taken him as my disciple. Beside him, Sun Yun rested his chin. It's useless. Have you seen the leader reverse a decision? Hearing this, Zhao Yigong fell silent. Sun Yun gritted his teeth. The leader's orders were absolute. We can only obey. Zhao Yigong thought. No, I must inform the Valley Master and get him out of there. I finally found a useful talent. I can't lose him just like that. Sun Yun sighed. He's more than just useful. That guy accomplished what no one in this society could. He revived the lost bloodline's sword art. After a century, said Sun Yusen. No matter how I think, I can't understand why the leader sent him to the valley with its strictest selection. Suddenly, a guess crossed Sun Yun's mind. Could it be a Tet? At the same time, the ghost-faced man lit incense, then announced the start of the exam. The youths in this life-or-death trial rushed out, fighting each other. The ghost-faced man stuck the incense. This burns for exactly 2 quarters. Also, the beads aren't per person, so it's best to find one quickly. Hearing this, the candidate sped up. Mu Yuqian ran with the crowd, but when he looked back, he saw something strange. His third brother, Mu Jingyun. Why was he standing there motionless? After hesitating for a second, Mu Yuqian ran forward. Damn it, forget it. So what if he's my half-brother? If I don't find a bead, I'll die. Time passed bit by bit. The burning incense crackled. The youth searched the shitrim, the tense atmosphere. You could almost hear heartbeats. Damn, how do we find those beads? Just then, a yellow-robed youth found one. He shouted excitedly. I found it. His success gave everyone a sense of relief. It gave the others hope. The youth laughed and ran to shore. Great, I'm saved. He even began to fantasize. How lucky I am. I was just trying to survive. Now the examiner will remember me. But his joy lasted a second. A blue-robed man grabbed his clothes. Give me what you found. But he wouldn't give up his chance. He tore free from the man's grip. Then scrambled toward the shore. The blue-robed man clenched his fists. You bastard. Stop right there. If I catch you, I'll beat you half to death. The youth glanced back at him. You think I'll let you take my bead? Little did he know, a threat lurked. As the two chased each other, the youth was about to reach shore. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun had blocked his path, seeming to rob him. A wolf ahead, a tiger behind. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun made the bead holder panic. What's going on? When did he get here? Was he waiting here from the start for someone to come out with a bead? The ghost-faced man watched the standoff. His dark eyes gleamed with bloodlust. Unknown thoughts hid behind his mask. Meanwhile, the blue-robed man caught up. He issued threats. You brat, stop right there. The youth thought it over. Finally, he put the bead in his mouth. Damn, you think you can take my bead? I won't let you win. The blue-robed man cursed loudly. You damn madman. But the next second, just as he was about to swallow it, the disguised youth grabbed his neck and lifted him high. Then, under everyone's gaze, the youth's ringed finger slashed across his neck. He said, too troublesome. Then tore his throat open. Blood sprayed out. A blood-soaked bead appeared in his hand. At that moment, the world turned red. The youth's throat was ripped open. Blood spurted like a fountain. Such a bloody scene stunned everyone present. The blue-robed man fell to the ground. Then he saw a sight he'd never forget. The youth's bloody hand twisted. The exam bead fell into his other hand. Then, covered in blood, he approached him. The ghost-faced man was speechless. Qingling, possessing the puppet, curled a smile. Seems an unexpected one has entered. Looking at the bead in his hand, the ghost-faced man was silent. Finally said, pass. He tossed the youth a token. Number 63, that's your number. The youth was startled. Then looked at the bead. Sure enough, it was engraved with 63. The ghost-faced man instructed. Each bead has a number. Remember, that's your name here. And the silver token I gave you proves you're the first stage's chief. Keep it safe with the bead. The youth glanced at the token marked 1. and the bead marking his identity, then tucked them into his chest. I understand. The next moment, a Tiandihui member led the youth to rest. The ghost-faced man stared after him, a righteous sect disciple. I was surprised at first. Why the leader sent a righteous brat here? I thought he'd be tormented and killed. Did the leader know he was like this? The ghost-faced man mused. Though he's from a righteous sect, he's more like one of us. I look forward to his future. Meanwhile, the youth at rest pulled out the silver token. Chief, survive and compete. This place has a low survival rate. Time passed. The youth glanced at the incense. The competition will get fiercer. Sure enough, as he thought, after his example, the candidates in the valley fought ruthlessly for the beads. Screams echoed through the valley. One youth got a bead, but was chased. A tattooed bald man appeared and slammed his head into a rock. Blood dyed the water red. He grabbed the bead, sneering at the pursuers. Come on, anyone who wants to die, bring it. Seeing him dominate, the Tiandihui members nodded. Finally, a decent one appears with those tattoos. He's from Zhu one of the Tiandihui's most infamous 3 organizations. Only about 30 members, but all are experts. Then a girl throwing stones stood out. That's Mao Huafang's chain kill. You noticed? Including Mao Huafang. They were once the 4 assassin groups, but no longer assassins. Now under Tiandihui, a big man also drew attention. The members guessed. He's from Beijing Gate. Known for Iron Fist Palace's external arts. They can't use inner chi now, but their brute strength is greater. Of course, besides them, others began showing their skills. This life or death exam forced them to fight desperately. The bead meant survival. Tiandihui's bloodthirsty valley, truly a place with under 10% survival. Even the first stage had bloody competition. The youths fought to the death for beads. The river grew murkier. The disguised youth, as chief, soon drew attention. The tattooed man approached him and threatened. Don't think you'll dominate the next stage. I'll personally take you out. The youth just smirked. He didn't care about the man at all. In the following time, the Mao Huafang woman and Beijing man passed. More people gathered on shore. As time went on, the first stage neared its end. The incense was down to a third. Those still searching grew desperate and fought even more viciously. Splash after splash sounded. Candidates fell into the water. A scene of chaos. As for Mu Yuqian, he didn't join the fights, but kept searching. Almost out of time. Where the hell is this bead? He even fantasized. Maybe if he revealed his status, they'd let him go. But seeing a bead holder killed, he gave up that foolish idea. Then, wondering why the man had a bead, yet was still killed, the Tiandihui member sheathed his blade, looking at the corpse in the river. He snorted. I told you not to question. Mu Yuqian was stunned. Others pieced together what happened. Someone found a bead the master threw. It had no number. The fool who was killed asked why there was no number, and got his head cut off. Meanwhile, the youth stood on the shore, extending his palm. No one knew what he was doing. What's that madman doing? Ignoring the chaos, he absorbed the death chi. Incantations murmured. Dark energies swirled. These whispers, like curses from the underworld, the death chi around, rushed toward him. As he predicted, this art needs no inner chi, so even with his chi sealed, he could use it here. He looked at the fighting youths. Their deaths became death chi, condensing into vast energy. What he absorbed at the stake couldn't compare to this. Watching them slaughter each other for the beads, he grew more excited. Kill more people. Just then, the incense was almost gone. The valley master announced, 1 minute remaining. At those words, those without beads panicked. After inner struggle, Mu Yuqian made his move. He found a bead holder and pinned him down, punching his face repeatedly until he stopped struggling. Then he stopped. But now, his young face was covered in blood. He looked at the bead, unsure whether to laugh or cry. His worldview, built at the stake, was beginning to crumble. The incense finally burned out. The Valley Master declared the exam over. Kill the eliminated ones. His voice was like a death knell. The Tiandihui members drew their blades. The youths with sealed chi were no met for the warriors. In moments, the eliminated fell into pools of blood. Mu Yutian was numb. He watched the once clear water slowly turn red with blood and those pleas for mercy before death. His heart was filled with many emotions, but when he tried to speak, he didn't know. Just then, a Tiandihui member approached. Mushin instinctively raised the orb. The man said, "Past," then patted Mushin on the shoulder and walked past him, continuing to carry out the Bleeding Valley Master's orders. Only at this moment did Mushin finally relax. He fell with a splash into the corpse-strewn Shi-Trim. "I'm saved, I survived." Then Mushin looked at his bloody hands, and the orb that signified his pass. The inexperienced youth trembled. "What have I done?" Everything had returned to the start. The surviving youths gathered below. The Valley Master clapped his hands. 468 remain. Not bad, not bad. A survival rate of about 60%. I sincerely congratulate those who passed. Hearing this, the examinees' faces lit up. But the Valley Master's next words made their expressions change drastically. "Now, let's begin the second trial." The moment these words were spoken, youths began to grumble. "So soon. First trial drained my strength." Mushin stood frozen in place. He glanced at the orb in his hand and cursed inwardly. "I barely managed to pass before I could celebrate. The second trial is here. What terrible luck." After a moment of commotion, the Bleeding Valley Master clapped to silence the crowd. "Quiet. The second trial is simple." He pointed toward the mountain range across from them. "From now until dawn, you must survive on that mountain." The youths who heard this turned to look at the tall mountain used for the trial and examined it carefully from top to bottom. They couldn't believe it. "We just need to survive. That's too easy." The Valley Master shattered illusions. "Of course, it's not just about lasting until the end. There are 40 flags in the mountain. At dawn, you must stand near a flag. 8 people can stand under each flag." The moment these words were spoken, the previously elated examinees all changed color. The Valley Master emphasized, "No more than that, and no fewer than that. 8, and only 8. Everyone else is eliminated." After hearing the rules, everyone began calculating. Mushin walked from the Shi-Trim to the shore. "There are 40 flags. About 500 people survived. That means at most 320 can survive. The second trial is essentially a team battle to seize and defend flags." At this moment, Mushin understood. The Tiandihui exam was never meant to let more people survive. This was their training. Only the truly strong who crawled out of mountains of corpses were qualified to join their ranks. Human life was like grass to these people, perhaps just symbols representing numbers. Seeing the youths understood the key points of the second trial, the Valley Master shouted, "Everyone, give it your all in the second trial." In the following moments, the surviving examinees began seeking suitable teams. A man approached the tattooed man and extended an invitation. "You're from Zhusha Valley. Want to team up?" The tattooed man sized up the speaker's appearance. "I don't remember him. He ranked low in the trial. So there's no need to team up with him." The tattooed man disdainfully told the man to get lost. He observed those around him. "The key to this trial is cooperation, whether in terms of strength or stamina. Teaming up with those who passed early is most advantageous." He quickly locked onto a target. He walked behind the brawny man from Beijing Gate. "Hey, Beijing Gate guy, I'll be direct. Team up with me. You know the key to the second trial is cooperation. To avoid wasting effort, let's form a capable team." The Beijing Gate brawny man pondered briefly, then scratched his head. "What you said makes sense, but I refuse." The tattooed man never expected to be rejected. The brawny man gave his reason. "I'll recruit after finding a flag." Of course, some things couldn't be said aloud. Though the Beijing Gate brawny man looked simple, he was actually rough on the outside but shrewd inside. "Since I'll have to fight this guy eventually, no need to reveal my skills." Hearing the Beijing Gate man refuse, the man felt his pride wounded. Frustrated, he issued a threat. "You'll regret this." The Beijing Gate brawny man waved his hand casually. "We'll see when the time comes." Next, the tattooed man invited the woman from Mao Hua workshop, but she told him to leave. This made the tattooed man furious. He was seething with anger. They don't appreciate kindness. But just then, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun. "My friend, would you lie to team up with me?" The tattooed man didn't expect him to approach first. "Does he think lie me? This proposal isn't bad. After all, it's first and second place teaming up." But something about him feels eerie. In the end, the tattooed man declined the youth. If the youth knew his thoughts, he would have agreed. "I cultivate death energy. Being eerie is my specialty." Originally, first and second place teaming up would benefit both, but the tattooed man from Zhusha Valley felt the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun was too sinister, so he rejected the invitation. Qinglin, who had been watching the whole time, clicked his tongue. You got rejected. The youth watched him walk away. What a pity. Qinglin then teased. Your act of ripping out someone's throat with your bare hands really scared them off. You should have gone easier. Now no one wants to team up with you. The youth glanced regretfully at the tattooed man. What a shame. I wanted to kill him. Just then, a spearman approached and extended an invitation. Want to come with us? We have 7 people, just need one more. He pointed to his team. What do you think? The youth turned to look at the team members. The only girl in the group waved at him. A smile curled at the corner of the youth's mouth. I agree. Seeing his third brother successfully found a team. Mushin sighed. Let him do what he wants. I found my teammates. No matter what, I must survive. The next moment, the war drum signaling the start of the second trial sounded. The examinees waded across the river. Though the sheet trim was littered with severed limbs, it couldn't stop them. Only by moving forward could they hope to survive. The Tiandihui members supervising sighed. Poor bastards. They'll soon realize. The first trial was easy. Good luck to them. Splash after splash sounded. The youths quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain that the Bleeding Valley Master had mentioned. A man in a hat glanced at the youth behind him, then asked the yellow-robed woman, Xiaohua, is it really okay to let someone like him join our group? The spearman beside him also had doubts. Yeah, I let him join as you said. The others resent him. Someone scoffed. Are you afraid too? The spearman felt angered. What did you say? As they were about to argue, the yellow-robed woman named Xiaohua intervened. Don't worry, trust me. Fools only know to reject him. But he should be used well. With him on our side, others won't dare touch us. Xiaohua's tone turned cold. Use him first, then dispose of him at dawn, just as we planned. Xiaohua had arranged for someone to follow from behind. After they eliminated him, that person would take his place. Besides, with 7 against 1 and his acupoints sealed, what can one man do? Feeling her plan was perfect, Xiaohua glanced back at the youth. If I use him and throw him away, that face of his would be a waste. Should I seduce him? With this thought, Xiaohua bounced over to the youth. You left a deep impression on me earlier. Where are you from? Can you tell me? I really like you. As she spoke, Xiaohua deliberately winked at the youth. She was filled with confidence. After all, he's a man. With a beauty like me seducing him, how could he not be tempted? It'll make others jealous, making them more loyal to me. Sure enough, just as she predicted, the remaining 6 in the team glared at the youth, wishing they were in his place. Why weren't they the ones favored by Xiaohua? But the next second, the youth wrapped his arm around Xiaohua's neck and smiled brightly. I lie you too. Hearing this, Xiaohua felt smug. This guy is quite bold. But his next words made everyone change expression. It's not just you I lie, but those ahead as well. The moment these words were spoken, Xiaohua and the others were confused by his meaning. But the youth, with a crack, forcefully snapped Xiaohua's neck. I'm so happy you came willingly. Then with a thud, the youth casually, like throwing away trash, dropped her to the ground. The remaining 6 were stunned speechless. This madman killed her. The sky seemed to turn blood red in that moment. The youth alone surrounded all 6 people. Under their terrified gazes, red light flashed in the youth's eyes. All right, time for a pleasant meal. Let me dig in. Nothing is harder to accept than watching your beloved die before your eyes. Seeing the youth who should have been their prey snapped Xiaohua's neck with his arm. The square-faced man in the group was enraged. You bastard. I'll kill you. The spearman beside him tried to stop him. Stop. Don't be impulsive. The slightly chubby man behind agreed. Yeah. If you act rashly, you'll fall into his trap. The spearman then analyzed the situation for the square-faced man. Even if she is dead, we still have 6. The advantage is ours. Hearing this, the square-faced man suppressed his anger. Thanks, I'm clear-headed. I almost fell for it. After helping his teammate compose himself, the spearman turned his gaze to the culprit. Join forces to defeat him. Make him pay for killing Xiaohua. The chubby man added. And make him die as painfully as possible. At this moment, the 6 surrounded the youth. The youth looked at the spearman with a half-smile. Honestly, I'm surprised. The spearman looked puzzled. The youth scoffed. After losing your leader, you'd be running around like headless chickens. But you're quite calm. The square-faced man clenched his fists tightly. You bastard. Let's see if you can still talk like this. After we beat you to a pulp. The boy didn't even deign to reply. He made his stance clear with action. With ghostly speed, he cut through them. He grabbed the square-faced man's head. They streaked in a straight line through the air. Finally, the man's head made intimate contact with a tree. The splashing blood showed their passion. A teammate died at the start. The remaining 5 changed expressions. They didn't need orders. Punching and kicking, they swarmed the boy frantically. Facing this situation, the boy showed no panic. He dodged the first man's punch, then slapped the second aside. At the same time, he grabbed the first man's ankle, swinging him around like a ferocious weapon. In no time at all, the group lost another. The remaining 3 ganged up on him. The spearman led the attack, while the capped man and chubby guy provided backup. The boy looked somewhat overwhelmed. Seeing this, the chubby man was overjoyed. Success. He's at a disadvantage. If we keep attacking, his defeat is only a matter of time. Little did they know, their assault posed no threat. Though the boy took a defensive pose, he was gathering strength in secret. Sure enough, the chubby man who was just feeling smug fell victim the next second. His neck was broken by a single punch. With a sharp snap, the chubby man with the broken spine collapsed uncontrollably. His throat choked with blood. Suffocation was his final destination. The spearman panicked at the sight. The boy's next target was him. A fist the size of a sandbag smashed into his shin. The spearman screamed in agony. His leg bone bent at a horrific angle. His once straight leg was now crooked. The next moment, the boy turned to the capped man. The capped man stepped back. His heart pounded with fear. I can't beat this monster whose brute force is second tier. Completely broken, the capped man turned and fled. Wishing his parents had given him 2 more legs. The spearman cursed him as a bastard. He despised those who abandoned teammates. Seeing the capped man fleeing further and further, the boy showed no intent to chase. He opened his palm and chanted under his breath, "Dark arts bind and capture, beyond mortal sight." Black threads entangled the man's legs, dragging him backward. No matter how he struggled, it was all in vain. The bloody marks were his final defiance. The terrified man had his neck snapped. The spearman was scared to tears. Watching the boy close in, he was filled with regret. When Xiaohua proposed the ambush, I should have stopped it. We messed with someone we had no business touching. Right at that moment, rustling sounds came from the woods. The boy stopped in his tracks, turning toward the source of the noise. His icy tone was tinged with madness. Ah, looks like there's another rat. Footsteps echoed in the dim forest. The spearman recognized the newcomer as the spy Xiaohua sent to tail them. He watched the boy reach into his tunic, and prayed silently in his heart. Run! Run and tell everyone to escape. Spread the word. Tell them there's a demon here. Meanwhile, the boy disguised as Mu Qingyun took out the demon monk in the doll. He formed seals and chanted, "Circle of power, lift the seal." As the incantation finished, a formation lit up beneath his feet. The demon monk's aura surged wildly. The spearman with the broken leg trembled violently. The boy lowered his gaze to the spearman, and under his terrified gaze, crushed his skull with one step. Blood stained the ground red. At the same time, the 9th person ran for his life. Having witnessed the killing spree, he felt the same as the spearman. That guy's a demon. I must warn everyone fast. We need to gather people to take him down. Just then, the 9th person felt a chill behind him. When he spun around, he found nothing unusual. Little did he know, true danger had already arrived. The demon monk had tracked him. Countless hands swarmed to grab him. He had no idea what was happening. He felt something grab his ankles and drag him forcefully into the dense woods. Actually, out of the 9th person's sight, the demon monk was the cause. Those hands swarmed over him like prey. Meanwhile, seeing the boy absorb death energy, Qingling chuckled softly. "You really are something, Zhongshan. I was wondering why you suddenly decided to do such troublesome work. So you had this in mind." The boy looked at Qingling. "Isn't this a great opportunity?" Then, the surviving 9th person somehow ended up here. Qingling recognized his core. "Why didn't you kill him, demon monk, but possessed him instead?" The boy figured out the intention. "Did you bring him here to make it easier for me to absorb death energy?" The demon monk nodded heavily. The boy offered his thanks. "Thank you so much." The demon monk drifted out of the body. The corpse slumped to the ground. The boy praised. "I only asked for one thing. I didn't expect you to think ahead. You are a good Shirshan." Hearing that, the demon monk shot Qingling a glance. Qingling swung her pipe and gave him a beating. That sight was amusing. The boy felt changes in his dantian. This feeling is amazing. Like a fullness that can't be digested, coupled with the satisfaction of a brimming dantian. It's simply fantastic. As the boy cleaned the crime scene, an 8-man squad unexpectedly sneaked over here. How could he let meals slip away? The boy kindly decided to let these 8 stay here forever. Their youth was frozen at this moment. A moment later, the boy sat on the pile of corpses. Covered in blood, he looked at the mountain beneath him with interest. "This is what a feast feels like. This mountain is a dining table. Leaving food is impolite. I'm going to eat it all." After all, by the rules, wasn't 7 people enough? At the same time, the Blood Valley chief led men to a cave. Torches lit up the cavern. A withered elder appeared before the chief. A raspy voice sounded, "Chief of Blood Valley, you've arrived." The chief nodded at the greeting. The old man warned him, "The torch is too bright." The chief understood the old man. So he had two subordinates stand guard outside while he walked deeper with the elder. Footsteps echoed through the cavern. They finally stopped in front of a cage. Looking at the creature inside, the chief asked, "Is everything ready?" The elder nodded slightly. "Rest assured." In the cave, the monster in the cage. The chief's eyes turned red. "This one is more dangerous than the last." The elder beside him nodded. "You'd better not get too close. Even locked up. This thing is extremely dangerous." Seeming to sense an unfamiliar aura approaching, the monster let out low whimpers. The old man looked grave, though not its true form. "It is still a fierce beast." Hearing, "fierce beast," the chief looked thoughtful, something more ferocious than a beast. The elder then called out the monster's name, Jeju. "I brought it from the North Sea near Behu Mountain. Demons and ghosts." Hearing its name called, Jeju roared to the heavens. The chief muttered, "That's good," then turned to leave. Before departing, he left instructions. "Wait for my signal, then release it." Meanwhile, the boy was hunting for death energy. He was quite lucky to find the flag needed for his mission amid an 8-man squad. Corpses were scattered by the flag. The boy diligently boosted his cultivation, unbothered. Qingling asked then, "What are you planning next? Are you carrying the flag away?" The boy walked up to the flag and shook his head slightly. "That might be difficult. The pole is connected to an iron ball. If I want to carry it, I'd have to snap the pole. But if it's not a complete flag, I won't pass the exam." Qingling bit her pipe. "Then you need to break this flag. Besides your own group, you didn't plan on letting others pass." The boy replied, "Exactly. He didn't need this flag right now. Who would have thought?" While inspecting the flag, he spotted something on the pole. Inscriptions were carved there. Sword finger incantation of the 3 lines. Upper scholar 5-note sword method. Awaken to avoid disaster. Hearing these words, Qingling pondered softly. "These are sword array formulas." The boy stared at the flag. "Is this a formation? Is this some kind of formation?" Qingling nodded. "Right, but the moves seem incomplete." Pausing for a moment, Qingling continued, "If there are only these moves, then the 4 vital points of Kunlun and Weizhou will have vulnerabilities. As a result, setting up the array will fail. Why would they carve incomplete sword moves on the flagpole?" The boy pondered with his sharp mind. "Could the rest be on other poles? There might be other flags with sword moves on them." Following the boy's line of thought, Qingling said, "Zhongsheng, that's possible. If there are other formulas, that's a different sheet to read. They want you to find other flags." The boy stroked the characters. There must be a hidden quest. The boy formed a bold guess. Perhaps the others who found flags know about this too. When everyone searches for flags, they'll run into Blood Valley. Did the chief intend to instigate a brawl? At that thought, the boy found the second trial getting more interesting. Using his hand as a blade, he snapped the pole in half. "Things are getting troublesome, but I've figured out their routine, so it doesn't matter." Yet after the pole broke, the boy made a discovery. "There's a spell seal on this pole." Qingling frowned slightly upon hearing this. "A spell seal? Could this be a trap?" The boy shook his head. "Doesn't look like a trap. The spell released when I broke it. Not triggered. These poles are some kind of switch. The moment he destroyed it, it triggered a chain reaction." In the night, the boy seemed to hear beasts running, accompanied by howling noises. It gave one an eerie, chilling feeling. Sensing something was wrong, the boy turned toward the sound. "Looks like besides these, there's something else." Meanwhile, the tattooed man was conquering territory. The opposing Tim lost their ability. The tattooed man sneered. "Ha, is that all your strength? Since you had the courage to challenge me, show some real grit." Facing the steadily closing tattoo-faced man, beaten black and blue, the leader gritted his teeth. Damn it, even with his internal chi seal, is he still this strong? The bleeding youth beside him looked utterly terrified. People from Cinnabar Valley really are different. Righteous factions have ways, villains have means. Showing no mercy has always been the style of Cinnabar Valley's tattoo-faced man. He stepped forward, toward the battered group. "What are you staring at? Attack. Or should I come over?" The youths exchanged glances. "If this keeps up, we're wiped out." They gave a slight nod, and the leader yelled, "Run!" Those able to move all fled into the distance. Seeing this, the tattooed man wore a cold smirk. "Did I say you could leave? You could waltz in whenever you please, but leaving won't be easy." The tattooed man led his members, and caught up with them in just 2 or 3 seconds. He burst into wild laughter. "Catch them all. Kill them and put them on display. That should make others too scared to dare challenge us. So go on and die quietly. We need you to make a sacrifice." At these words, the leader gritted his teeth hard, pondering how to shake the pursuer. He didn't know a crisis was about to claim him. The next moment, under everyone's terrified gaze, the fleeing leader was snatched by the jaws of a boar-like monster. From the tattooed man's perspective, the beast looked like a wild boar, its body covered in thorn-like fur, blood-red eyes and protruding tusks. Blood-stained fangs heightened the horror. It gave off an apex predator's aura. Everyone present held their breath. The tattooed man motioned everyone back, terrified of drawing the monster's attention. Without their internal chi, they couldn't kill this thing. Yet the more tense the air, the easier to make a mistake. A young man behind the tattooed man stepped on and snapped a branch. The crisp snap shattered the silence. Realizing danger, he broke into a sweat. He turned his stiff neck and glanced at the monster. Greeted by that blood-stained, gaping maw, and a soul-shaking roar, the tattooed man decided instantly and ordered everyone to flee. Yet strangely enough, the monster didn't give chase. The tattooed man was quite baffled. Just as he wanted to figure out what was going on, he noticed a conflicted look on the beast. After falling silent for 4 or 5 seconds, the boar-like monster ultimately gave up hunting the tattooed man and his group. Someone dropped their jaw in SOC. What's going on? Why did it just walk away? The tattooed man, like survivors of a disaster, had no idea. Damn it. How would I know? Then, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck the tattooed man's mind. He turned to look behind them. That monster seemed to look at something behind us. Before it left, behind them stood the flag for the second trial. Could there be a secret in this flag? Meanwhile, having given up on the tattooed man, the boar monster resumed its hunt. Most candidates it targeted met their doom in its jaws. After witnessing his companion being killed with his own eyes, a green-robed youth cursed while desperately speeding up. Because his chi was sealed, he couldn't use lightness skills. The green-robed youth screamed frantically inside. What on earth is that thing? Why did a monster like that have to show up? The next moment, a pair of black boots entered the green-robed youth's vision. The youth was ecstatic at the sight. Someone ahead. Am I saved? Clinging to the hope of survival, the green-robed youth cried out for help to the youth not far away. A monster is chasing me. Can you help? He didn't know. The youth disguised as Mujinha was doing the same as the monster. Dry rations delivered to the door must never be wasted. The green-robed youth's neck was snapped on the spot by the youth. At this moment, the boar-like monster had caught a meeting of kindred spirits. The two monsters exchanged a soulful gaze. The youth casually tossed the green-robed youth's corpse aside and asked Qingling, "What is this thing?" Qingling thought for a moment. Though it's my first time too, judging by its appearance and cry, it's a Jeju beast. Hearing the name Jeju, the youth cautiously observed the monster opposite. Qingling shared what she knew. Legend has it that Jeju loves gnawing on human heads and is a fiend inhabiting the Beihu Mountain and northern sea regions. An encounter between apex predators usually begins with assessing strength, followed by a fatal strike. Yet the Jeju lunged like a fierce tiger right off the bat. Clearly, it took the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun for a new beat. With a bang, the Jeju's tusks gouged the ground. The youth flipped with nimble footwork. Right after, the youth in midair formed hand seals. The incantations shifted continuously. The ice beam arrays of the 9-word secrets appeared one by one. Then the 4 winds sealing technique based on these 4 Taoist mantras instantly deployed. At this moment, the arena flooded with profound light. The Jeju trapped in the 4 winds sealing technique realized something was wrong. The youth clenched his fists to control the formation, shouting a command aloud. In an instant, the 4 winds sealing technique began to rapidly contract. The Jeju's massive body was squeezed until it howled in agony. As the youth increased the pressure, the Jeju couldn't even manage to open its mouth wide. It could only emit muffled groans. Who would have thought that in the next second, an unexpected scene unfolded before the youth. The Jeju, in a desperate plight, actually used its claws to tear open the barrier of the sealing technique. With a clanging sound, it actually broke through the restriction of the array. The energy dispersion triggered by the Jeju breaking the array was immense. The youth's body was pushed back uncontrollably, sliding a long distance across the ground before steadying his stance. At this moment, the standoff returned to that initial soulful gaze. The Jeju and the youth circled each other in mutual wariness. Both sensed a tricky opponent. After a stalemate, just when the youth thought the Jeju would attack again, it unexpectedly chose to leave, leaving the youth puzzled. Qingling offered an explanation. It regards you as troublesome prey. Then the youth looked at the ring on his index finger. That aside, I didn't expect the spell to be broken so easily. If it's just a fierce beast, I should subdue it easily. Qingling thought a moment. I've heard adult Jeju are classified as fierce beasts. Judging by its size, it should grow into an adult before long. You could say it's currently between a fierce beast and a monstrosity. The youth scratched his head. Things are getting troublesome. Qingling chuckled softly. The spell didn't work. So you're scared. If anything happens, I am here, my lord. What are you afraid of? Yet the youth shook his head slightly. I don't mean that. I feel like my prey is going to be snatched away completely. Following his gaze, everywhere the Jeju passed was littered with candidates' corpses. Seeing this, the youth let out a breath of foul air. Looks like I need to hurry up before that guy eats everything and leaves nothing. Meanwhile, the tattooed man and his members dug the flag out completely. The youth responsible for carrying the iron ball complained. Is it necessary to go this far? Lie, you said. We should indeed look for techniques written on other flags. But wouldn't cutting off just the top half and taking it be enough? The tattooed man said firmly, stop talking nonsense. Do as I say. If I'm right, you'll thank me in the end. Hearing this, the tattooed man's companions were thoroughly baffled. However, they would soon understand the tattooed man's deeper meaning. Because the Jeju blocked their path. Facing the returning Jeju, the companion asked for his opinion. Brother Yen, what should we do now? The tattooed man, Brother Yen, told everyone to stop in their tracks and stay put. He wanted to test his hypothesis. Sure enough, seeing the red flag in their midst, the Jeju immediately turned around, abandoned the hunt, and chose to walk away. Seeing this, the youths couldn't figure out why this happened. Brother Yen stated with confidence, "You see that? These flagpoles seem to have a device that drives that thing away. We must hurry now. Though we don't know how many people have figured this out, but a few should have noticed the secret of the techniques." Just as Brother Yen thought, the woman from Maohua House, the brawny man from Beijing Gate, Mu Yuqian's and a few unknown fellows had found the writing on the flags. Meanwhile, members of the Heaven and Earth Society were gathering the youths who died in the first trial onto carts. Their corpses were piled like cargo and hauled toward a direction. Cartloads of corpses rolled along the mountain paths. Upon reaching the destination, the withered elder who had met with the Blood Valley chief and affixed talismans to corpses while issuing an instruction: "Throw the talismans down the cliff, and whatever you do, don't look down while throwing them." Disposing of bodies for the lower ranks of the Heaven and Earth Society was an essential skill. The corpses hauled from the mountain were thrown down one by one. Among them, a newcomer couldn't help asking his companion about the doubt in his heart. "Senior, these corpses could clearly be burned directly. Why drag them all the way here and throw them down the cliff?" The man opposite him rebuked sternly. "Just do what you're told. Why ask so many questions?" The newcomer muttered an apology. The veteran member opposite him shook his head slightly. "I'm not too sure either, but it's like this every exam. Word is that the ambient energy here gathers in one place." Hearing this, the newcomer became even more puzzled. "What does that mean?" The veteran shared his guess. "I'm not clear either. They say these corpses become nourishment." Yet the next second, thinking of something, the veteran cut off his words. "Stop being so curious. 4 people at the bottom lie us. Asking questions brings trouble." Though the newcomer answered in agreement, his heart grew even more curious about the matter. Nourishment, what did that mean? Could it be that during every exam, they threw corpses down the cliff like this? There were over 100 corpses. Just how many bodies were piled at the bottom of that cliff? At this moment, the newcomer seemed deeply drawn to something down the cliff. His consciousness slipped away. His body uncontrollably wanted to jump off the cliff. Luckily, the withered elder noticed the anomaly in time. He patted the newcomer's shoulder. The newcomer's consciousness snapped awake instantly. Having narrowly escaped death, he was terrified out of his wits. "When did I walk over here?" The withered elder's voice then sounded from behind. "Didn't I say not to look down? To warn everyone." The elder reminded them again. "Remember, never look down, or you'll be bewitched." Howling winds continuously blew up from the bottom of the cliff. An immensely terrifying and dreadful presence seemed to exist down there. Meanwhile, Mu Yuqian's group met the Jeju. Fortunately, protected by the red flag behind them, they avoided being devoured. Watching the Jeju unexpectedly turn and leave, the youths guessed if it was full. Mu Yuqian sank into thought. "To guard the flag, we've lost 2 companions. And now we have to deal with a monster like that." At this moment, Mu Yuqian felt a deep lack of confidence in himself. His heart was filled with doubt. "Can I really survive here?" Fortunately, Mu Yuqian wasn't someone who wallowed in self-pity. After struggling with confusion for a brief moment, he stopped dwelling on it and observed his surroundings. Something feels off. If they fought someone, or got eaten by that monster, bodies should be headless, or show signs of a struggle. Yet among the bodies seen on the way here, some had necks cleanly snapped. Realizing this, Mu Yuqian looked up into the distance. Layers of thick fog seemed to envelop him. What is happening in this mountain? At the same time, the youth absorbing death energy from the corpses looked annoyed. He muttered a couple of words under his breath. Qingling's cold voice rang out. "The death energy? That's natural, because you're absorbing it from corpses killed by Jeju. It's practically eating someone else's leftover scraps." The youth silently stood up. "We can't keep going like this." Possessing the puppet, Qingling looked up at the youth. The youth made a bold decision. "I'm going to get rid of Jeju. I must kill him." Qingling pondered upon hearing this. "Leave this matter to me. Without internal energy, even you would inevitably struggle in a fierce battle." The youth pulled out the puppet. "You'll help me?" Qingling nodded. "Let me out first then." The next moment, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun cast the 9 secrets. At the same time, he formed hand seals. Abyss manifest, return to the spring. As the seal was undone, a massive surge of bloody aura welled up around This bloody aura was extremely active and condensed into a shape. Qingling's figure made a stunning grand entrance. Now that is what you call a flashy entrance. Following that, a somewhat stiff Qingling struck a difficult stretching pose. "It's certainly more comfortable out here than trapped in that puppet." The youth ignored this seductive scene. "You'll be back soon, right?" Qingling snapped. "Why the rush?" Then she soared into the sky, leaving behind a remark. "Fine, I'll go and be right back." Moonlight lie water, moon hanging high. Qingling was puzzled to deal with Jeju alone. Strange, why can't I find him? He was just a step away from becoming a monster, so he should be easy to track. Where on earth did he go? Suddenly, an overwhelming murderous aura in the distance disrupted Qingling's train of thought. At first she was startled, then the corners of her mouth curved up. She muttered to herself, "Though I don't know who, there's a maniac over here." A moment later, Qingling returned to the youth's location, brimming with excitement. Seeing this, the youth asked, "Did you find Jiju?" Qingling shook her head. "No. However, I found something much more interesting than Jiju." Hearing this, the youth was baffled. And Qingling took the lead. "Follow me." Clad in red, Qingling drifted through the night. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun followed closely behind. The wooden bridge creaked under their steps. They quickly crossed the steep cliffs. Carriage tracks caught the youth's attention. He wondered if someone had hauled something up the mountain. However, as the youth reached the end of the wheel tracks, when he saw the dark chi rising from the bottom of the cliff, his eyes were filled with SOC. Right now, the place where they stood was covered in yellow talisman seals. These talismans seemed meant to keep whatever was at the bottom from breaking out. Qingling said seriously, "Zhongshan, do you know what a goo poison jar is?" The youth turned to look. "How could I not? Goo poison is made by putting dozens or hundreds of toxic creatures in a jar, waiting for them to slaughter, until only one is left. The most venomous creature that survives is the goo poison." Qingling looked down into the depths of the cliff. "That goo is right down there." As she said this, as if to confirm Qingling's words, wails echoed from the depths. It sounded like countless wronged souls crying out for help. "Save me. I don't want to disappear." Every soul was bound by chains, forced to fight uncontrollably, devouring one another. Only when they grew powerful could they break free from their cage. Afterward, the surviving souls would continue to consume new prey, while the weak became nourishment. Seeing this, the youth was stunned. "Are these iron chains?" Qingling nodded. "You've used that secret technique, the one used to trap souls in the mortal realm. Isn't that how Guken was saved?" The youth felt deeply moved. "If you use a soul-binding technique to gather them all, does it create a space-lion abyss where they devour each other? This spectacle is magnificent." "It's the method used for goo poison." Qingling offered a guess. "Perhaps the goo born here will be a Qingling-level vengeful spirit." Then she guided him. "Now's your chance. While death energy is thickest, hurry up and reach out to absorb it." Who would have thought the youth's next move would SOC Qingling? He climbed over the talisman barrier, acting as if he intended to jump off the cliff. Qingling was startled. "Zhongshan, what are you doing?" The youth's eyes were filled with madness. "No need to just stand outside eating leftovers. Right. Going right inside to absorb it would be much more satisfying." Qingling sharply scolded him. "Have a death wish. The vengeful souls down there have already entered. A torrent of corruption through mutual devouring. If you jump in, you'll be devoured. You'll be eaten instead." The youth turned back and smiled at Qingling. "Didn't you say at my level? Even if I entered the gathering, I couldn't accomplish anything." These words left Qingling silent. The youth looked down the cliff. "Even if it's just a little, anything that raises my chances of successful revenge is worth risking my life for, isn't it? Besides, to be honest, this place is too tempting. I don't want to miss it." Next moment, as Qingling watched in horror, the youth dropped a line, "Then I'll be going ahead," and resolutely jumped off. Down in the depths, the vengeful souls were screaming wildly. They sensed flesh and blood, a living human, a breakthrough, the chance to leave this place, even with a sliver of hope. These spirits won't give up. They lunged at the youth like they'd seen a priceless treasure. Terrified of missing a meal, the youth remembered the scene of Zaoyagong gifting him the ring. "Wear this and you can use incantations even without talismans." According to Qingling, the ring held spell power. The next moment, as spirits were about to swallow him, his hand seals shifted constantly. A barrier based on the Taoist 9 secrets isolated him. Countless spirits surged outside the golden barrier. Inside, the youth remained calm. "So this is a barrier. It pushes away approaching spirits. Pretty useful, isn't it? When God closes a door, He opens a window for you." The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun, though lacking emotions, possessed a comprehension of things beyond ordinary people. Relying solely on self-study from manuals, he had mastered many arcane arts unimaginable to others, using death energy as a guide, and Taoist secrets as foundation. The youth who jumped off successfully cast a barrier on his very first try. Golden radiance enveloped him. Wave after wave of spirits could only churn outside the barrier, unable to breach it at all. With the most troublesome problem solved, the youth continued downward to enjoy this deep-level feat. The spirits swirling around him followed closely behind, determined not to give up. At the bottom was a lake. The youth plunged into the water with a splash. He shook off the land spirits, but drew the gaze of water ghosts. Thud, thud, thud sounds rang out. That was the sound of water ghosts frantically slamming into the golden barrier. These water ghosts didn't give up even when bounced off, and kept charging back. They swarmed forward persistently, trying to drag him down. According to the Book of Yin and Yang, evil entities in water are far more persistent and dangerous than normal ones. Seeing it with his own eyes, the youth felt it was indeed true. Next moment, growing somewhat impatient with the harassment, the youth cast the Buddhist art, Vajra. He looked like a descending Buddhist warrior, flashing with golden light that purified the water ghosts. Then with a loud bang, the youth broke out of the lake, fry from the water ghost. The shore of the lake was piled high with bodies lie mountains. Yet just as the youth rejoiced at making it ashore, an unexpected event occurred. Flesh vines made of water ghosts burst out of the lake, grabbed the youth by the ankle, and dragged him back toward the water. The youth's body slid across the ground uncontrollably. At this critical moment, a flash of red descended as Qingling struck casually, severing the flesh vine gripping the youth's ankle. With her meal snatched away, the water ghosts in the lake shrieked angrily. Qingling let out a cold snort. Small fries dare snatch my man. He belongs to me. Qingling cursed. Scram. Then with a wave of her delicate hand, a blast of blood chi blew the water ghosts to smithereens. Having dealt with them, Qingling cast a haughty glance at the youth. If you recklessly jump down. Before Qingling could finish her sentence, the youth interrupted her. You came just in time. Qingling looked bewildered. The youth chuckled lightly. I dared to jump down because I knew you'd help. As he said this, Qingling was instantly furious, gnashing her teeth. Feeling a dull ache in her chest, she shouted angrily, you hateful stinky Zhongsha. The youth burst out laughing. Qingling in this state is cute. Pausing briefly, he surveyed his surroundings. The situation is better than expected. Then, the youth stared at Qingling in slight surprise. None of the spirits dare approach. Is it because of the difference in our ranks? You really are formidable. Qingling was also observing everything around them. You think I said this was dangerous? Because of these weak things. Seeing his blank expression, Qingling warned him, take a close look around. Massive numbers of vengeful souls lurked in the surroundings. Some stood, others hid in the shadows. Their appearances long lost to human form. To sum it up in one sentence, raw evil was no longer suppressed. Their inner greed had completely merged with their outer appearance. That was a craving for flesh, a desire to devour souls. Qingling swept her gaze over the surrounding spirits. Spirits eager to consume. Fear nothing at all. I can't keep you safe in this torrent. Qingling paused for a moment, then looked in one direction, especially right at the center of that black vortex. If you enter there, you'll likely find it hard to walk out unscathed, so you'd better just give up and stop here. Yet the youth shook his head. If it's right here, it should be fine. Under her astonished gaze, the youth unbuttoned his top as if no one else was there. Qingling blushed and closed her eyes. What on earth are you doing? The youth felt his own back, uttering a strange remark. Ever since they pinned these in, I've wanted to try this. Hearing this, Qingling opened her eyes in astonishment, and watched as the youth found the location of the soul-locking pins, then used the spell energy to suck the silver needles right out. Seeing the youth do this, without batting an eye, Qingling involuntarily dropped her jaw. Did you just pull out the soul-locking pins driven into your spine? The youth nodded slightly. Yeah, I feel much better. Qingling was utterly shocked. Not only is this dangerous, it must be agonizingly painful. And on top of that, he actually thought of utilizing spell energy this way. I am simply left speechless by him. They say pulling one pin feels amazing. Pulling all feels even more euphoric. The youth disguised as Mu Jingya made quick work of it. He removed all the silver needles pinned along his spine. Clattering sounds echoed continuously in the air. That was the sound of silver needles hitting the ground. Looking at the wailing death energy radiating from the youth, Qingling couldn't help but grit her teeth. Just look at this kid. When his energy gates were sealed, who knew how much death energy he had actually stored up? It completely exceeds my imagination. If he can digest it all, he could even reach the pinnacle entry-level tier. Thinking of this, Qingling glanced at the vortex. Moreover, because this kid's death energy is so dense, ordinary entities wouldn't dare approach him at all. Perhaps he can pull this off. Then the youth dressed again. Fried from the silver needles, his face broke into a smile. That feels much more comfortable. Hearing this, Qingling asked, could it be you've been holding it in all this time? The youth nodded silently. I heard experts can sense other people's auras, so just to be safe, I kept it suppressed the whole time. But here, we won't be discovered. Qingling suddenly realized, so you didn't just jump down blindly after all. Still, it's very dangerous. I think we should deal with the surrounding vengeful spirits first. Who knew the youth would shake his head slightly? That would take too long. Besides, isn't the fish head said to be the most delicious part? With that said, the youth looked toward the center of the vortex not far away. Since the head is delicious, naturally we should eat the head first. Hearing this, Qingling curled her lip. You're truly a madman. Does that look like a fish? The youth looked at Qingling. Will you help me? Qingling let out a ha. You have a death wish, don't you? Though she complained. Deep down Qingling somewhat agreed with the youth's decision. This actually wasn't a bad choice at all. If we can devour that thing, it could shorten years of cultivation. Pondering slightly, Qingling stroked her hair. I'll help draw its attention. You just need to push forward toward the target. The youth murmured a thank you. Qingling took a deep drag on her pipe. Devour it with all your might. The next moment, boundless blood chi erupted from her body. When she opened her eyes again, blood streamed down from her eye sockets. The blood domain and eerie realm invaded the space. In an instant, vengeful spirits scattered in terror. As Qingling erupted with power, the vortex launched a counterattack. Massive iron chains lashed out from within. Qingling urged the youth to act quickly while she took charge of drawing the fire. Immediately after, the youth's figure darted through the chains like a ghost. His speed was extreme. In just a few breaths, he dashed in front of the vortex. The entrance at the center of the vortex resembled a giant spirit's mouth. Countless spirits wailed hysterically within. Ghostly cries assaulted the youth's mind. If this were an ordinary person, they would have long since gone mad and died of torment. Fortunately, the youth was emotionally detached. He ignored the spirits, and charging through that terrifying sound, plunged straight into the depths of the vortex. Covered by a heavy shroud of death energy, the youth arrived in a new world, an endless crimson wasteland, littered with skeletal remains. Could this be the center? Following his line of sight, we witnessed a terrifying sight. Skulls were piled into mountains, and corpses numbering beyond count were stacked all around. A spine-chilling scene lay ahead. A grotesquely ugly giant beebi was feeding. Its food was none other than those human corpses. The bodies in the beebi's hands looked like bite-sized snacks, popping them into its mouth. It ate with sheer delight. At this moment, some vengeful spirits tried to escape their fate of being devoured, but the iron chains binding them were tightly grasped in the giant beebi's hands. Crunching sounds rang out repeatedly, witnessed by the youth. The giant beebi swallowed vengeful spirits into its abyss-like mouth as if they were candy. The youth felt a surge of emotion, dragging vengeful spirits over and eating them directly. Could this thing be what dwells at the center of the torrent? Yet right as the youth was pondering, the beebi's yellowish eyeballs noticed this uninvited intruder. At first, the giant beebi thought this was just regular rations, but the next second, a spine-chilling gaze appeared on its face. It widened its blood-filled maw and lunged wildly at the youth. To eat a living human. This was the greatest crisis the youth posing as Mu Jingyun had faced since descending the mountain. As the giant monster from the vortex center lunged like a fierce tiger, the iron chains clutched in its hands quickly bound his body. No matter how he struggled, it was all to no avail. Then, the giant beebi greedily opened its abyss-like mouth and swallowed the chain-bound youth straight into its jaws in one gulp. The giant beebi put immense force into this movement, nearly tumbling to the ground. Luckily, using hands and feet alike, it barely steadied its stance. At this moment, the giant beebi monster was immensely smug. A foolish human actually dared to barge in here alone. I'm going to chew you up bones and all and swallow you down. Yet the youth inside the giant beebi's mouth chuckled softly. Well, our thoughts met. Hearing this, a mask of agony quickly twisted the giant beebi's fat face. It couldn't fathom what kind of tricks the food in its mouth could still pull. Meanwhile, the youth removed the ring from his index finger, then channeled the scarlet ink divine curse, detonating the cursed power stored inside the ring. At the same time, a sneer echoed out, "I'm here to devour you too." The next moment, with a loud bang, the energy from the detonated curse blew open the giant beebi's massive jaws. The excruciating pain made it shriek and howl wildly. The youth propped his hands against the giant beebi's mouth, and his following words were dripping with sarcasm. "What a shame. Stuffing me into your mouth was your biggest mistake. The method to directly absorb vengeful spirit aura is to absorb the aura from within their bodies." Without wasting breath on the monster, the youth immediately unleashed his divine technique to devour it. Who would have thought that in the next second, a sudden change would occur? Pairs of purplish cyan hands protruded from its throat and grabbed the youth's arms. "Did you really think I'd let you do as you please?" In the blink of an eye, the hunter became the prey. More and more palms emerged from the giant beebi's throat, leaving the youth with no chance to continue his devouring technique. And he was dragged down into the esophagus by those little hands. Having accomplished this, though tears still lingered in the corners of its eyes, the giant beebi was thoroughly pleased with its own strength. A human dares to be arrogant. I'll make you experience the agony of being eaten alive. Just swallow you whole. Sinking deeper and deeper, the youth fought desperately to halt his downward momentum. Yet all efforts proved futile. However, in the next second, his consciousness arrived in a new world. A place bathed in golden light, where the youth witnessed a bizarre scene. A man conversed with his two sons. The descendants of the other martial kings have also decided to join. Hearing this, the youth was puzzled, while the middle-aged man continued speaking. "All of this is to fulfill our sect's long-cherished ambition. You must lead and obey orders." The elder son nodded first, then replied, "I understand." His brother clenched his fists. "Brother, I'll stick by your side." Seeing this, the youth finally understood what kind of place this was. It turned out to be the past memories of the vengeful spirit that swallowed him. In the vision, the younger brother continued cheering on his older brother. "As your older brother's right-hand man, I must prop up our family." As time passed, the two brothers encountered the very same first trial the youth had faced. All the examinees fought tooth and nail for survival orbs. The older brother secured an orb and handed it to his younger brother. At this, the younger brother hesitated slightly. "Brother, if you give this to me, what will you do?" The brother's voice was hurried. "I can find another one. You go first." After some arguing between the brothers, the older brother ultimately shoved the survival orb into his younger brother's hand. "There's no time left. Hurry and go while no one is trying to snatch it from you. I'll find a bead and catch up immediately. Hurry and go." Within the youth's field of vision, the younger brother finally gritted his teeth and ran toward the shore, while the older brother continued searching the she-trim for a survival orb. Witnessing this scene, the youth couldn't help feeling emotion. A stern father and an adorable younger brother who adored him. So this was how he came to the blood-drinking valley. Yet during the second trial, in the battle for banners, the younger brother stabbed his older brother in the back. Lifting a heavy stone, the younger brother roared hysterically, "Damn bastard. If you die, everything goes smoothly. You always flaunt having everything and hypocritically pity me. You were just born a little earlier than me, that's all. Hearing these words, the older brother tried to explain, yet the younger brother didn't give him any chance at all. The hard stone relentlessly smashed against the older brother's head. Splatterings of fresh blood made the younger brother look just like a demon. Just like that, the older brother's skull was smashed to pieces by the younger brother with a rock. And the younger brother turned and left without ever looking back. Watching the older brother's corpse loaded onto a carriage, the youth felt a whirlwind. This vengeful spirit failed to notice his younger brother's suspicion and jealousy, and thus died at the hands of his own flesh and blood. Fratricide. Stabbed in the back by the beloved younger brother he cherished. The older brother, former incarnation of the giant bee by monster, thought he would die right as there. His body was tossed off the cliff. His soul suffered an even more terrifying ordeal. Countless vengeful spirits swarmed frantically toward him. As for what happened next, the soul-only older brother felt as though he'd been thrown into a nest of poisonous goo insects. He couldn't comprehend why he had to endure such torment even after dying. Listening to the hungry, desperate ghostly cries of the surrounding vengeful spirits, the older brother could only clutch his head and evade it all. Why must I be eaten by others even in death? Am I destined to be nothing more than food? No, rather than perish. Explode in silence. The older brother's vengeful spirit ultimately cast aside all humanity. His appearance morphed into the same vicious, hideous visage as the ghosts around him. Crimson bloodshot eyes and sharp teeth vented his unwillingness. I will never be eaten. The next moment, rising in rebellion, the older brother set his sights on the youth nearby. If everything is eaten in death, then I will defy fate itself. I will turn the tables and devour everything here. Little hands lunged at the youth, attempting to drag him down into the older brother's abyss. At this moment, the giant bee by monster underwent a complete metamorphosis. What it wanted to devour wasn't just the vengeful spirits and the youth before it, to swallow them all whole, leaving not a single one behind. Because only then would nothing ever be able to devour it again in the future. At this moment, the emotions of countless vengeful spirits surged forth like lingering attachment, regret, anger, and grievance. The hatred of vengeful spirits accumulated over a dozen years swept over the youth like a violent storm. Along with all of this, even the emotions of that vengeful spirit trying to consume the youth were transmitted over. The youth clearly understood that those emotions were purely about revenge. Pondering in his heart, the youth closed his eyes. Caught within the torrent, he extended his right hand. The divine technique within the Huisi scripture quietly activated. Step 5, shifting the mandate to center the heart. In an instant, a golden radiance enveloped the youth. Outsiders could no longer see what was happening inside at all. Meanwhile, the energy erupting from the center of the vortex dispersed in all directions. The surrounding vengeful spirits trembled in absolute terror. Qingling looked at her chest with a worried expression. The torrent was quaking, and the sword of slashing gods began to shake. Then Qingling looked toward the depths of the vortex. Could it be that Zhongsheng ultimately failed after all? Seeing the situation grow critical, to rescue the youth, but even more to protect herself, Qingling continuously used her blood-killing realm and eerie domain to invade the center of the vortex. Shouting sternly, "You arrogant little punk, you're far too full of yourself. If you don't want to vanish into thin air right after birth, hurry up and hand Zhongsheng over." Yet, Qingling's only response was a barrage of iron chain attacks. Dodging in flight, Qingling observed the situation within. Even vengeful spirits at the green forest here are starting to get sucked in by him. At this moment, Qingling had a deeply ominous suspicion. Is the goo poison completed? Seeing countless vengeful spirits desperately trying to escape, yet being devoured by the hunter anyway, their resentment reached its limit. Beneath the despair, a behemoth carrying cyan malice was born, and its tear had already reached the Qingling level. At this moment, ripples of purplish light surged at the center of the vortex. A figure materialized, stirring up layers of wind and waves all around. As dust settles, a figure steps forward. Following her gaze, it's actually the youth disguised as Mu Qingyan. Qingling is first overjoyed, then senses something wrong. The aura this guy radiates is different from before. Could his body have been stolen by the completed poison? Thinking of this, Qingling clicks her tongue. Idiot, were you consumed by the poison after all? Who would have thought the youth opposite would reply? No, I wasn't consumed. I consumed the poison. Though it's just a few short words, they send towering waves crashing through Qingling's heart. Her eyes are locked on him. You ate that whole thing. He spreads his hands. As you see, hearing this, Qingling praises him for actually pulling it off. While observing his changes, she can hardly believe it. He actually absorbed all the vengeful spirit energy, reaching her level. The aura he's emitting now is indeed formidable. Right at that moment, the youth clutches his abdomen. I might have eaten too much. I feel like my stomach's gonna burst. Hearing this, Qingling is stunned, then remembers something. Oh no, I just remembered. This guy is a human. Realizing things are bad, Qingling hurriedly warns the youth. Zhongsheng, you need to expel that energy right now. Seeing his clueless expression, Qingling has no choice but to explain. A human body is a limited vessel. That's why you need enlightenment to expand your capacity. Until then, excess energy brings negative effects. After all, too much of a good thing is bad. Hurry up and release the excess energy from your body. The body is a limited vessel, expandable through cultivation. Overloading causes negative effects. So Qingling instantly sees that the youth disguised as Mu Qingyun is overextended. She quickly tells him to expel the excess energy. Unexpectedly, the youth says something bizarre. If that's the case, I'd better transfer the excess energy to him. Hearing this leaves Qingling utterly baffled. The youth leaps across to the other side of the lake, then starts rapidly rummaging through a pile of skulls, searching for something. Though Qingling doesn't get why the youth is acting this way, she flies over, extremely curious about his god. The youth finally digs out a skull with a yellow talisman, brushing the dust off. This is it, I found it. Then, under Qingling's gaze, the youth channels his excess energy into the skull. Qingling is completely puzzled. What are you doing? Why pour energy in there? If the living are yang-based, then death energy is the best nourishment for vengeful spirits. As the youth continuously increases the energy infusion, the half-skull starts glowing with vitality. The skull's soul begins to coalesce. A figure of death energy slowly appears before the human and ghost. Qingling looks thoughtful. Could this be the remains of that guy at the center of the torrent? The youth nods. Indeed. Next, the skull's vengeful spirit becomes more and more tangible. Long hair flutters without wind, limbs bound by chains, and even the ghostly meridian pathways are clearly visible. After a cup of tea's time, the skull's ghostly form has completely solidified. White hair draped over shoulders, sitting cross-legged. Vital parts covered by cloth strips. The entire ghost is still maintaining a posture of burying its head between its knees. Seeing this, Qingling clicks her tongue. What the heck? It's just a little girl. The youth is confused. Strange. It was clearly a boy. Who would have thought this exchange directly ignites the vengeful spirit's temper? He springs up aggressively. Who are you calling a girl? This lord is a man. At this moment, complete silence falls. The two ghosts and one human stare at each other. The white-haired vengeful spirit looks down at his body. Brows furrowed, wondering why his chest is so bulky. Qingling looks down at him. Aren't you a girl? The spirit roars, I'm a guy. Meanwhile, Qingling ignores the fuming spirit, turning to the youth. Zhongshan, why resurrect a freak like this? Wouldn't it be better to just kill him? I think his mind might not be quite right. The youth thinks a moment. I feel he could be useful. The white-haired spirit, having never been ignored like this, howls fiercely. You dare ignore this lord. Yet before he can finish his harsh words, the white-haired spirit's voice cuts off abruptly, because Qingling reaches out and grabs him by the throat. Who are you shouting at, little thing? Or do you want to vanish into thin air right now? Subdued, the white-haired spirit shrinks back in fear. Not daring to meet her eyes, 3 words slip out. I don't. Just as the white-haired spirit is being suppressed by Qingling, the youth suddenly speaks. You asked why I resurrected him. Just to do this. With a loud pop, the youth forcefully crushes the white-haired spirit's skull. With his core damaged, the white-haired spirit drops to his knees in agony. The ghostly chi on his body beginning to scatter uncontrollably. Only bone-cleaving pain fits could describe this. Watching the white-haired spirit wail incessantly, Qingling laughs coldly. Zhongshan, you crushed her source. She'll suffer terribly. Could you have purposely resurrected her just to torture her? You really are vicious. Yet in the next second, the youth stuffs fragments into his mouth. As he swallows these fragments, a red line of Shirshan, they connect to the spirit's chest. The spirit's pain eases slightly, and she looks at him warily. What are you doing? Seeing the line of Shirshan connect herself and the youth, disbelief is written all over the white-haired spirit's face. Impossible. Qingling watches, looks down at the sword of Shirshan on her own chest. Could it be that just by eating its bones, he turns it into a Shirshan? How speechless. At this moment, Qingling has an epiphany. Turns out my becoming a Shirshan back then wasn't mere coincidence either. What kind of person is this kid? Seeing the youth casually flicking the sword of Shirshan, the white-haired spirit sinks into the depths of depression. Well, I'm totally screwed. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. I can kiss my freedom goodbye from now on. The moon hangs high, secrets in chaos. Though the Tiandi sect headquarters under the night sky is dead quiet, but an elderly man in a pavilion suddenly has a premonition of an ominous aura. He is Yin Shuyu, master of the Yuansha pavilion, at the far rank. Then we see Yin Shuyu quickly leave his room, hurrying clatter-clatter down the corridor, and finally shoving the door open with a loud bang. Some kind of formation seemed to be set up in this room, yet the jar bound by chains has been blown to smithereens. Yin Shuyu grips the iron chains on the ground with trembling hands, a dire thought flashing through him. Impossible. Could this pavilion master's spirit goo poison bamboo actually be broken? At the same time, Zhao Yigong is keeping watch outside the Yuansha pavilion. Seeing Yin Shuyu walk out, he hurriedly stands up and follows him. Master, shouldn't you inform the sect leader about suspending the test? That kid is a moldable talent. I can't let him die. Yin Shuyu pauses. No time for such talk. Hearing this, Zhao Yigong is clueless. Yin Shuyu says gravely, this pavilion master's spirit goo poison bamboo has been shattered. As soon as he says this, the long corridor plunges into silence. Yin Shuyu strides forward, offering a conjecture. It looks like wandering spirits and wild ghosts nearby are causing trouble. Zhao Yigong disagrees. That's impossible. How could wandering ghosts break through the barrier you set? Yin Shuyu muses softly. At least at the beast level. Hearing beast level, Zhao Yigong is startled. Yin Shuyu gives instruction. So you must quickly grab magical artifacts and talismans and come with me. Let's go to Blood Valley. Regarding this decision, Zhao Yigong nods silently. Regardless of the reason, an important TED is currently underway in Blood Valley. Beast-level spirits appearing obviously counts as an emergency. This works out well. They can use this as an excuse to terminate the TED. Meanwhile, in Blood Valley, Qingling is displeased. She still hasn't figured out why she serendipitously became someone else's Shirshan in the first place. And the white-haired lowly vengeful spirit kneeling beside shares the exact same doubt as Qingling. This lord actually became a Shirshan. What is going on here? The youth walks over at this moment. What's your name? The spirit bares her teeth. You think this lord is going to obediently tell you. Yet faced with the youths closing in step by step, the white-haired loli finally undergoes a mental breakdown, then drops to the ground in a full kowtow salute to the youth. Master, I am Kuei Xiaoxiao, using the most arrogant tone to utter the most cowardly words. Seeing this, Qingling is dumbfounded. The youth chuckles. Xiao, are you willing to be my most loyal dog? Kuei Xiaoxiao immediately expresses her choice with action, as continuous dog barks ring out. Even her posture mimics a puppy seeing its master. Qingling is utterly speechless at this sight. I didn't expect her to blurt her name. That being said, I didn't expect this fellow to just blurt out her real name. Yet a green-level spirit. Vengeful spirits are unwilling to reveal their true names, and won't say them easily. Yet a green spirit nearly reaching Qingling's level. Is it because the energy grew? Looking at the youth radiating death energy, a thought quietly forms in Qingling's mind. Zhongsheng, you're acting strange. Harboring this doubt, the youth doesn't answer. Zhongsheng, you're acting a bit strange right now. Qingling, can you see it too? I keep feeling like your auras are overlapping. Yet the youth doesn't answer directly, instead countering with a question. From the Polar Death Sutra. Hearing this, Qingling fails to grasp the meaning behind the youth's words for a moment, while the corners of the youth's mouth curl into a curve. Dwell in sunset, blood flows. Polar grind, focus heart to heart. Hearing this, Qingling's expression changes drastically. The youth then softly recites his insight. Dwell in sunset, blood flows without trace. I don't know this incantation. Forward irreversible, swift without return. Fearless of all prey. At this moment, Qingling is shocked to the extreme. People must break a bottleneck. Meanwhile, the youth gathers death energy into his dantian. Now I can condense energy separately in both the middle and lower dantians. Seeing this, Qingling is inwardly terrified. Normally, people must first break through a bottleneck to escape the shackles of the lower dantian. Yet Zhongsheng used the profound principles of the sutra to break this bottleneck. Right now, Zhongsheng's realm is at the ultimate peak, with vast inner chi gathered across two dantians inside his body. In other words, he is at least twice as strong as someone in the same realm. However, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun isn't overly complacent, because there is more important business to attend to. He looks up at the sky. In Blood Valley intensify. I originally wanted to leave just 7 people and wipe out everyone else. They are ready to fight. I'll just kill as many as I happen to see. Dark nights are usually the time for shady deeds. As time passes, the conflicts among examinees participate in the second trial of Blood Valley intensify fiercely. Right now, the team led by Mu Yutian has been completely surrounded by Brother Yan's group from Cinnabar Valley. Judging by the tense stance, they are ready to fight at any second. Mu Yutian, currently on the defensive, loudly demands, Mao Shelong, you rejected me. Haven't you guys already gotten others? Who would have thought this prompts a round of mockery from the enemy members? Yang toyed with the wooden stick in his hand. I just want to snatch it. Then, Yang noticed the girl from Mao Huafeng. Yang raises his stick. You rejected me. Mao Shelong side is confused. Are they luring that thing? Mu Yutian's eyes widen. Mu Yutian was growing anxious. He cursed under his breath. Jeju charges in, radiating light. Why would he risk so much to do this? Dawn was about to break. Mu Yutian's Tim turns pale. Once daylight comes, the trial ends. We should be safe by then. Yang had guessed their plan. He sneered, fine. You want to tough it out. Then survive till dawn if you can. But only if you can hold on. The next moment, Yang raised his wooden stick high. His companions let out a deafening roar. It's the banner. Get under it. Mu Yutian had a bad feeling. Are they trying to lure that thing here? Then, running footsteps echoed from the woods. Mao Shelong turned toward the sound. What is that? Jeju is already behind them. Mao Shelong, at the back. A huge figure came running from afar. Jeju charged in, radiating blood-red light. Mu Yutian's companions turned pale. Damn, it's that monster again. Everyone, run. Sharp-eyed Mao Shelong noticed something odd. Don't feel wronged. They're hiding under the banner instead. Seeing Jeju, it charged straight at their group without hesitation. Mao Shelong suddenly realized something. Her back soaked in blood. It's the banner. Everyone get under the banner. Dawn is almost here. Her teammates throw stones, trying to stop Jeju. Jeju's massive body was already behind them. Nothing makes a difference. Couldn't make it to the banner in time. Am I going to die here? Jeju swiped its claw across Mao Shelong's back. A loud thud rang out. Badly injured, Mao Shelong collapsed. Jeju is unable to move. Only Mao Shelong sees it. Are these chains? Isn't that what competition is? With that, Yana burst out laughing. Good luck on your way out. Facing the approaching Jeju, Mao Shelong forced herself to sit up. Her back was already soaked in blood. The 3 huge claw marks made her tremble in pain. Dawn is almost here. Is my life really ending here? Mao Shelong's teammates threw stones, trying to stop Jeju's advance. Mu Yutian sprinted to rescue her, but Jeju was too close to Mao Shelong. Nothing they did made any difference. The cornered girl whispered softly, am I really going to die here? Just as Mu Yutian screamed, no, in despair. Invisible chains swept in from all directions. They locked Jeju's body tight. No one knew what was happening. They only saw Jeju, suddenly unable to move for no reason. Only Mao Shelong, who nearly died, noticed the chains. Are these chains? Then, a figure emerged from the woods. The boy disguised as Mu Jingyan. He spoke with an arrogant, all-encompassing tone. Perfect. he declared. I thought I was running out of time, but everyone I need is gathered here. Suddenly, the scene froze. Everyone wore odd expressions. Yang looked like he was facing a formidable enemy. Mu Yuqian was stunned. Mao Xiaolong was in SOC. She wondered if the chains were real. The boy posing as Mu Jingyun smiled. He loved this total control. Kuei Ziox muttered nearby. You're so great, so noble. Why do I do the work while you show off? In the Blood Valley's second trial, who was most anxious? Definitely Yang from Zhusha Valley, because the boy posing as Mu Jingyun had barged in, ruining his carefully planned scheme. The beast Jeju, a tool, suddenly couldn't move for some reason. The four groups were in a standoff. Then Yang cursed at Jeju. Stupid monster, what are you doing? Why are you frozen? Kill him now. But no matter how Yang yelled, Jeju, bound by chains, couldn't move. Mu Yuqian was surprised. Why isn't it moving anymore? But the next second, Mu Yuqian composed himself. He stopped racing thoughts. Not the time to think of that. I must save Mao Xiaolong first. Then, under Jeju's furious gaze, Mu Yuqian suppressed his fear. He gritted his teeth and carried Mao Xiaolong away. Mao Xiaolong asked her thoughts. Can you see that? That girl used chains on it. Mu Yuqian grew more confused. Are you hallucinating? Pull yourself together. If you collapse, we're done for. Blood dripped from her back to the grass. I'll try to stay strong. Mu Yuqian encouraged her. That's it. Seeing Mu Yuqian successfully bring Mao Xiaolong under the banner, Kuei Ziox blinked her cute eyes. Master, that woman seems to see me. The boy smiled strangely. Oh, really? But the next moment, Jeju, bound by chains, suddenly erupted. After struggling fiercely, it bit through the chains with its fangs. It looked ready to break free. Yang cheered it on. That's it. Move now. Kill them all. But before Yang could celebrate, the boy posing as Mu Jingyun shattered his dream. He leaped into the air, then dropped onto Jeju lie awake. Its snout was stomped into the grass. Seeing the boy's ferocious move, Yang wisely shut his mouth. The boy then tore open Jeju's snout with his bare hand. He sneered, alright, you dared to covet what's mine. Now you'll pay the price. Being treated like this by a human it saw as prey. Jeju couldn't accept it at all. The chain still bound it tightly. It could only whimper in frustration. It didn't know the price was unbearable. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the boy tore off the upper half of Jeju's pig face. With a clatter, he tossed away the detached jaw. The boy standing before Jeju looked bathed in blood rain. Yang, witnessing it, stepped back. We must run, or we'll all die. But just as Yang shouted, run, the blood-soaked boy gave Kuei Ziox a new order. Bind them all with chains. In the unseen realm, clanking sounds rang out. Yang and his group were chained up. Even Mu Yuqian and Mao Xiaolong weren't spared. At this point, the situation was fully in the boy posing as Mu Jingyun's hands. Jeju, half-headed, still struggled. The other two groups were bound around their banners. There's a saying that goes well. The unseen is the most terrifying. That's exactly what Yang and the others faced. They knew something was binding them. But when they looked, they couldn't see anything. The boy curled his lips into a smile. Now then, starting from now, let me trek your banners. As the boy stepped closer, the bound youth struggled. What's going on? Why can't I move? Yang, unable to break free, was furious. Sweat dripped down his face. He could only curse inwardly. Damn it, what did he do to us? The boy didn't approach Yang's banner. He turned toward Mu Yuqian's banner. Seeing his third brother trek it, Mu Yuqian couldn't help asking, what are you doing? But the boy had no intention of answering. He stared at the flagpole and uttered, it's the same. Then, despite Mu Yuqian's protests, the boy snapped the pole, breaking it with his bare hands. A night's work, gone in an instant. Watching the banner that represented passing the second trial by the boy posing as Mu Jingyun, the examinees couldn't hold back. Mu Yuqian cursed the loudest. You bastard! What are you doing? As Mu Yuqian wondered what to do, the boy walked up to Yang. Yang asked him, are you going to break ours too? To this question, the boy gave no answer. Yang continued speaking. You want a different banner, right? Ours must be the same as theirs. No point in looking. With that, Yang paused. But I know the verses on the poles. The boy remained silent. Yang then stated his terms. I can tell you all those verses. Let's make a deal. Join our group. He said this. Yang's companions gasped. Yang smiled at the boy. You need teammates anyway, right? But before the boy could answer, Yang's teammates immediately objected. Because their group was full. Yang snapped, all of you shut up. Do you want us all to die? Better alive than dead. Yang used that line to silence the dissent. Then he frowned at the boy. I'll kick someone out for you. How about joining me? But the boy walked among them. And under Yang's horrified gaze, spotted the stick behind the youth. So it's here. Yang cursed inwardly at the sight. Damn it. One guy who didn't memorize it left. He found it. Seeing the boy reach for it, Yana quickly changed approach. Get that one. I'll give it if you join me. But the boy shook the stick. This was mine to begin with. Yana gritted his teeth in fury. But worse was yet to come. The boy walked to the intact banner, then picked it up gently. And this banner is mine too. I don't know what you're saying. Since you're about to be eliminated, you're losing your mind. Though the boy's words made sense, Yana was still seething, but he didn't dare lash out. He swallowed his anger. This damn bastard. Their conversation wasn't loud. Mu Yutian heard the first part. He thought his brother would team up. So he shouted to stop him. Don't trust that despicable guy. He'll stab you in the back. I have the flagpole Mao brought, so come with us. Yana snapped. I can't curse that brat, but I can yell at you. Shut up. That flagpole was mine from the start. You didn't do anything to earn it. Mu Yutian shouted back. You used that monster to get it, not by skill. Mu Jingyan. Don't trust him. After they argued a while, Yana turned back to the boy. He was the real decision maker. You're Mu Jingyan. Just help me, and I'll repay you this time. Having someone from Zhusha Valley owe you a favor. It'll come in handy later. Mu Yutian shouted. Don't listen. We're half-brothers. Then Yana's teammates argued. Yana, you want to kick us out? Are you trying to betray us? Yana, what betrayal? If it weren't for me, you would have been killed by that monster long ago. Mu Jingyun, there is no time left. Come over to our side quickly. Mu Yutian is also fighting for it. I already told you we have other incantations in our hands. Do not believe what that bald man says. The horizon is already turning red at this moment. Seeing both sides still arguing endlessly, the youth patted his blood-stained hands to stop them. I'm truly moved. I didn't expect you all to want to team up with me so badly. Speaking of which, the young man reached out and lifted his long hair. Although I would lie to team up with all of you, but the rules do not allow it. But whether you accept or refuse, either side will seem very unfair. While speaking, the youth ordered Kuei Xiaoxi to remove the chains binding everyone. Then he spread his arms and faced everyone. So how about you all start a war? I will only accept the 7 people who survive in the end to become my team members. Right now, a brutal slaughter is taking place in the Blood Valley's second stage. The 2 teams led by Mu Yutian and Yen Ji are fighting desperately against each other, trading punches and kicks to compete for the spots to survive. Only because of this, the ruler of the land, the young man disguised as Mu Jingyan, only 7 surviving team members are needed. These dozen or so youths fought increasingly fiercely, and later even tragedies of allies ambushing each other occurred. Seeing this scene, the youth couldn't help praising. Well done. You're all very obedient. The powerful brother Yen, after finishing off an opponent, he immediately set his sights on the young man. Clenched teeth and a cold gaze showed that his heart was filled with hatred. Damn it, this brat actually humiliated me like this. At this moment, Yana clenched his fists, while silently vowing, Mu Jingyan, I will definitely slaughter you with my own hands. Time passed bit by bit. In just a short while, the sky had completely brightened when the proctors from the Heaven and Earth Society arrived to announce that the exam was over. Even these knowledgeable men were shocked by the scene before them. A young man continuously lifted stones to smash the man beneath him, roaring frantically and paranoically with their mouths. Die! Die! Seeing this, grabbed their companions' hands tight. Right now, stop it immediately. The youth called, Masha, struggled desperately. Let me go. You want to lie too, don't you? Mu Yutian angrily rebuked. Enough. He's already dead. Exhausted, Brother Yen leaned over and snapped the candidate's neck. Only then did he notice that the sky had completely brightened. A strange scene appeared in this part of the dense forest. Over a dozen youths were fighting to the death. The final survivors were also covered in wounds. However, there was one strange thing. A young boy was sitting on the rock next to the red flag. He seemed completely out of place with all of this. Seeing this, the Tiandihui members couldn't help feeling puzzled. What on earth is going on? Meanwhile, the Blood Valley chief and the white-haired withered elder came before Jeju's corpse. The thin old man observed the situation. As we expected, the outcome has already grown into an adult form. The master of the Blood Loss Valley looked at the massive corpse. Then he asked his subordinates a question. You locked the door when you entered. The man being questioned seemed a bit confused. The master of Blood Loss Valley had to ask again. I ask you again, who is the guy that eliminated this monster? Has his internal energy been sealed? A member of the Heaven and Earth Society came to the boy's side. The boy cooperated very obediently with the inspection. The result was that the internal lock was still in place. Hearing this, the Valley Master of the Bloodthirsty Valley pondered slightly. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. I understand. Go back. Seeing his subordinate still standing there in a daze, the Valley Master of the Bloodthirsty Valley looked puzzled. What? Is there anything else to confirm? The subordinate in the red mask hurriedly shook his head. No. Watching the back of the Bloodthirsty Valley Master and his group as they left, a faint light shone from the boy's chest. My middle dantian is still open. Qingling, possessing the puppet, let out a soft laugh. Even if the chi gates are sealed by needles, the middle dantian will not be sealed. How amazing. If other sentient beings knew about this, how wrong they would feel. Even Jeju was easily defeated by you. Her tone turned serious. His tone became serious. But don't be careless. That person over there is also a very formidable expert. He is on the same level as the Blade King Sun Yun we saw earlier. Distinctive and unique. Sometimes it will bring you unnecessary attention. Therefore, if you don't want to cause any extra trouble, you will have to act more cautiously in the future. Upon hearing Qin Ling's warning, the young man disguised as Mu Jingyun had a profound look in his eyes. I will will think about it. At the same time the end of the exam was announced. The selection process also began. Out of the 259 people who survived, 59 people were eliminated because they did not find a flag. Among the 200 people who passed, those who knew the flag Pat Good were separated. In this way, 80 people passed the exam, while the remaining 120 became low-level warriors after being eliminated. Though a few felt surviving was a blessing. Although a few people felt lucky just to have survived, most of them felt frustrated that they were only low-level warriors. Brother Yen walked through the crowd with a look of disdain. What a bunch of idiots. It seems they had it too easy during the exam. But I do not care about these small fries. After all, the crucial part starts now. It will be decided soon. Thinking of this, Brother Yen glanced at the young man not far away out of the corner of his eye. I will use that to show you the gap between us. The next moment, the Blood Valley chief walked to the front of the candidates. Seeing this, the candidates instantly perked up. The candidates immediately perked up at the sight. The master of Bloodthirsty Valley took out a silver token. Now, it is time to determine the winner of this round. Hearing this, Brother Yan's eyes filled with a confident look of determination. It has finally arrived. Now is the crucial moment of this life-or-death exam's second stage. To determine first place. All candidates' gazes were focused on the Blood Valley chief. He paced back and forth in front of the stage. How should I decide? Should I give it to whoever figured out the flag formula? How do we decide who gets the mantra for the flag? Or should we give it to whoever performs the best? Just as the master of Bloodthirsty Valley was hesitating, a hand was raised high. Brother Yen stood up abruptly from the crowd. Seeing this, the master of Bloodthirsty Valley asked, "What is it?" Brother Yen confidently declared, "No matter what you ask, I can answer." As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes turned toward Brother Yen. The master of Bloodthirsty Valley shouted coldly, "Then explain the content of the mantra clearly." Brother Yen grinned. "That is the offense and defense of the three-center meridian. A swift swordsmanship that generates numerous variations in moves based on usage. A fast sword technique that produces many variations depending on how it is used." The master of the Bloodthirsty Valley nodded slightly upon hearing this. "To have mastered so much even under those circumstances, you are indeed very good. To be able to master so much while defending the flag, it can be said that you are quite excellent." Upon receiving the praise, Brother Yen couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. He felt that he had secured first place in this stage. Everything is under control. Then, Brother Yen, with a smug look on his face, glanced at the boy disguised as Mu Jingyun out of the corner of his eye. "You little brat. Though you toyed with me this stage using bizarre tricks, that is an uncrossable barrier of talent. That is an insurmountable barrier of talent. Watch and scream at the despair you will face in the future. From now on, you can only crawl beneath my feet." Thinking of this, Yanga was hep pie to the extreme. First place in the second exam is definitely mine. Who knew? Just as the Blood Valley chief was about to announce that Yanga was first place in this stage, and expressed a different view from Yanga. Then he expressed a different opinion from Yen Ji. "That is not an ordinary sword technique. It is a sword formation, isn't it?" The young man's voice was actually not very loud, but it was enough for everyone present to hear. And as he finished speaking, the candidates and even the master of Blood Lost Valley turned their attention to Yen Ji, who had been confident of winning, was shocked upon hearing this. And what happened next made his expression change drastically. Because the master of Blood Lost Valley actually showed a look of SOC. "Why do you think that is a sword formation?" The young man answered calmly. "The swordsmanship is loyal to the basics. Every movement path does not overlap, and they are arranged neatly." Hearing these words, Yen Ji felt extremely anxious. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his face. He was experiencing severe self-doubt at this moment. How could this possibly be a sword formation? Could it really be a sword formation? Even if it is, only an expert with the Valley Chief's level of swordsmanship to recognize it. Only a master who has reached the level of the Valley Master's swordsmanship could do it. The Valley Master of the Blood Valley is lost in thought. A sword formation is a formation composed of dozens of archers. If one could identify it as a sword formation just by knowing the incantation, that would mean he could observe every movement of dozens of archers. This is something that, unless one has reached a certain level of mastery, is a feat that would be impossible to achieve. At this moment, the Valley Master of the Blood Valley had a hunch. Perhaps he is a super genius who can observe the sword formation without even needing to learn. Immediately after, the Valley Master of the Blood Valley prepared to test him. So he asked the young man, "In your opinion, how many people are most efficient at executing a sword formation?" The young man stated a number without hesitation. 8 people. Hearing this, the eyes of the Valley Master of the Blood Valley lit up. And the young man continued, 16 or 32 would also work. Any more would cause chaos due to overlapping arrangements. As soon as these words were spoken, the Blood Valley chief was slightly stunned. Seeing this, the candidates faintly guessed the outcome in their hearts. Seeing this, the candidates began to have their own guesses. A look of defeat appeared on Brother Yan's face. Sure enough, the master of Bloodthirsty Valley smiled and tossed the silver medal to the young man. He then announced to everyone, "Congratulations, you are also the first place in the second stage." The young man reached out and caught the flying silver medal. Then quietly thanked Qingling. Qingling, possessing the puppet, curved the corners of her lips. Everything is under control. Listening to the whispers of the surrounding candidates, as well as the subtle glances and comparisons, Yen Ji from Zhusha Valley was gnashing his teeth in anger. If it weren't for his internal energy being sealed right now, he would have fought the young man to the death on the spot. A moment later, the master of Bloodthirsty Valley walked back onto the stage. "I sincerely congratulate the 80 people who passed the second round. The look in your eyes right now is excellent. From now on, you have obtained the Ultimate Warrior qualification." Upon hearing the words Ultimate Warrior, the youths present all showed excited expressions. The Blood Valley chief's next words dogs poured a direct bucket of cold water on them. The master of Blood Loss Valley poured cold water on them with his next words. However, from now on, I am going to explain the content of the third stage of the exam. Young people participating in this life and death exam. They thought the second stage was the final test. Who knew that the master of Blood Loss Valley on the stage would pour cold water on them directly? From now on, I am going to explain the content of the third stage of the exam. The 8 trigrams heaven and earth formation. This is the sword formation written on the flagstaff. This sword formation, based on the changes of the 8 trigrams, it requires a maximum of 32 people. A maximum of 32 people are required. At least 8 people are needed to perform. As soon as these words were spoken, the candidates' expressions, previously hep pi, instantly froze on their faces. Mu Yuqian opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Isn't the exam over yet? And the Blood Valley chief's words continued. The third stage requires executing the sword formation in groups of 8. The third level requires performing a sword formation in groups of 8. Speaking of this, the master of Chishua Valley paused. I will mention this in passing. The leader of each group will automatically pass the third stage, regardless of the exam results. As soon as this was said, Yang Mu Yuqian, Yan Ji bathes in Tianmao. Shelong and the youth disguised as Mu Qingyun narrowed their eyes. The master of Blood Loss Valley chuckled softly. You will get 1 day of rest in the dormitory. Decide on your group leader during that time. Also, from now on, harming others is forbidden. Everyone, disperse after hearing this. The master of Blood Loss Valley stepped forward, intending to leave. The examinees below were in an uproar. Yan Ji from Cinnabar Valley secretly calculated the situation. Decide on a group leader without harming anyone. The situation is more complex than I imagined. After all, everyone surely wants to be the group leader. Who knew that at this moment? The master of Blood Loss Valley dropped a bombshell before leaving. Also, from now on, the gate locks are lifted. Upon hearing this, the youths present instantly rejoiced. The gate locks are finally being lifted. And Yang cast a malicious glance at the youth. Yan Ji gave the young man a malicious glance. Mu Jingyun, I don't care what kind of mysterious power you are using, or had overwhelming talent. Now that I have my internal energy back. Now that I have my energy back. Now that you have energy, things are different. Just wait and see. I'll make you crawl between my legs. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Chindisek, a sizable town was nestled here. This place is affiliated with Chindisek. People bustled through the streets. Hawkers endlessly cried out, and all sorts of inns, tea houses, and entertainment spots were available. They even had weapons for zeal. Honghu House was the largest brothel. From afar, you could see the madam greeting guests. Men in luxurious attire walked in and out, spanning every age group. Honghu House's location was good, surrounded by mountains, water, pavilions, and towers. The interior was extremely luxurious. Right now, the main hall of Honghu House was bustling. Nearly every customer had a maiden by their side. Courtesans held lutes and sang nearby. Service staff stood at intervals, waiting for a customer's call. In a room on the second floor, several women were laughing in pairs. Only the red-haired woman sitting before the bronze mirror felt out of place. She was the undercover guard, Gu Ken. Gu Ken was thoroughly depressed. Though she was currently in Xia Kaling's body, his inner soul was still as straight as an arrow middle-aged uncle. This chest-bearing outfit was just too uncomfortable on his hands and feet. But having entered Honghu House, Gu Ken couldn't just walk out. That would ruin all his efforts. He could only sigh inwardly. I just wanted to find Mu Jingyun. So why on earth am I doing this kind of thing here? Yesterday, Gu Ken tried to sneak into Chindisek, but security was way too tight, making it impossible to slip in. Having no choice, Gu Ken tried bribing a guard to let him through. He had prepared a proper excuse. A woman of marriageable age, wanting to bond with Chindisek's heroes. Who would have thought? Just when Gu Ken thought the bribe worked, the guy took the money and refused. He stuffed the purse and said, "It's a shame, but if I let you in, my life would be forfeit. I'm truly sorry." Hearing this, Gu Ken planned to give up. But then that guard gave him an idea. "I can tell you a great trick. Do you know Honghu House?" And just like that, Gu Ken arrived at this den. Moreover, the guard's reasoning was solid. Honghu House is a haunt for Chindisek's echelons. With your looks, they'll welcome you with open arms. For some reason, Gu Ken fell for those words. Relying on zither skills he learned as an assassin, he smoothly gained entry here. Glancing at the sword of Shirshan on his chest, Gu Ken knew he had no way to turn back. He had no way left to turn back. So he gritted his teeth and applied makeup, while setting a gun in his heart. I must sneak into Chindisek by any means necessary. Inside, he possesses a man's soul, yet now he bears a woman's body. To rescue the youth impersonating Mu Jingyun, guard Gu Ken had truly gone all out. Charging into Honghu House, she was determined to infiltrate. Just as Gu Ken was gritting his teeth and applying makeup, the Ma Na Gio of Honghu House walked over. "Are you ready?" questioned. Gu Ken stammered for a while. The Ma Na Gio wore a disapproving look. "Why aren't you done yet?" Seeing the Ma Na Gio's face, Gu Ken thought she was related to First Madam. She quickly replied, "I'll be done right away." The Ma Na Gio held her teacup and smiled. "Child, you're pretty anyway. Just a casual touch-up is enough. With looks like yours, even without makeup, you could become a good man's wife." At the mere mention of a cherished wife, Gu Ken involuntarily shivered. Right now, he could already picture the horrifying scenario of being held of some old man and doted upon. What a spine-chilling feeling. Thinking of this, Gu Ken muttered internally, "Is it too late for me to scale the wall and leave Honghu House?" Meanwhile, having eaten, Brother Yen stood up to stretch. An aura of a martial artist diffused out. It was time to stir up some trouble. The moment the door lock clicked open, Brother Yen distinctly sensed that the youth impersonating Mu Jingyun was at the first-rate level. In contrast, his own realm was at the pinnacle of supreme. To Brother Yen, having unleashed his full power, he and that punk were worlds apart. I admit you're talented in swordsmanship, but I outclass you in inner energy. Pondering slightly, Brother Yen walked up to a door. Though I'd lie to rest lie the other, circulating my energy while meditating. That bastard is definitely resting too, so I have to seize the opportunity. As long as I don't kill him, anything goes, right? Yet the moment Brother Yen yanked the door open, he found himself face to face with the youth impersonating Mu Jingyun. Right after that, the youth moved with a startled gasp. Looks like you had the same idea. How surprising. The next second, loud thuds echoed out. Several tables and chairs in the restaurant were knocked over. Brother Yen was grabbed by the head and dragged backward all the way, finally crashing to the ground. Pinned, Brother Yen grabbed the youth's wrist. He circulated his inner energy, prying the youth's hand away. However, an unexpected twist occurred. The moment Brother Yen made contact with the youth, the internal energy he was channeling to his hand inexplicably dissipated. This unforeseen change caused Brother Yen's expression to drastically shift, and the youth's subsequent taunt made him grind his teeth. You're weaker than I expected. Hearing this, Brother Yan's fury flared. You bastard. The youth grabbed Brother Yan's head, while his other hand pounded fiercely into his face. A large amount of blood splattered outward along with the youth's punches. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't change this outcome. Don't worry, no matter how weak you are, I can accept you into my group. At this moment, the youth looked just like a demon. Her smile seemed devilish to him. After all, we SE ideas, so we should get along, right? A while later, the youth impersonating Mu Jingyun dragged someone down the stairs by one leg. Brother Yan's head slammed against steps. The diners in the restaurant were drawn to this spectacle. Isn't that Brother Yan from the valley? This kid actually defeated someone from one of the three major sects without a single scratch, and took first place in the trials. What is this kid's background? Ignoring the surrounding chatter, the youth wiped blood off his chin, then glanced at the unconscious Yan. Come to think of it, he is weaker than I expected. Didn't you say before that he reached the supreme realm? Possessing the puppet, Qingling made a wry expression. It's not that he's weak, it's that you've gotten stronger. The youth looked completely puzzled. Qingling pouted. You didn't grow step by step, so you probably don't feel it. The youth dragged Yan onward. Right? Qingling nodded. Right. This is such a mess. I'll explain the martial realms now. What the martial realms are. Hearing this, the youth's eyes grew even brighter. As a martial arts novice, he truly lacked foundational knowledge in this area. Qingling, a former sect pillar, said. So he definitely had unique insights into this. Martial arts levels are generally divided into three tiers. The lowest is third rate. The next is second rate. Then first rate. Normally, martial artists will stay at the first-rate realm for life. However, a few talented individuals among them break their limits. To reach the supreme realm, even in this realm, you go from initiation to the pinnacle. And upon reaching the ultimate stage, you gain enlightenment at that stage, and break limits again, reaching Transcendent Supreme. For instance, Mu Rendan, master of the Wooden Sword Manor, reached the Transcendent Supreme realm. To be precise, the initial stage of Transcendent Supreme. Yet within realms, disparities exist. Between someone at the start of Transcendent Supreme and someone at its absolute peak, their strength is worlds apart. At this, Qingling paused. Among the people you've encountered, Blade King Sun Yun and Bloodthirsty Valley Chief are people who have reached the absolute peak of Transcendent Supreme. Only a handful of individuals can reach that realm. The youth impersonating Mu Jingyun pondered slightly. Are there realms even higher than that? Qingling replied, of course. Then spat out, Hua Jin. That is a realm reached by beings who have surpassed humanity. A transcendent realm where you cleave mountains and rivers. Noticing the youth looking at Yen, Qingling explained, that guy is at the supreme pinnacle while you are at the supreme peak. Though both are in supreme realm, the gap between pinnacle and peak is vast. That's why he felt so weak. Still, don't get too careless. The youth thought for a moment. Then Qingling, what was your realm? Qingling stammered for a while, refusing to spill the details. I don't want to say. You'll understand one day. The youth sighed softly at those words. You still won't talk about the past. The next moment, returning to his room, the youth tossed Yen onto the floor and slammed the door shut. Enough chit-chat. Let's start recruiting talent. Brother Yen was still unconscious. The youth reached out and slapped him awake with several hard blows. When the first person he saw upon opening his eyes was his enemy, Brother Yen was frightened into a fit of tremor. The youth stood up. You're awake. Brother Yen instinctively recoiled, then yelled angrily, you despicable bastard. You used chi-dispersing poison. The youth looked slightly startled. Chi-dispersing poison. Possessing the puppet, Qingling spoke via telepathy. That's telepathy. It's a poison that makes the victim's internal energy completely vanish. Your aura also makes the opponent's internal energy dissipate. So he thinks you poisoned him. Hearing this explanation, the youth was quite curious. There's such a poison. How fun. Brother Yen looked at the youth with an, I saw right through you, expression. Don't try to deny it. When I gathered my energy, I clearly felt it. The youth shrugged indifferently. Think whatever you want. Have you considered my proposal? Brother Yen was baffled, then remembered the invitation, where the youth invited him to join his group before he passed out. A thought instantly flooded Brother Yan's mind. From what happened, I've figured it out. I must never get mixed up with this guy. Thinking this, Brother Yen sniffled. Though it hurts my pride, I have to admit, he is stronger. But even so, I'd rather die than submit to this hateful bastard. Brother Yen thought this and acted accordingly. He roared for the youth impersonating Mu Jingyun to get lost. Then stated his choice. Even if I die, I won't join your group. The youth's reaction was bizarre. He clapped and praised. Yen Ji, you have an indomitable, strong will. Brother Yen cursed him in his heart. Then, enduring the pain, staggered to his feet. A curve formed on the youth's mouth. What a pity. If you could join my group, how great that would be. Brother Yen really didn't want to spend another second with this brat. He just wanted to leave. Anyway, this guy couldn't kill him. Yet just as Brother Yen was about to open the door, the youth grabbed his shoulder. Where are you going? Brother Yen turned back and looked at the youth in bewilderment. The youth smiled politely. Since you refused my proposal, how could I let you leave? Brother Yen hurriedly retreated, putting distance between them. Don't you know killing is forbidden? The youth chanted an incantation. Abyss and earth returned. Peach blossom seal, unlocked. Yen Ji suddenly shivered violently. Veins bulged all over his body. He felt a strange aura invading his body. I must force it out immediately. There's an old saying, those who adapt to circumstances are wise. Yet Yen Ji from the Cinnabar Valley refused a toast only to drink a forfeit. Because the valley chief stated, no killing is allowed starting yesterday. He thought he could fearlessly impersonate the youth posing as Mu Jingyun, then retreat unscathed. But how could the youth impersonating Mu Jingyun let Yen Ji get his way? He used a secret art to release the demon monk sealed within a puppet to invade Yen Ji's consciousness. In other words, spirit possession. Realizing something was wrong, Yen Ji tried to use his inner breath to force the aura out. The youth punched him in the abdomen. At the same time, he muttered low, no, you can't. Beaten Yen Ji hunched over. The youth sneered, you bastard. You refused my offer. I'm truly heartbroken. So why not hand over your body? The next second, countless hands crawled out of the demon monk's mouth, then covered Yen Ji one by one. Yen Ji wasn't a function. Being possessed by the demon monk was only a matter of time. Who would have thought that at this moment? Knocking came from the door. The youth asked, who goes there? The person replied, I am Mao Shelong of Maohua House. The youth pondered slightly. So it was the girl from Maohua. Meanwhile, the demon monk had successfully possessed Yen Ji. He stretched his stiff body, then nodded at the youth. Understanding what he meant, the youth opened the door to let Mao Shelong enter. Upon seeing Yen Ji possessed by the demon monk, Mao Shelong's expression changed. The youth stepped forward to introduce him. This is Yen Ji, joining my group. Mao Shelong shook her head and spat out 3 words. He's not him. The youth's expression froze upon hearing this. Mao Shelong said, he is not Yen Ji. As soon as these words were said, the whole room instantly fell into silence. Both sides stared at each other. The youth suddenly recalled what Kuei Xiaohe had said earlier. Master, that woman can see me. After a brief silence, the youth broke the stillness with a chuckle. Mao Shelong braced herself, ready for battle at any moment. And the youth remarked, you really can see. Then he pulled a puppet from his arms. Peach Garden Seal, released. Peach Garden Seal, lifted. An iron chain shot straight toward Mao Shelong. Mao Shelong slashed it away. Kuei Xiaohe, owner of the chain, appeared. The youth impersonating Mu Jingyun chuckled. Since you found out, there's no other way. You'll just have to keep your mouth shut. Next moment, 3 or 4 chains lunged straight at Mao Shelong. Mao Shelong looked like she was about to be entangled. Kuei Xiaohe's eyes lit up. Master, give her body to me. Before the youth could reply, Qingling chimed in. Didn't you claim to be a man? Why want a girl's body now? Kuei Xiaohe awkwardly turned away. That's a different matter. Immediately after, Mao Shelong, about to be bound by the chains, cried out. I didn't come to fight. The youth looked straight at Mao Shelong. Why should I believe you? Mao Shelong stated her purpose. I just came to confirm if what I saw earlier was real. The youth narrowed his eyes. Is this your wish? You must pay a heavy price for seeing what you wanted. Who would have thought Mao Shelong would be full of excitement? Now I can be certain. I am willing to pay. I need that power. Help me. Looking at her fervent gaze, the youth was taken aback. You want me to lend power? Mao Shelong nodded without hesitation. That's right. You want my body? I can give it to you, but you must lend me the power possessed by that invisible entity. Hearing this, Kuei Xiaohe knew he had been exposed. The youth scratched his head. It seems you can hear him. Qingling puffed on her pipe. She has opened spiritual eyes. She probably opened them when she was on the verge of death. Her eyes differ from your ghost eyes. She cannot see the afterlife. She can't hear me speak. This reminded the youth of what Jia Yigong had said before. Among the talents of function, the top one is, he muttered. The youth told Kuei Xiaohe to withdraw the chains, then stepped to Mao Shelong. You want me to help you? Mao Shelong nodded. That's right. Yet the youth's next words made Mao Shelong's expression change. Why should I help you? Though this sounds like I'm pouring cold water on you. Why bring trouble upon myself? Why bring trouble upon myself? Hearing this, Mao Shelong knew it was time to show her strength. She gripped her dagger. and stared fiercely at him. "You underestimate me." Qingling warned the youth to step back. Before he could figure out why, a bloody scratch appeared on his face. Noticing something was amiss, the youth hurriedly retreated. Between him and Mao Shelong, countless nearly transparent threads had appeared at some point, and the control of these threads lay in Mao Shelong's fingers. "Do you understand now? If I make up my mind, I can kill you at any time." A confined room, nearly transparent cutting threads. Looking at the confident Mao Shelong, the youth impersonating Mu Jinyan touched the wound on his face. "Was that thrown by sacrificing it on the short sword? So you had a trick up your sleeve." Seeing the demon monk possessed, intending to tet him, the youth stopped him. "The demon monk is dangerous. Don't move." Qingling chimed in at this moment. "It really is like this. No wonder this sword technique felt familiar. She's the Sand King's successor." The youth touched the thread. He felt energy surging along it. The Sand King's successor. Hearing the youth's words, Mao Shelong's expression instantly changed drastically. "Who on earth are you? How do you know the Sand King?" Qingling's voice rang in his ear. Seeing the dual slaying and shadow flying dagger, "The Sand King himself is stranger." The youth repeated her words. Seeing the dual slaying and shadow flying dagger, "The Sand King himself is stranger." Mao Shelong fell into deep thought. "The Sand King was our sect's founder, and also our founder. Elephant slaying and such unique martial arts are only passed down within our sect. Aside from the sect master and the successor, no one else could possibly know. How does this guy know?" Realizing the situation changed, Mao Shelong stared straight at the youth. "You must first tell me how you know about the Sand King, or I'll have to torture you." Before Mao Shelong could finish her sentence, the youth exerted force with his feet, shattering the wooden floorboards. Fragments collided with the thread, causing Mao Shelong's well-set cutting trap to collapse on the spot. Seeing this, Mao Shelong cursed under her breath. And the youth impersonating Mu Jinyan was already charging at her with raised fists. The next second, Mao Shelong shot 3 thread-like objects from her hands. The youth calmly dodged them, and in the blink of an eye, arrived right before her. Facing his bare-handed grab, Mao Shelong stepped onto the door frame. Then, catching him off guard, used her short sword from above to stab straight at the back of the youth's neck. Little did she know, the youth below already had a countermeasure. He raised his face upward, and actually used his teeth to bite down on Mao Shelong's short sword. At the same time, he mumbled incoherently, "Your speed is faster than Yan Ji's." In this situation, Mao Shelong was baffled by his behavior. What normal person uses their teeth to bite an enemy's weapon? Taking advantage of this, the youth reached out and grabbed Mao Shelong by the throat, lifting her into the air, while spitting the short sword from his mouth to the ground. Only the threads on his throat annoyed him. "When did you set this up?" Mao Shelong trembled, gripping the threads. "I told you not to underestimate me. If I use a little force, your head will fall off. So you'd better confess to me quickly." Who would have thought the youth released his grip on Mao Shelong's neck, and with a finger channeling death energy, touched the threads on his throat. The thread instantly melted through. With a clatter, the taut threads in front of Mao Shelong went slack. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. The inner breath condensed on the thread had actually dissipated. The youth punched her hard in the waist. The intense pain instantly forced her to her knees on the ground, while coughs escaped her mouth. Seeing this, the youth squatted down in front of Mao Shelong. "Seems useful. You pass." Next, the youth pinched Mao Shelong's chin with one hand, and with the thumb of his other hand, wiped the blood from his facial wound. "I meant this for Xiaohe, but now I've decided to use you directly." Kuei Xiaohe thought to himself, "What a pity." Just as Mao Shelong was pondering what those words meant, he shoved his blood-stained thumb into her mouth. The blood flowed into her body. Mao Shelong's pupils dilated. Then she opened her mouth wide and grabbed her own neck. "This isn't ordinary poison, it's a lethal toxin. I must circulate energy to force it out." How could the youth impersonating Mu Jinyan let her get her way? With a kick, he shattered the aura Mao Shelong had just managed to gather. "I have one demand. Become my most loyal dog. If you agree to my condition, I'll consider lending you power." Mao Shelong looked up at him. "I would have agreed anyway." The youth replied, "I don't trust easily. Besides, didn't you say it?" Mao Shelong's face showed SOC. The youth's handsome face right now looked like a demon. "You said yourself that you were willing to pay any price." When Mao Shelong was a child, she once asked her father a question. "Murderous intent? What is that?" Mao Shelong's father said in a low voice. "It is an existence that is born only once in several thousand or 10,000 people. It's also a disposition where one feels joy and a sense of purpose. Only amidst death and destruction. That is the ultimate assassin's qualification." Hearing this explanation, Mao Shelong was somewhat startled. "Can that kind of disposition be considered a talent too?" Her father replied, "Of course. They feel no hesitation at all when harming others or toying with their hearts. Instead feeling joy, so they feel no softness when slaughtering. It's a restraint upon oneself." He paused. Mao Shelong's father paused for a moment, then issued a warning. "Therefore, you must remember, if you encounter murderous intent, do not mess with them, and run away as fast as you can." Recalling her father's words, Mao Shelong looked up at the youth impersonating Mu Jinyan. This was clearly someone possessed of murderous intent. "I shouldn't have provoked him." Later, the youth impersonating Mu Jinyan, with Mao Shelong and Yan Ji, swaggered down the street. The surrounding diners hastily avoided their sharp edge, while a commotion broke out. "What is this? Am I hallucinating? Did people from Maohua House and Cinnabar Valley become that guy's crew members? How is that possible? What is that guy up to?" Mu Yuqian glanced through the door, then slammed it shut with a bang. The scene from the second checkpoint surfaced. At that time, his third brother was truly devoid of all humanity. Covered in blood, he looked just like an evil ghost from hell. At this moment, Mu Yuqian clenched his fist. A thought arose in his heart. Does Mu Jingyan not care if I lie? In the past, although he disliked me, but not to this extent. What made that brat turn like this? Little did he know, that was merely the soul-slaying ghost who looked identical to Mu Jingyan. He was not his real brother. Pondering for a long time without any clue, Mu Yuqian finally gave up thinking. Forget it. Since he doesn't care if I lie, I won't care either. Then Mu Yuqian threw punches to practice his martial arts. From now on, I will focus on my own survival. Before the lock is lifted, I thought I was the only one here who reached the pinnacle realm. But there are many talented people here. I need to become stronger. The sound of air tearing echoed. Mu Yuqian's movements kept changing. To survive here. And for myself. Just then, someone pushed the door open. I was half doubtful before. I didn't expect it to really be burning with sword sect techniques. Mu Yuqian was startled. Then he looked back. It turned out to be Ma Shan. At this moment, Ma Shan was already standing at the door frame. Mu Yuqian, so you're a burning wood disciple. As someone from a righteous background, why did you come to Blood Valley? Mu Yuqian stared at Ma Shan. He fell silent. Ma Shan was here. The first friend who extended a helping hand to me. And a companion who shared life and death in a second trial. But Ma Shan is from heaven and earth. How would he know burning with sword sect technique? The two stood facing each other. After a stalemate, Mu Yuqian broke the silence. How did you know? Ma Shan stepped forward. Is that important? The important thing is, why is a righteous sect member here? Mu Yuqian didn't know how to answer. Ma Shan ventured a guess. Could the burning with sword sect have betrayed the righteous path? Betraying the path is a grave crime. The sect could never withstand it. Mu Yuqian hurriedly denied it. No, Ma Shan paced the room. Didn't you come here to become a direct cadre of the Heaven and Earth Society? Mu Yuqian was bewildered. What does that mean? Ma Shan stopped and looked at Mu Yuqian. You're completely unaware. Right? Reach the final trial of Blood Valley, and you can become a martial king of the Heaven and Earth Society or a disciple of the three sect leaders. Hearing this, Mu Yuqian suddenly came to his senses. Then he clutched his head and slumped on the bed. I see, I finally understand. No wonder everyone fought so hard. This is simply an incredible opportunity to elevate one's status. After all, if you become a disciple of a Heaven and Earth Society cadre, and you can rule the martial world. Thinking of this, Mu Yuqian felt utterly embarrassed. Damn it. Until now, I've been trying just to survive. I was working to become the enemy's leader. This plot is absurd. Seeing Mu Yuqian act like this, Ma Shan guessed something. It looks like you knew nothing. Then how did you get here? Mu Yuqian explained his background with deep frustration. I was captured as a hostage. Ma Shan never imagined that Mu Yuqian was actually a hostage. Except, according to the Heaven and Earth Society's usual practice, hostages aren't sent to Blood Valley. Mu Yuqian understood even less. He was just a burning with sword sect successor temporarily pushed forward. Pondering slightly, Mu Yuqian glanced at Ma Shan. But why from the beginning? Ma Shan extended a hand to make a shushing gesture. Then, under Mu Yuqian's puzzled gaze, he tightly closed the door and windows without a gap. So read, even though the burning with sword sect is a reputable righteous sect, I can't trust you blindly. Mu Yuqian's innocent and clear eyes opened wide. What do you mean? Ma Shan looked at Mu Yuqian with a serious expression. Be quiet and listen. I am a spy from the Justice Alliance, belonging to the Shadow Bureau. As soon as these words were uttered, Mu Yuqian's eyebrows knitted together like a twisted rope. The Justice Alliance, that is a pillar of the righteous path alongside the Heaven and Earth Society and Evil Alliance. Sharing the world equally. The Alliance has 4 organizations, and the organization responsible for confidential matters and assassinations is the Shadow Bureau. However, the Justice Alliance, which yearns for the righteous path, has always denied the existence of this organization. So there are only rumors, and no one knows if it exists. Learning Ma Shan's identity, Mu Yuqian plumped back onto the bed. So this organization exists. Then Mu Yuqian raised his head and stared straight at Ma Shan. But is it really okay for you to tell me all this? Ma Shan pulled out a chair. Because the situation is urgent. Mu Yuqian gasped. What? Ma Shan sat opposite him. Including myself, 15 people successfully infiltrated Blood Valley. However, more died than anticipated. We all passed the first trial, but 11 died in the second. At this, Ma Shan stared at Mu Yuqian. I hope you can help us. Mu Yuqian thought for a moment. Is it because of that monster? Ma Shan gave a bitter smile. That's part. But don't you understand? Hearing this, Mu Yuqian's expression changed in alarm. A guess formed in his mind. Ma Shan spoke through clenched teeth. It's all that guy's fault. Mu Jingyan, that lunatic, took out 9. Hearing this, Mu Yuqian cursed under his breath. Damn it. He covered his face in embarrassment. Ma Shan's voice lowered. I thought he was lucky like you, and assumed you were in cahoots. But seeing him make everyone kill each other, I guessed you weren't together. However, you're half-brothers. So I wanted to tell you. Mu Yuqian frowned. Tell me what? Ma Shan spoke seriously. We are going to eliminate Mu Jingyan. Mu Yuqian's expression froze. Ma Shan continued. The personnel deployed for this mission has decreased too much. So we have no choice but to ask for your help. Right now we can no longer afford to worry about so much. We must cut off all variables. Mu Yuqian said, wait, that guy is... Ma Shan interrupted Mu Yuqian. Don't worry, I know that kid is a lunatic. Ma Xiang wore a cold smile. But no matter how crazy he isn't crazier than us. Meanwhile, a figure walked through the corridor and stopped outside the door of the one impersonating Mu Jingyan. Ding Tuan, belonging to the Justice Alliance's Shadow Bureau. Even within the Bureau, they have a nickname, Monsters. The reason for this nickname isn't just because the people in Ding Tuan are strong. There are other reasons. They aren't ordinary people. This woman is no exception. Through countless spells and experimental modifications, she became a young woman with a pain-free body. Moreover, because of this, her personality became extremely bizarre. Specifically, the habit of watching others wail in joy and pain. At the same time, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan was sitting on the bed. Qingling asked, Zhongshan, aren't you going to rest? The youth closed his eyes and replied that if he wanted to rest, he'd do it after dying. Hearing this answer, Qingling was utterly speechless. The youth chuckled. I arranged for the demon monk and Kuei Shaohan to recruit members. Just then, with a creak, the graceful long-skirted girl pushed open the youth's door. The youth turned his head and asked, who are you? The long-skirted girl struck a very seductive pose. You're Mu Jingyan, right? I want to chat with you. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan was somewhat baffled. Chat with me. The girl started undressing. That's right, let's chat with our bodies. Her name is Lin Huayan. Her bold actions gave Qingling, possessing the puppet, a real feast for the eyes. Yet the youth didn't have the slightest impulse or desire, having only a single thought. Why does this woman strip the moment she walks in? A brightly lit room. A naked girl lying unconscious on the bed. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan was covering her with a blanket. Kuei Shaohan stared at Lin Huayan without even blinking. So what on earth did she come here for? The youth shook his head. I don't know. She stripped and rushed over. So I just subdued her with one punch. Qingling, possessing the puppet, chuckled softly. What else could she want? She definitely came to do that kind of thing with you. As soon as these words were said, Kuei Shaohan looked at his master in total SOC. The youth looked awkward. You're too blunt. Qingling sized up the youth with a half smile. What are you pretending to be innocent for? Kuei Shaohan let out an, that kind of thing. The youth glared at Kuei Shaohan in utter speechlessness. Kuei Shaohan covered his mouth. Then the youth looked at Lin Huayan with a blushing face. Speaking of which, this is troublesome now. Should I wake her and ask her true purpose for coming here? Kuei Shaohan suddenly thought of a great idea. The youth lowered his head and said, whatever you want. Afterward, Kuei Shaohan rubbed his hands with a wicked smile and eagerly approached Lin Huayan, who was lying unconscious on the bed. What on earth is he going to do? Meanwhile, two men were running down the corridor. Ma Xiang looked at Mu Yuqian. Damn, we must be in time. Mu Yuqian prayed in his heart. Mu Jingyan, you must hold on. Let's roll back the timeline. After hearing Ma Xiang's plan, Mu Yuqian dropped to his knees on the ground with a thump. Please, I beg you to forgive me. This time I don't lie that guy either. But I can't just watch my burning wood sword sect brothers turn into cripples. I will persuade him. So please. Seeing this scene, Ma Xiang scratched his head. He was in a bit of a dilemma now. Then he stood up from his chair. Damn, there's no other choice. Let's go stop him while there's still time. Hearing this, Mu Yuqian hurriedly thanked him. Before heading out, Ma Xiang turned back and explained why he was doing this. Although I don't lie that guy, I think you're a righteous person, so I'm giving you a chance. So you must persuade that guy. Mu Yuqian nodded while running. Even if that kid has changed, he has a righteous background. As long as I persuade him, he will definitely listen. Who would have thought that as soon as they reached the hall, Ma Xiang and Mu Yuqian would witness a bizarre scene? Many youths seemed to be crowding around to watch a major event. Ma Xiang asked, what's going on? Mu Yuqian looked ahead and saw someone being dragged out. Right after that, Ma Xiang's expression suddenly changed. And he cursed, damn it. The one being dragged out right now is our key operative. Hearing this, Mu Yuqian's brow furrowed tightly. It's the Shadow Bureau. At the exact same time, the Heaven and Earth Society's red-robed deacon laughed heartily and patted the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan. Well done. You actually ferreted out a spy. All this is thanks to you. Mu Yuqian looked at the scene before him in complete SOC. That's Mu Jingyan. A quarter of an hour ago, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan sat with the naked girl. So this person is a spy sent by the Justice Alliance's Shadow Bureau. And since this place is in a hostile relationship with the Justice Alliance, that's why she infiltrated. Kuei Shaohan, possessing Lin Huayan's body, nodded heavily. Dead, master. I read this woman's memories. It seems a total of 4 spies infiltrated here, including the owner of this body. Qingling voiced her mockery with utter disdain. How truly foolish. Being spies, they actually knew each other's identities. The youth chimed in, exactly. They're so utterly brainless. Pausing for a moment, the youth thought of something. Speaking of which, they divide themselves into righteous and evil factions based on their own values, and form a hostile relationship, right? That's so inefficient, Qingling said. Though inefficient, there is nothing more terrifying than that. Hearing this, the youth was puzzled. Qingling explained, because they believe they're right, they'll stake their lives on it. This is even more exhausting than personal grudges. Hearing this, the youth suddenly understood. I understand what you mean. At the Burning Wood sect, I felt that was exhausting. You could practically call it annoying. Taking advantage of the time while Kuei Shaohan, possessing Lin Huayan, went to change clothes, Qingling discussed the subsequent plan with the youth. Anyway, what do you plan to do next? From their standpoint, they probably find you an eyesore, which is why they intend to get rid of you. The youth closed his eyes, averting his gaze. That's actually a pretty good choice. Kuei Shaohan, now dressed, walked to the youth's side. Master, Should I eliminate them? The youth touched his chin and thought for a moment. Then he stood up and pulled open the door. There's no need to go to that much trouble. I've thought of a remarkably good idea.